Smoke and Sterling, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. The smoke reached her before the factory did. It hung over Ancoats like a second sky, low, yellow-gray, and bitter with coal soot that settled on the tongue like burnt iron. Rose had read 700 pages of testimony about Manchester's mills. She had quoted the commission reports from memory, recited mortality statistics that silenced rooms full of men who would rather not have listened. She had not understood anything. The reports could not convey the weight of this air, the way it pressed against the skin and filled the lungs with a thickness that made each breath deliberate. This was what a 9-year-old piecer breathed for 16 hours a day. This was what the page could not hold. Mrs. Aldridge had said goodbye at the Whitfields' door that morning with a look that suggested parliamentary inspectors who ventured into Ancoats before breakfast deserved whatever befell them. Rose had smiled, tucked her notebook under her arm, and walked into Manchester alone. She'd been walking into places alone since she was 14. The fact that this particular place smelled like burning iron and tasted like a warning was, she told herself, beside the point. The foreman blocked the factory door with arms folded across a chest built for discouraging entry. No visitors. Thick Manchester, vowels flat as the skyline. Mr. Holt's orders. Rose had encountered this expression before. The immovable certainty that a woman in a traveling dress had no business within 100 yards of a cotton mill. 3 years of visiting factories on behalf of the Sterling Philanthropic Society. Parliamentary authority was new. The expression was not. She produced her letter of appointment from the Select Committee on Factory Conditions, unfolded it slowly, let him watch the seal, let him register the weight of the stationery, and held it at a height that required him to look up. Rose Sterling, Parliamentary Select Committee. A pause, just long enough. Mr. Holt's orders do not supersede an act of Parliament, Mr. Brennan. He took the letter with the reluctance of a man accepting a summons and squinted at the seal. We had journalists here last month. Mr. Holt said no more. I am not a journalist, Mr. Brennan. I am here on behalf of the committee reviewing factory conditions ahead of the 10 hours bill. My inspection has been scheduled through the Home Office. This was not entirely true. She had scheduled it herself and informed the Home Office after the fact, a distinction she saw no reason to share. I would be happy to wait while you inform Mr. Holt, or I can begin without him, if he prefers. Brennan's mouth worked around a response that never arrived. He looked at the letter again, looked at Rose, and appeared to reach the conclusion that this was a battle he was unlikely to win. Wait here! He disappeared through the mill door, leaving it open just wide enough for Rose to hear what lay beyond. The sound hit first. The thunder of power looms in full operation was a physical force, a pounding roar that vibrated in the jaw and turned conversation into endurance. Beneath it, the mill breathed. The hiss of steam, the clatter of shuttles, the high whine of drive belts. The air that escaped through the open door was thick with cotton fibers, warm, damp, tasting of oil and raw fiber, and rooms where the windows were sealed shut because humidity kept the threads from snapping. The courtyard told its own story, cleaner than most, cobbles swept, drainage functional, a water pump in the northeast corner recently maintained. The privies, she could smell them faintly, were partitioned, which put Holt Cotton Works ahead of half the mills she'd visited. Small mercies, the kind that factory owners called benevolence and reformers called insufficient, and which were, in Rose's increasingly complicated estimation, both. The door opened again. Not Brennan. The man who emerged was perhaps 30, broad through the shoulders in the way of men who had done physical labor before anything else. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbow, forearms corded with work, not sport, and his waistcoat sat over a frame that had nothing of the drawing room about it. He smelled of coal smoke and clean linen. Manchester embedded in the wool, something sharper underneath. His jaw was too square, his dark hair cut for practicality, and his expression held a patient wariness, deciding how much trouble she was going to be before she'd spoken. Rose's pen stilled against her notebook. She registered the forearms the way she registered factory conditions, automatically, thoroughly, with an attention to detail that had nothing to do with the select committee. He held her letter of appointment in one hand. The other bore a scar across the knuckles, a long, pale ridge from the base of the index finger to the outer edge of the wrist. A mill worker's signature. "Miss Sterling." He did not offer his hand. His voice was Manchester but educated, vowels anchored in the north, grammar reaching elsewhere. He'd worked for that voice. She could hear the construction in it, the careful choice of a man who spoke 2 languages and chose this one for company. "You're early." "I was not aware that mill conditions improved with advance notice, Mr. Holt." Something shifted behind his eyes. Not quite amusement, not quite irritation, recalibrating. "They don't, but my schedule does. I've 300 workers on the floor, a delivery from Liverpool due within the hour, and a foreman who's just interrupted me to announce that Parliament's arrived in a bonnet." A glance at her hat. His words. "How encouraging that your staff can identify a parliamentary representative, even if only by her millinery." Rose kept her voice pleasant. Pleasant could strip paint. "Your committee might have mentioned a date." He folded his arms. "I don't generally clear my schedule for surprises." "Your committee." She noted the possessive distance, drawing lines already. The appointment was arranged through the Home Office. "The Home Office." He leaned against the door frame. The ease was calculated. She could see that much. "The Home Office sent me a letter last month, spelled Manchester wrong, but I'm sure they've scheduled your inspection with their usual attention to detail." "The Home Office didn't schedule this inspection, Mr. Holt. I did." She let that settle. "And I assure you I can spell Manchester." His mouth curved. Not a smile, a concession. "Come in, then. I'll show you what you've come to condemn." "I haven't come to condemn anything. I've come to observe." "In my experience, Miss Sterling, Londoners come north to observe. They leave having condemned. The looking is just a formality." He turned and walked back through the mill door without waiting to see if she followed. Rose followed. The weaving shed swallowed them. The noise was total, a wall of sound that pressed against the eardrums and reduced the world to the purely physical. Rose had been inside cotton mills before, in Birmingham and Leeds, and the assault was always the same. The heat first, tropical and close, designed for the cotton rather than the workers who tended it. Then the movement, hundreds of looms in coordinated motion, shuttles flying through warp threads with a speed that made the eye flinch. Then the children. There were always children. At Holt Cotton Works, they were smaller than the machines they served. A girl of perhaps 8 worked as a piecer, darting between the looms to rejoin broken threads with fingers that moved faster than thought. A boy no older than 10 swept lint from beneath the machinery, folding himself into spaces no adult could reach. 2 more children carried bobbins between the spinning frames with the steady, blank focus of workers who had been doing this longer than they had been doing anything else. Rose's pen moved across her notebook. Piecers present. Age estimated 8 to 10. Hours to be determined. Conditions: humid, warm, ventilation inadequate, floors clean, machinery maintained, workers alert but fatigued. Samuel Holt watched her write. He had positioned himself 2 paces to her left, close enough to answer questions, far enough to observe without crowding. And his expression had settled into careful blankness, waiting to see what she'd write. Except it wasn't quite the same blankness she'd seen in Birmingham and Leeds. Those owners had worn it like armor, defensive, rigid, braced for the worst. Holt's was different. Expectation. As though he already knew what she would see and was waiting for her to catch up. "How many children do you employ?" Rose pitched her voice just below a shout. 14! He matched her volume without strain. "Down from 31 when I started the work 6 years ago. The youngest is 8. Piecers and bobbin carriers only. No child works the looms directly." 8. Rose's pen paused. "The 1844 Act sets the minimum at 8 for half-time employment. 6.5 hours. I'm aware of the law, Miss Sterling. I pay a solicitor good money to make sure I stay on the right side of it, which is more than most owners bother with, but I don't expect that'll make your report." He gestured toward the girl Rose had been watching, the piecer with the fast hands. "Polly Marsh, 9 years old, works 6 hours a day, 5.5 days a week. Her mother's a weaver on the 3rd floor. Her father died in a mine collapse in Wigan 3 years ago. She earns 3 shillings a week, which goes to her mother, who earns 9. Between them, they keep a family of 4, housed and fed in Ancoats, which is 12 shillings a week for a 2-room dwelling, coal and food in case your committee is curious about the arithmetic of survival." He wasn't defensive. Every factory owner she'd interviewed had defended, deflected, justified. Holt was laying out facts and daring her to argue with arithmetic. Rose stopped writing. She looked at Polly Marsh, 9 years old, fast hands, dead father. She looked at Samuel Holt, who knew the girl's name and her family's budget and the price of coal in Ancoats with the same fluency that Rose knew the commission report page numbers. The commission documented children working 14-hour days in conditions far worse than these. Rose chose her words with care. "Your mill is better than most. That is not the same as adequate." "No." Holt's jaw tightened. "It's not, but here's what adequate costs, Miss Sterling. I raise wages, I lose the margin. I lose the margin, I can't buy raw cotton. I can't buy cotton, the looms stop. The looms stop, Polly Marsh's mother has no work, and by Christmas they're in the workhouse. So you tell me, you with your parliamentary committee and your commission reports and your very fine traveling dress, which part of that would you like me to break first?" The looms filled the silence that followed. Rose held his gaze. He held hers. "Show me the rest," Rose said. He showed her the rest. The spinning room, where mule spinners worked in pairs and the temperature dropped 10 degrees because the cotton required cooler air. The carding room, where raw cotton was combed into slivers and the fiber in the air was thick enough to taste. 3 workers wore cloth masks over their mouths, Holt's requirement, not the law's. The engine room, where a Bolton and Watt steam engine pounded with mechanical fury, tended by an engineer who nodded at Holt without looking up from his gauges. And everywhere, details that didn't fit the pattern she expected. A clock mounted above the mill floor. Workers could see their hours, could hold the owner accountable for the time. Drinking water from a pump inside the building, not just in the yard. A locked cabinet in the foreman's office containing bandages, splints, and laudanum for injuries. The privy roster pinned to the wall. Daily cleaning by order of management. Rose recorded all of it. She recorded the children, too, their ages, their tasks, the visible fatigue, the way their hands kept moving even when their eyes went vacant. She was still writing when Holt stopped walking. They had reached the back of the mill, past the packing room, past the office where Brennan was making a theatrical show of not watching them through the window, to a door Rose had not noticed. Holt opened it. Behind the door, tucked into a room that had probably been a storage closet, was a schoolroom. Small, perhaps 12 feet by 10. The air was different here. Still warm from the mill's heat bleeding through the walls, but the coal and cotton fog had been replaced by chalk dust and the faint tang of ink. A blackboard on the far wall, mounted with the slightly crooked confidence of amateur carpentry. A shelf of battered primers, spines cracked with use, a pot of chalk, nearly empty, and on the table, the scars of lessons learned in haste, ink stains, the faint indentation of letters practiced until they submitted to legibility. The room was empty. The children were on the mill floor, but a half-finished equation stood on the blackboard. A slate propped against the wall with the alphabet traced in a child's unsteady hand, the letters wavering between confidence and collapse. Rose's throat went tight. 3 hours a day. Holt stood in the doorway, arms folded. Before their shift or after, depending on the rotation. Reading, writing, basic arithmetic. I pay Miss Ogden. She's a weaver's daughter, taught herself from whatever books she could borrow, 2 shillings a week to run the lessons. It's not a proper school, but it's not nothing. Rose looked at the half-finished equation, the alphabet on the slate, the pot of chalk, nearly empty because someone had been using it to teach 9-year-old piecers the shape of the letter A. She did not write any of this in her notebook. The commission recommended education provisions for factory children. She kept her voice level. Most mill owners treat the recommendation as decorative. Most mill owners didn't learn to read by candlelight after a 14-hour shift. Holt's voice had changed, stripped of the careful control that had governed every word since he'd walked through the mill door. Rawer, more Manchester. I was Polly Marsh, Miss Sterling. I was the child tying threads in a mill that made this one look like a country house. I taught myself to read because nobody else was going to do it, and I swore that any child who worked for me would not have to choose between wages and letters. The weaving shed thundered on the other side of the wall. In the schoolroom, the silence held. Rose looked at the scar on his hand. She understood now, not just what it was, but what it meant. A shuttle mark, the kind that happened to child workers whose hands were too small and too slow for the machinery. Samuel Holt carried his childhood on his knuckles, and he had built a schoolroom in a storage closet because the distance between the boy who was scarred and the man who owned the mill was not a distance at all, but a continuous line. She should write this in her report. The schoolroom, the primers, the equation on the blackboard. The committee would want it documented. She closed her notebook. Your operation is better than most mills I've inspected. She met his eyes. It is not sufficient. 14 children still work on your mill floor, and the youngest is 8, and no amount of chalk and arithmetic changes the fact that Polly Marsh should be in a proper classroom instead of tying threads that save your weaving line 3 minutes per bobbin change. I know. Holt's voice was quiet. The admission cost him. She could see it in his jaw, in the way his scarred hand curled against his forearm. Do you think I don't know? But if Polly Marsh isn't tying threads, her mother can't afford the rent in Ancoats, and if her mother can't afford the rent, they're in the workhouse by Christmas. So, you tell me, Miss Sterling, what would you have me do? The question landed with the weight of something carried a long distance. Rose Sterling, who had an answer for everything, who had built her entire life around the principle that every problem yielded to sufficient organization, found that she did not have an answer for this. Not yet. I don't know, she said, but I intend to find out. His face changed. Not softness, nothing about Samuel Holt suggested softness, but the wariness receded by a fraction. He was looking at her the way she'd looked at his schoolroom, as if he'd found something unexpected and didn't yet know what to do with it. Your committee gives you 3 weeks for northern inspections. He straightened from the door frame. I'll make my records available. Production figures, wage sheets, operating costs, everything you need to understand what the numbers look like when you're not reading them from a London office. That is more cooperation than I've received from any mill owner to date. Don't mistake it for agreement, Miss Sterling. I'll show you everything because I've got nothing to hide, and because when you write your report recommending that Parliament shut me down, I want you to do it with the full knowledge of what that means for every family in Ancoats who eats because this mill runs. He extended his hand. Rose looked at it. The broad palm, the shuttle scar, the calluses that no amount of success had smoothed away. She took it. His grip was firm, dry, and warmer than she had expected, and the handshake lasted precisely long enough for Rose to notice that she had noticed. I'll begin tomorrow, she said. 7 o'clock. We start at 6. A flicker at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile, but the ghost of one. But I'll make allowances for London. 6 o'clock will be acceptable. Will it? Not a question. Rose chose not to answer it anyway. She turned toward the mill door, her notebook pressed against her chest, the sound of the looms rising to meet her. Behind her, in the storage closet schoolroom, the half-finished equation waited on the blackboard. She was already composing the paragraph in her head, the careful language that would convey to the committee what she had found at Holt Cotton Works. A mill that was better than most and worse than necessary. An owner who employed children and taught them to read. A man who carried the evidence of the system's cruelty on his own hand and had used it to build something that was not enough and was more than anyone else had tried. The The paragraph would not include the way his voice had changed when he talked about learning to read by candlelight. It would not include the near-empty pot of chalk. It would not include Polly Marsh's name spoken with a precision that had nothing to do with arithmetic. It would not include the warmth of his hand, or the way the scar had felt against her palm, or the fact that for the first time in her career, she had closed her notebook instead of filling it. Not because she didn't know what to write, because what she'd found didn't fit in the columns she'd made. Chapter 2. He'd put on a clean waistcoat. Samuel noticed this about himself at 5:30 in the morning, standing in the gray light of his office with a cup of mill tea in one hand and the Liverpool cotton broker's letter in the other, and felt something close to disgust. He owned 4 waistcoats. The good one was for Sundays and for meetings with his banker, occasions that required him to look like the kind of man who could be trusted with money. Today was Tuesday. Tuesday did not require the good waistcoat. He took it off, hung it on the back of the door, and put on the one he'd worn yesterday. Then he sat down at his desk and opened the broker's letter again, as if the numbers might have improved overnight. They had not. Raw cotton up 4%. American supply disrupted by storms along the Gulf Coast. Henderson, his broker, a man who had extended credit for 6 years on nothing but a handshake, and Samuel's reputation for paying on time, wanted cash in advance for the next shipment. Samuel did the arithmetic in his head. He could cover it, but only by delaying the wage increase he'd promised the spinning room. The spinners were already restless. 2 had left for Marsden's last month. If he lost more, the production schedule collapsed and the delivery contracts with it. He set the letter down and looked at the wall behind his desk. Factory license in a plain frame. Beside it, Polly Marsh's pencil drawing of the schoolroom, the blackboard, the alphabet, the table with its ink stains, all rendered in the careful lines of a child who'd learned to hold a pencil 6 months ago. She'd left it on his desk without a word, and he'd had it framed because he hadn't known what else to do with the feeling it gave him. The looms started up below. The building shuddered, floor, walls, window glass, as 300 spindles engaged, and the day began. 6 years he'd owned this mill. 6 years since he'd walked into a bank in his one good coat and convinced a man who'd never shaken a calloused hand to lend money to a former piecer with no collateral and no connections and nothing to recommend him but a plan that made the numbers work. He'd paid back every penny 2 years ahead of schedule. The banker still called him Mr. Holt, with the faint surprise of a man who hadn't expected the experiment to succeed. Samuel finished his tea, folded Henderson's letter into the desk drawer where he kept the things he couldn't afford to think about yet, and stood. He was not trying to impress her. At 5:45, Brennan put his head through the door. "Your inspector's here." She said 6. Well, she's early. Again." Brennan scratched the back of his neck. "Still can't believe Westminster sent a woman." "Westminster sent a woman who quoted the Factory Act from memory and told me my mill wasn't sufficient. I don't think her sex is the relevant detail, Brennan." "She's in the courtyard looking at the privy roster, taking notes." Of course she was. Samuel stood, caught himself reaching for the good waistcoat, and walked out in the one he was wearing. Rose Sterling was standing in the courtyard with her notebook open, writing with the focused intensity of a woman documenting a crime scene. The morning light was thin and gray. Manchester didn't do sunrise so much as a gradual lessening of dark, and she was wearing a different dress from yesterday. Darker, more practical. She'd left the traveling hat behind, and her hair was pinned up in a way that looked purposeful rather than decorative. Brown hair. He noticed this the way he noticed supply shipments, automatically, without deciding to. She looked up. "Mr. Holt. Miss Sterling. You're 15 minutes early." "You're 15 minutes late? I've been reading your privy cleaning schedule. You rotate daily?" "Weekly, actually. Brennan oversees it." "Your roster says daily." She held up the paper pinned beside the privy door. Samuel looked at it. Brennan had, apparently without being asked, rewritten the roster since yesterday. Daily cleaning, by order of management. Samuel made a mental note to kill Brennan. "That's new." He kept his face neutral. "I'll speak with my foreman." "You should." She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. He could see it on her face. Not anger, something worse. Confirmation. The first record she'd checked on day 2, and it was falsified. Everything he'd shown her yesterday, the schoolroom, the shorter hours, the children who looked fed and unbruised, all of it now weighed against a doctored privy roster. He wanted to say it's not what it looks like. He didn't, because that was what every factory owner said when caught, and he could hear how it would sound coming out of his mouth. "Shall we begin?" Her voice was level, professional, closed. "I'd like to observe a full day's operation, shift change to shift change. 12 hours. Is that a problem?" It was going to be a very long Tuesday. The mill floor at 6 in the morning was a different animal from the one she'd seen yesterday afternoon. The early shift was settling in. 300 workers finding their stations in the controlled chaos of a mill waking up. Weavers checking their looms, spinners testing the tension on their frames, overlookers walking the aisles with their chests out and their eyes sharp. Samuel walked Rose through it. Not the polished tour he'd given yesterday, the real thing. She wanted to see a full day's operation, so he gave her one. She watched everything. Not what she wrote. He could handle being documented, but the way she moved through the space. She wasn't following him. She was ignoring him. Her eyes went to the darkest corner of the carding room, the space beneath the looms where the youngest children crawled, the overlooker's hands. She crouched down to check the underside of a spinning frame where no visitor had ever thought to look. She ran her finger along a window ledge and examined what came off on her glove. She wasn't touring his mill, she was taking it apart. He'd built this, not with family money or a partner's capital or a lucky inheritance, with 14-hour days and numbers scratched on scrap paper and a willingness to do every job in the building because he couldn't afford to hire someone who could. He'd laid the floor in the schoolroom himself. He'd installed the ventilation in the carding room with his own hands after reading a pamphlet about cotton dust and lung disease. The paired piecers, the extra breaks, the wages above the regional average, every one of those decisions had cost him something, and he'd made them anyway because he remembered what it felt like to work in a mill that made none of them. And she was running her finger along his window ledge. "Your piecers are working in pairs." She pitched her voice below the roar of the looms. "That's not standard. It's slower, but one watches while the other ties. Fewer injuries." "Is that every day or today?" 5 words. 6 years of smaller margins and slower output and bankers who asked why he bothered, and in 5 words she'd put him right back in the same room as every factory owner in Manchester. "Every day. Ask Brennan. Ask the children." Mr. Brennan's credibility is not at its highest this morning. Fair. He hated that it was fair. "Ask the children, then." She walked to the nearest pair of piecers, 2 boys, 10 and 11, tying broken threads on a spinning frame, and crouched down to their eye level. He couldn't hear over the looms, but he could see the boys' faces, cautious, glancing at Samuel. The older one said something, and Rose wrote it down, and when she stood, her expression gave nothing away. They moved through the weaving shed, the spinning room, the carding room where the air was thick enough to taste. She stopped at every station. She counted children. He could see her lips moving as she tallied. And she watched the overlookers. She watched how close the children stood to the machinery. She watched their hands. After 2 hours, she turned to him. "Your records say these children work 6 hours. The 1844 Act allows 6.5. 6. I keep it under the limit. Every factory I've inspected in 3 years has told me their children work the legal hours. In 37 of those factories, the time books were wrong. Children listed at 6 hours were working 8, 10, 12. The fines are cheaper than the labor. I'm not those factories." He could hear his accent thicken. The Manchester coming through, the way it did when he stopped performing and started meaning it. "And I don't much care if you believe that or not. The privy roster says otherwise." There it was. Brennan's stupid, well-meaning lie, thrown back at him like a stone. "That was my foreman's decision, not mine, And it was a cleaning roster, not a time book. A falsified record is a falsified record, Mr. Holt. If your foreman doctors a privy schedule to impress me, how do I know your time books aren't doctored to impress the inspectors? Because I'm standing here telling you they're not. Every owner tells me that. Every single one. And every inspector writes a report and goes back to London. Every single one. The words were out before he could stop them, and he didn't want to stop them. You'll spend 3 weeks in Manchester, and then you'll go home and write your findings, and your committee will read them over tea and biscuits and decide what's best for people they've never met. I'll still be here. I'll be here at 5 tomorrow morning, and every morning after that, keeping 300 people fed. So you'll forgive me if I don't lose sleep over whether you believe my privy roster. They were standing 3 feet apart on the mill floor. The looms thundered around them. Polly Marsh was 10 feet away, tying threads, and she couldn't hear a word of the argument being conducted over her future. And yet here I am. Her voice was quiet enough that he had to lean in to hear it over the looms. Still standing on your mill floor, still asking questions you could refuse to answer. It did. He hated that it did. Then don't take my word for it. His voice was hard. Come and check them yourself. The time books, the wage sheets, the operating costs, all of it. I'll open every ledger in my office and you can look for the lie. And when you don't find one, Miss Sterling, you can put that in your report. Or don't. I've got a mill to run either way. She held his gaze. He could feel her deciding, not whether to accept, but whether this was another performance. Fine. Fine. He turned and walked off the mill floor, through the packing room, up the narrow stairs to his office. He didn't check to see if she was following. He could hear her boots on the stairs behind him. The office was too small for 2 people. He'd never had reason to notice before. Now it contained Rose Sterling, who pulled the single chair to the opposite side of the desk without asking and sat watching him the way she'd watched his mill floor, looking for the place where the lie was hiding. He pulled the wage ledger from the shelf, then the operating costs, then the supplier contracts. His whole operation, every margin and every vulnerability laid out for a woman he'd met yesterday. No inspector had the authority to demand this. No banker had seen all 3 books at once. He was handing her the means to destroy him, and he was doing it because she'd called him a liar on his own mill floor, and he'd sooner gut the business than let that stand. There, everything. Have at it. She was reading before he'd finished speaking. Fast, focused, pages turning with the ease of someone who'd read ledgers before. He waited for the confusion, the glazed look he'd seen on every reformer and journalist who'd ever glanced at a set of factory accounts. It didn't come. She turned a page, ran her finger across the wage summary, and looked up. Your spinners earn 14 shillings a week. That's above the regional average. She'd found the relevant figure in under a minute. His banker took 10. By 2 shillings. Costs me £800 a year. Why pay above average? Because I lose fewer spinners to Marsdens and Cartwrights. Training a spinner takes 6 months. At those numbers, the extra wages pay for themselves. Smart. Not a compliment. An observation. She turned another page. Your piecers earn 3 shillings. For a 6-hour shift, most mills pay 3 shillings for 10. Most mills pay 3 shillings for the hours listed in the time book. I've seen children earn 3 shillings for a shift that starts at 5 and ends at 6 with an hour marked for meals they never receive. My children eat twice a day, 20 minutes each. You can watch it happen in, he checked the clock, 3 hours. I intend to. She went back to the numbers, stopped on the March figure. Your raw cotton costs jumped 4% this quarter. American supply problems, storms along the Gulf Coast. And your margin dropped. She was calculating in her head. No paper, no pen. 2%, from 6% to 4%. Nearer 3.5%. Once you account for the wage increase I gave the carding room in February. You gave a wage increase in the same quarter your supply costs rose? I'd promised it before the prices moved. So you kept the promise. I keep my promises, Miss Sterling. Something flickered across her face. There and gone. She was already turning the page. To eliminate child labor entirely, replacing those positions with adult workers at adult wages. 3,000 additional. I've done this calculation. That leaves you 1,000. 1,000 and no room for a bad month. No buffer for equipment failure. No reserve if Henderson raises prices again. 1,000 pounds between 300 families and the street. Then cut somewhere else. She tapped the ledger. There must be something in here that isn't essential. What about the schoolroom stays? The words came out before she'd finished her sentence. Hard, flat Manchester. She looked at him for a long moment. Then quietly, I wasn't going to suggest the schoolroom, Mr. Holt. Everyone suggests the schoolroom. My banker, my broker, Cartwright, when he heard about it, said I was wasting money teaching children who'd spend their lives on a mill floor. What I was going to ask about was this. She pointed at a line in the operating costs. You're paying 11 shillings a week for a night watchman. Thomas Grady, retired spinner, bad knees. He patrols the mill from 6 till dawn. Could the overlookers rotate night duties instead? Grady's 63. If I cut his position, he's got nothing. No pension, no family. You can't keep every person in Manchester employed out of conscience, Mr. Holt. No, just the ones I can see from my desk. She was looking at him, not at his books, at him. Then she picked up her pen. The bill would cut your women from 12 hours to 10. What does that cost you? Roughly 15% of output, combined with the young person's 1,200 pounds I can't recover without raising prices or cutting workers. Or hiring more workers, shorter shifts, more hands. The bill puts more people into employment. Miss Sterling, my women earn 9 shillings for a 12-hour day. If I cut them to 10 hours, I cut their wages to 7 and 6. Mary Marsh, Polly's mother, pays 12 shillings a week for rent, coal, and food. At 9 shillings, she manages. At 7 and 6, she doesn't. Then the additional workers you hire will earn less, because I'm splitting the same work across more people. The output doesn't change. The wage bill does. I'm paying more workers less money each, and none of them can afford to live on what they're getting. He leaned forward. Your bill doesn't give workers more time. It gives them less money. And the new hands I hire to make up the hours, they'll earn even less than the women I've cut. So now I've got 30 women who can't pay their rent and 10 new workers who can't either. Everyone's employed. No one can eat. That's your reform, Miss Sterling. That's what it looks like when it reaches the mill floor. She was quiet, not defeated, working through it, testing his numbers against her own. The market will adjust. Wages will stabilize once. The market will adjust, eventually. And in the months between the act and the adjustment, Mary Marsh can't feed her children. But I'm sure that will be a comfort to Polly, that the market is adjusting. You're being deliberately... I'm being honest. Something your committee could try. Her jaw tightened. The bill will pass, Mr. Holt. The only question is whether you're ready for it. The bell rang. 10 o'clock. His body knew before his mind caught up. He was on his feet and halfway to the door before he'd decided to stand. Mr. Holt. The children's break. You said you intended to watch them eat. Now's your chance. The children had already stopped by the time he reached the floor. 14 of them, extracting themselves from their stations, from beneath looms, from between spinning frames, and filing toward the schoolroom without being told. Bread and dripping on the table, laid out by Miss Ogden before the shift began. A jug of water. Apples this week, bruised but edible, bought cheap from a grocer clearing stock. He stood in the doorway and watched them eat. Polly Marsh sat in her usual spot by the window, bread in one hand, a slate balanced on her knee. She was practicing the letter M, 2 peaks wavering slightly to the left. She'd get it. She was stubborn enough. Rose was behind him. He hadn't heard her arrive over the mill noise, but he could feel her there. You do this every day. Not a question. They eat at 10 and at 2, 20 minutes each. Miss Ogden runs lessons during the morning break. The afternoon is just food. The law requires 1 meal break. The law requires a great many things. Some of them are sufficient. He waited for the scratch of her pen. It didn't come. He glanced back. Her notebook was open, but her hand was still. She was watching Polly trace her M. You could tell the committee about this. The breaks, the food, the lessons. It would strengthen your position. It's not a position. It's Tuesday. Her breath caught. Barely. Just a hitch. It is, in fact, Tuesday. He went back to the office. After a moment, she followed. They went back to the floor after the break. Back to the looms and the dust and the arguments, carding room ventilation, distance between spinning frames, whether his cotton waste disposal met the standards she kept quoting from memory. She found a loose bolt on a drive belt housing that he'd missed. He called for a wrench and fixed it on the spot, kneeling on the mill floor while she stood over him. You didn't know about that bolt. He tightened it, tested it, stood up and wiped his hands on his trousers. No. Something crossed her face that wasn't suspicion. He didn't have a name for it. Brennan brought them tea in the office. The afternoon shift changed and the noise on the mill floor shifted register. The light through the office window turned from gray to amber to gray again, and the candle on Samuel's desk, which he didn't remember lighting, burned down to a stub. He looked up from a supply ledger and she was frowning at something in his production log, tilting her head as if listening to a voice he couldn't hear, and he thought, sharp jaw, brown hair, hands that moved with purpose, the kind of face you didn't notice in a crowd and couldn't stop looking at across a desk. He looked away before she caught him. Rose was mid-sentence, something about carding room fiber counts, when she stopped. What time is it? Samuel looked at the clock. 6:15. She stared at him. 6 in the evening? Time does tend to move in one direction, Miss Sterling. I've been here 12 hours. 12 and a quarter, if we're being precise, and you are always precise. She looked at the window. The courtyard beyond was dark, lit only by the gas lamp at the mill gate. The evening shift was 2 hours in. Something crossed her face. Surprise, then a flicker of something she shuddered before he could read it. He found himself wanting to read it. She closed her notebook, gathered her things with quick hands. I should go. I still have... She stopped. I have Cartwright's mill on my schedule. Tomorrow morning. The name hit him like a hand to the chest. He kept his face still. He'd had 20 years of practice. Cartwright's. It's on the committee's list. I've been corresponding with his office. Cartwright won't show you what I've shown you. His voice was steady. He made it steady. He'll give you the tour he gives everyone. Clean rooms, scrubbed faces, the overlookers on their best behavior for the morning. I'm aware of the tactic, Mr. Holt. I didn't just arrive in Manchester yesterday. You arrived the day before yesterday. She almost smiled. He almost wanted her to. I can manage an uncooperative mill owner. Cartwright's not uncooperative. Samuel stopped. The word he wanted was dangerous. The word he wanted was the kind of man who straps a child for crying and calls it discipline. The word he wanted was 15 years old and still had the shape of a belt buckle. He doesn't see anything wrong with how he runs his mill. That's not the same thing. The smile died. She was watching him now. Not his books, not his mill, him. He could see her registering the change in his voice, filing it alongside the scar and the schoolroom and everything else she'd catalogued today. I'll come with you. Rose turned in the doorway. I don't need an escort, Mr. Holt. It's not an escort. Cartwright knows me. He'll let you onto the floor faster with an introduction. This was true, but it wasn't the reason, and they both knew it wasn't the reason, and he looked back at her and did not explain. 8 o'clock. She held his gaze a moment longer than necessary. 8 o'clock. She left. Her footsteps crossed the courtyard and faded into the Manchester evening. Samuel sat down at his desk. He looked at the scar on his right hand. The long, pale ridge from index finger to wrist. The shuttle mark that had caught a 10-year-old boy whose fingers were too slow and whose overlooker wouldn't stop the loom. That had happened at Cartwright's. He hadn't been back since. Chapter 3. Samuel Holt was early. Rose spotted him from halfway down Jersey Street, hands in his pockets, shoulders set against the morning chill, staring at Cartwright's mill like it owed him money. Same waistcoat as yesterday. She'd noticed it then, too, the deliberate plainness of it, the way it pulled across his shoulders when he folded his arms, the same way she'd noticed his scarred hands and his habit of going still when he wanted to say something he wasn't going to say. These were professional observations. She was a professional. The fact that she'd spent the walk from the Whitfields thinking about the way he'd looked at her when he said 8 o'clock was entirely beside the point. She'd left before Mrs. Aldridge was up. The inspection was official business and did not require a companion. That was the reason. That was the only reason. "Mr. Holt, you're early." He turned. "You're later than yesterday. I was starting to worry you'd come to your senses." "My senses are in excellent working order, thank you. They're what got your privy roster flagged." His mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. The promise of one, held back. "Fair point. Shall I introduce you, or would you prefer to produce your parliamentary credentials and terrify Cartwright on your own?" "I'm perfectly capable of terrifying mill owners without assistance, as you may recall." "I recall you told me my operation wasn't sufficient, quoted the Factory Act from memory, and stayed 12 hours. Cartwright won't know what's hit him." Her chest loosened. She hadn't realized it was tight until his voice unwound it, that dry, quick rhythm she'd spent 12 hours sparring with over ledgers and mill tea so bitter she'd had to stop herself from grimacing. Except today, the wit was stretched thin. She could hear the effort underneath it, the way she sometimes heard her mother's bright social voice at charity functions, brightness as a wall. The mill loomed behind him. He hadn't once glanced at it, his shoulders rigid, his jaw set, his whole body angled away as if the building were a sound he was trying not to hear. A mill that made this one look like a country house. He'd said that in his schoolroom, talking about the boy he'd been. She'd assumed he meant somewhere long gone, somewhere he'd left behind. "You've been here before." "I worked here." Flat, the Manchester stripped to bare consonants. "A long time ago." The scar on his right hand, the shuttle mark, the overlooker who wouldn't stop the loom. Here, this building, this door. The mill that made his look like a country house was the one they were about to walk into. 17 questions pressed against her teeth. She swallowed them all and asked the only useful one. What should I look for that I wouldn't find on my own? His eyebrows lifted, barely, just a fraction, and she caught the surprise before he buried it. "The spinning room's through a door at the back. He won't offer it on the tour. The overlookers carry straps. Watch their hands, not their faces. And the children won't talk to you while the overlookers can see." Yesterday he'd guarded every margin in his ledgers like a man defending a fortress. Today, he was handing her the map to someone else's. His right hand had come out of his pocket. The knuckles along the scar had gone white. She wanted to touch them. She picked up her pen instead. Cartwright appeared within minutes, well-fed, prosperous, beaming. He reminded Rose of the donors who visited St. Margaret's at Christmas, men who patted children's heads for an audience and couldn't remember their names by 12th night. She had a specific smile for those men. He shook her hand, too firm, too warm, held a beat too long. "Miss Sterling, delighted. Nothing to hide here." In Rose's experience, men who announced they had nothing to hide were usually standing in front of the thing they were hiding. A glance at Samuel. "Holt, been a while." "It has." Rose watched them measure each other. Samuel's face gave nothing away, but his weight had shifted, planted, balanced, ready for something he expected to go badly. Cartwright led them onto the mill floor, clean front rooms, workers at orderly stations, children in shoes, overlookers at respectful distances, swept floors, maintained machinery, everything in its proper place. When the Board of Governors came for their annual inspection at St. Margaret's, the children scrubbed their faces and recited their lessons with bright, practiced smiles, and her mother would say afterwards, "Well, that was worthy of Drury Lane." Rose knew the difference between a place that was clean and a place that had been cleaned. This mill had been cleaned. "How many children do you employ, Mr. Cartwright?" Rose kept her voice pleasant. "Pleasant could strip paint if you did it right." 32, all in compliance with the act. That practiced smile. Half-time for the young ones. We keep excellent records. I'm sure you do, she wrote. 32 children claimed. Verify independently. That girl at the spinning frame, she looks young. What age? 8. Legal minimum. The girl was not 8. Rose knew what malnutrition did to a child's frame. The stunted height, the thin wrists, the way hunger made a body lie about its age. She'd seen it too many times. Whatever that girl was, she was nowhere near 8. Rose wrote, age claimed 8. Actual estimated well below, malnourished. She glanced sideways. Samuel was 3 paces to her left. Yesterday, in this position, he'd been watchful, ready to argue. Today, he moved through Cartwright's like a man walking through a room where the furniture had been rearranged, but his body still remembered where it used to be. His eyes tracked the overlookers the way the overlookers tracked the children, automatically, without choosing to. Old surveillance. At Holt Cotton Works, the mill floor had been alive, loud, human, messy. Workers had called out to Samuel about jammed shuttles. The overlookers had moved like men with work to do. Polly Marsh had been tired but present. Here, the workers kept their eyes fixed on their machines. The children didn't look up. Not at Rose, not at Cartwright, not at each other. I'd like to see the spinning room. Rose tapped her notebook. And the back of the mill. Cartwright's smile flattened. The tour covers the full operation. Wonderful, then the spinning room is included. She held his gaze, didn't blink, didn't smile. Cartwright's smile returned. By all means, Hendricks, show Miss Sterling through. I'll walk through myself. She turned to Samuel. Mr. Holt? A nod. One sharp movement. She could see what it cost him. Not in his face, which was locked down tight, but in his hands. The scarred right hand had curled into a fist at his side. Not aggression, protection. She walked toward the back door. He followed, and she understood that she was asking him to walk back into the place that had scarred him, and he was doing it because she'd asked. The swept floors ended at the spinning room door. Beyond it, cotton fiber thick enough to taste, no ventilation, no masks, workers coughing in rhythms their bodies had stopped registering as abnormal. Rose's lungs seized on the first breath. At Holt Cotton Works, 3 workers in the carding room wore cloth masks. Samuel's requirement, not the law's. Here, the air was white and heavy, and it would kill slowly, and nobody had spent a single shilling to prevent it. The children were younger here, smaller. A boy no older than 6 crawled beneath active spinning frames, a scavenger, sweeping cotton waste from under machinery that could crush him if he mistimed a single movement. Rose's throat closed. The youngest children at St. Margaret's had been this size. She'd bathed them, fed them, held them when they cried at night. This boy didn't cry. This boy had learned to fold himself beneath a machine and make himself small enough to survive. She wrote. Her handwriting had gone tight and angry. Scavenger age estimated 5 to 6, below minimum. Active machinery, no provisions. The ventilation. Samuel's voice was low, close to her ear, barely audible over the spinning frames. There isn't any. Your committee should know that Cartwright removed the wall vents 2 years ago. Said they let in cold air and slowed the cotton. She looked at him. This close, she could see the muscle working in his jaw, the white knuckles, the careful steadiness of his voice. Whatever it cost him to stand in this room and talk about ventilation, he was doing it anyway. Thank you, she said it quietly. He held her gaze for a beat longer than either of them intended. Then he jerked his chin toward the corridor. Through here. That's where they'll keep the young ones. She followed him. Their shoulders brushed in the narrow corridor, wool against wool, warmth through fabric, and stayed that way until the corridor widened. A half-open door. Rose pushed it wider. Small room, windowless. 4 children on the floor picking raw cotton by hand. The youngest was a girl who could not have been older than 5, an overlooker against the far wall, tall, heavy-shouldered, leather strap coiled in his right hand. Rose's pen stopped. She'd read the testimony, 80 pages of it. She could quote the worst passages from memory, had quoted them in meeting rooms and letters to men who listened politely and changed nothing. She'd chosen this work because children like this girl were the reason her mother had built St. Margaret's, the reason Rose had spent her life in rooms full of small, frightened faces, the reason she'd traded ballrooms for mill floors. The girl dropped a handful of cotton. Fibers scattered across the floor. The strap came down across her back. The girl cried out, sharp, involuntary, cut short as if she'd bitten down on it. Rose's notebook hit the ground. She was across the room before the sound had finished. "Stop! Put that strap down, now!" The overlooker blinked. She dropped the cotton. "Mr. Cartwright's rules." "I don't care about Mr. Cartwright's rules." Her voice shook. She let it shake. "Step away from her." He stepped back. The girl dropped to the floor and curled herself small, knees up, arms around her shins. The other 3 children sat motionless with their cotton and their downcast eyes. They'd seen this before. They'd been this before. Rose knelt. The girl wouldn't look at her, wouldn't look at anyone. She'd gone somewhere inside herself where the strap couldn't follow. The youngest children at St. Margaret's sometimes did this, went still and far away. Rose knew how to reach them, quiet voice, careful hand, patience. But not here. Not with Cartwright watching from the doorway. She gathered the girl up. Didn't think about it, just did it, the way she'd done it 100 times when a child was frightened and small and needed to be held. The girl weighed nothing. Bones and cotton dust and a heartbeat fluttering against Rose's chest like a trapped bird. She stood, turned toward the door. "Put her down, Miss Sterling." Cartwright filled the doorway. "This child needs a physician. She's been struck, she's malnourished, and she is nowhere near the legal working age. She is an employee of this mill. You have no authority to remove her from these premises. I have the authority of the Select Committee. You have the authority to observe and document, not to steal my workers." His voice was pleasant, reasonable. "Put her down or I send for the constable." "Send for him. I will tell him exactly what I've witnessed in this room." "You'll tell him you attempted to remove a contracted worker from lawful employment. He'll tell you that's theft." Cartwright tilted his head. "Hendricks." The overlooker moved. He reached for the girl the way he'd reached for the strap. Practiced. Efficient. Rose pulled the child closer. "Don't touch her. Miss Sterling, you are holding a child who belongs in this mill. You may release her or Hendricks will assist you. I would prefer not to involve the constable, but I will if you force the matter. She doesn't belong in this mill. She belongs in a school. She belongs at home with her parents. She belongs anywhere but on this floor being beaten for dropping cotton that costs you less than a farthing." "Hendricks." Hands on the child, pulling. Rose held on, fingers locked around the thin body, the bird bone ribs, the heartbeat. And the girl went limp. Not struggling, not clinging to Rose, just gone, the way a small animal goes still when it understands that fighting makes no difference. The girl slid out of her arms. Hendricks set her on the floor. She curled back into herself, same position, same silence, as if Rose had never touched her at all. Rose's arms were empty. "Your inspection is concluded." Cartwright stepped aside from the doorway. The courtesy was obscene. "Hendricks will show you out. I will have your license revoked." Her voice came from somewhere far away, steady, somehow. "I will have this mill investigated. Every member of the Select Committee will know your name and what you do behind your swept floors. Write your report, Miss Sterling. London is a long way from Manchester." She couldn't move. Her arms were empty and she could still feel the girl's weight, the lightness, the heartbeat, the moment she went limp. And her feet would not move. Samuel's hand closed around her elbow. Firm, not gentle. "Miss Sterling." Low, formal. "We have to go." She let him steer her out, through the spinning room and its white air, through the entrance hall and its lie of cleanliness, into the morning. She pulled her arm free the moment they cleared the door. The air outside tasted like soot and coal smoke, and it was still cleaner than anything inside that building. Rose stood on the pavement and breathed, and her arms ached, and the girl's heartbeat was still there against her chest like a phantom. "He'll sack her," Samuel's voice behind her. "Her and her family, by tonight." Rose turned on him. "You knew." It came out sharp, shaking. "You knew what was in there. You warned me about the straps. You told me the children wouldn't talk while the overlookers could see. You knew, and you stood there." His face didn't change. "Yes. You stood there while he took her out of my arms and you did nothing." "What would you have had me do?" "Something. Anything." The fury was a living thing now, clawing up her throat, and she knew. She knew. She was aiming it wrong, but she couldn't stop because if she stopped being angry, she would have to feel what was underneath the anger, and she could not survive that. "You're a mill owner. You know these people. You know this world. You could have..." "Could have what? Hit Hendricks? Threatened Cartwright?" His voice was quiet, level. He wasn't fighting back. That made it worse. "I own a mill 3 streets away. If I assault another owner's overlooker, every factory in Manchester closes its doors to me. My workers, 300 of them, lose their livelihoods. Polly Marsh and her mother are on the street by Friday." He looked at her. "Would you like me to do the arithmetic, Miss Sterling? Or have you heard enough of my arithmetic?" "Don't!" The word cracked. "Don't make this about your ledgers. A child was beaten, a child was taken out of my arms, and you told me we had to leave, because staying was making it worse." "Worse for whom? For her? For the 3 other children sitting on that floor watching? Or for you?" It landed. She saw it land. A flinch, barely visible, gone before she could take it back. "Is this what it's like?" She couldn't stop. The words were pouring out and she couldn't stop them. "Is this what you're accustomed to? Children beaten and everybody just accepts it? Looks the other way? Tells themselves the arithmetic doesn't allow for outrage?" "You think I looked the other way?" "I think you stood in that room and you didn't move until it was time to leave." The silence between them had a shape. Heavy. Wrong. Samuel looked at her, and his face was very still and very careful, and she could see, too late she could see, that she had just said something she could not unsay. "You think I'm like him?" Not a question. Quiet. Almost curious, the way a man is curious about a wound he's examining on his own body. "I didn't say..." "You did." He was right. She had. Not in those words, but in every word around them. "You stood there. You did nothing. Is this what you're accustomed to?" She had looked at a man who built a schoolroom in a storage closet and called him the same as the man who strapped children for dropping cotton. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out that was good enough. "The first time an overlooker took a strap to me, I was 9. Level. Conversational. As if he were telling her the price of raw cotton. "I didn't eat for 2 days after. Not because they didn't feed me, because I couldn't swallow." He held her gaze for one long moment. Then he turned and walked down Jersey Street, into the gray. Chapter 4. He made it 3 streets before his hands started shaking. Not on Jersey Street. Not walking past the mill gate with Rose Sterling's voice still ringing in his ears. "You stood there. You did nothing." His hands had been steady for all of that. Steady through Cartwright's entrance hall, steady through the spinning room, steady while Hendricks pulled a child out of a woman's arms and set her on the floor like a sack of raw cotton. 20 years of practice at keeping his hands steady, and they'd held. They stopped holding on Oldham Road, halfway between Cartwright's and his own mill, and he had to stop walking and press them flat against his thighs until the shaking passed. "You think I'm like him?" He walked. The mill was running when he arrived. The morning shift 2 hours in, the looms thundering, Brennan at his post by the packing room. Normal. Everything as he'd left it. Samuel walked through his own factory floor and looked at his own overlookers and watched his own children tying threads and carrying bobbins, and he thought, The distance between this and Cartwright's is not as wide as you tell yourself it is. Polly Marsh was at her station, 9 years old, fast hands. She glanced up when he passed and gave him the brief, distracted nod of a child too focused on her work to be properly deferential. He'd always liked that about her. He didn't stop. He went to his office. He sat at his desk. He opened the Henderson letter that was still in the drawer, and he looked at numbers that hadn't improved, and he did nothing with any of it. Is this what you're accustomed to? Children beaten and everybody just accepts it? She was wrong. She was wrong about him in every way that mattered, and she'd said it anyway, on a pavement in Ancoats, shaking with a rage that needed a target and found him. She was wrong. The part of him that had been saying the same thing to himself every morning since he'd put his name on a mill door said nothing. He looked at Polly's drawing on the wall, the schoolroom, the blackboard, the alphabet. He looked at it for a long time. Then he stood up, put on his coat, and walked out. He knew where Cartwright's workers lived. He'd lived there himself once, the cramped terraces off George Lee Street, back-to-backs with shared privies and walls thin enough to hear your neighbor's cough. 20 minutes walk from the mill, less if you were a child trying not to be late. He asked at the corner shop, a woman with a baby on her hip and suspicion in her face. The family with the girl, the young one, dismissed today from Cartwright's. What's it to you? I've got work. She looked at him, looked at his coat, his boots, his hands, the scar. She pointed down the street. Burton's, number 14, he's a weaver. She does piecework. The boy's 12, works the floor. The girl... She paused. You know about the girl. I know about the girl. Number 14 had a door that didn't close properly and a window stuffed with rags against the draft. Samuel knocked, waited, knocked again. The door opened. A man, mid-30s, thin, hollowed out. Behind him, a woman sitting at a table that held nothing. A boy of 12 standing by the wall with his arms folded. And the girl. She was sitting on the floor in the corner, knees up, arms around her shins, same position as the mill. Mr. Burton? Who's asking? Samuel Holt. I own Holt Cotton Works on Bengal Street. I've got work. Burton's hand tightened on the door, not closing it, not opening it wider. What kind of work? Weaving floor for you if your hands are good. Piecework for your wife. I've got positions in the carding room. Apprenticeship for the boy. Proper apprenticeship, not bobbin carrying. He learns the looms. 6 hours the first year, 8 after. And the girl? Burton's wife spoke from the table. She hadn't moved. She didn't need to. The bracing was in her voice, the part where the offer fell apart. Samuel looked at the girl in the corner. Marks on her arms from where Hendricks had gripped her. I can't employ her. She's too young. I won't put her on my floor. The wife's face closed. She can't stay here on her own. The wife's hands flattened on the empty table. She's 5. If we're both at your mill, there's nobody. She comes with you. He said it plainly. I've got a schoolroom, 3 hours a day, a teacher, Miss Ogden, a weaver's daughter. The girl comes in with you in the morning, sits in the schoolroom, learns her letters. She eats with my other children, breakfast and midday. She won't go hungry, she won't be on her own, and she won't be anywhere near a loom. Burton stared at him. A schoolroom, in a mill. Storage closet, if we're being honest. Blackboard, chalk, a few primers. It's not much. You feed them. The wife's voice had changed. Careful now. Testing. The children in this schoolroom. You feed them. Bread and dripping at 10. Whatever I can get from the market at 2. Apples this week. He paused. 3 meals for your girl. I'll add a morning bowl. She needs it. The wife looked at her daughter. Why? Burton's voice was rough. We've got nothing you need. You've got a good pair of hands and a boy who's old enough to learn. I'm short a weaver since last month. The rest is my business. Burton glanced at his wife. She was watching her daughter in the corner. 3 meals. She said it like she was holding something breakable. And she learns to read. She learns to read. When? Tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Ask for Brennan at the gate. He left before they could thank him. He didn't want thanks. The candle on his desk burned down to nothing. The gray light of early morning pressed through the office window, and Samuel was still doing the numbers. Burton's wages, 14 shillings, the same as his other weavers. His wife in the carding room, 9 shillings. The boy's apprentice wage, 4 shillings, low but fair for a first year. Nell, nothing coming in, food going out, a place in the schoolroom that was already stretched thin. Miss Ogden would need more chalk, more primers, 3 more mouths at the breaks, a morning bowl on top of that. The margin dropped from 1,000 to 800. 800 pounds between 300 families and the street, and now 4 more people on his side of the ledger. He could hear Rose's voice in his head, then cut somewhere else, and his own voice answering, "The schoolroom stays. The schoolroom always stayed." He put the pen down, rubbed his eyes. The mill would start in an hour. He needed to tell Brennan. He needed to clear a space in the weaving room. He needed to tell Miss Ogden she had a new student who wouldn't talk and wouldn't look up and would need more patience than chalk. He needed to stop thinking about the way Rose Sterling's hand had gripped his elbow when he'd pulled her out of Cartwright's, the heat of her fingers through his sleeve, the fierce, desperate strength of her hold. She'd gripped him the way she'd gripped that child, as if letting go meant losing something she refused to lose. He'd felt it for hours afterwards, could still feel it now if he was honest, which he was trying very hard not to be. He thought about a woman kneeling on a filthy floor, picking up a child she'd never met, holding on while the child was pulled from her arms. You think I'm like him. He wasn't. He knew he wasn't. But knowing it and hearing it from her were different countries, and he hadn't yet found the border crossing. The mill started up below. The building shuddered, 300 spindles engaged. Samuel stood, put on his yesterday waistcoat, and went to work. Chapter 5. Rose had been raised to apologize properly. Her mother had been immovable on this point. A wrong done required a wrong acknowledged, promptly, clearly, without equivocation. An apology that includes the word "but" is not an apology, Rose. It is a negotiation. She'd heard this at 7, at 12, at 17 when she'd said something cutting to her brother and tried to explain why he'd deserved it. Her mother had waited, arms folded, until Rose had stripped the justification out and said the bare, uncomfortable thing, "I was wrong. I'm sorry." She knew how to apologize. She did not know why apologizing to Samuel Holt required 3 attempts at pinning her hair. Rose caught herself in the cracked mirror above the washstand in her room at the Whitfields', fingers pulling at a pin that didn't need pulling, smoothing a strand that wasn't out of place, tilting her head at an angle that had nothing to do with apologies and everything to do with... She stopped tilting. She was not going to think about the way he'd looked at her across his desk. She was not going to wonder what his face would do if he saw her with her hair down. She was certainly not going to stand here with heat climbing up her throat because she'd remembered, unbidden and unwelcome, the press of his shoulder against hers in Cartwright's corridor and the warmth of him through wool. She dropped her hands, pressed them flat on the washstand, stared at her own reflection with the specific fury reserved for women who find themselves behaving like simpletons. She was going to his mill. She was going to apologize. She was going to say, "I was wrong and I'm sorry," and then she was going to leave Manchester. She had Marsden's mill on her schedule, then 2 more in Leeds, then back to London to write her reports. Holt's, Cartwright's, the rest. The committee was expecting her preliminary findings by month's end. She had work to do. Important work. Work that did not require her to stand in front of a mirror wondering whether her traveling dress made her look competent or merely severe. She smoothed a wrinkle from her skirt, stopped, smoothed it again. The first time an overlooker took a strap to me, I was 9. His voice, level, conversational, as if the words cost him nothing when she could see what they cost. And she had put him in a position where those words were the only answer to what she'd said. She had called him Cartwright. She had looked at the man who built a schoolroom in a closet and told him he was the same as the man who strapped children for dropping cotton. Her mother would be appalled. Her father would be quiet, which was worse. Rose picked up her notebook. Habit, armor, something to hold. She put on her coat. She left the Whitfields before Mrs. Aldridge was awake, which was becoming a pattern she did not intend to examine. She did not check the mirror again. She checked the mirror again. The walk to Holt Cotton Works took 12 minutes. She knew because she counted her steps for the first 3 minutes and then lost count because her mind kept sliding sideways to places it had no business going. The way his hand had felt on her elbow when he'd steered her out of Cartwright's. Firm, warm, his fingers pressing through the fabric of her sleeve with a certainty that made her pulse do something unprofessional. The low rasp of his voice in the spinning room, close enough to her ear that she'd felt his breath move her hair. The way his accent thickened when he stopped being careful, Manchester in his mouth like something rough and warm and too honest for polite company. She was going to apologize. She was going to be professional. She was going to deliver a clean, composed, 3-sentence apology and walk away. Her body had other opinions about Samuel Holt. Her body had been having opinions since the corridor at Cartwright's, where their shoulders had pressed together, and she'd felt the heat of him through 2 layers of wool and had not moved away. Her body, if consulted, would have pointed out that she had not thought this much about a man's forearms since she was 19 and infatuated with a second cousin at a garden party. And that situation had not involved factory inspections or moral crises or the particular way Samuel Holt rolled his sleeves when he was working at his desk. She hadn't noticed the sleeves. She'd noticed the forearms. Stop! She reached the mill gate. The looms were running. She could feel the vibration through the cobblestones before she heard the sound. The courtyard was empty except for a cart being unloaded by 2 men who didn't glance at her. Brennan appeared at the factory door. "Miss Sterling, didn't expect you back." "Is Mr. Holt available?" "He's in the schoolroom. Been there since the bell. I'll walk you through." Rose followed Brennan through the packing room, past the office where Samuel's desk was covered in ledgers and a candle had burned down to a pool of wax, down the narrow corridor to the door at the back of the mill. Brennan stopped, gestured, left without a word. Rose looked through the doorway. The schoolroom was as she remembered, small, converted from storage, blackboard against the far wall, battered primers on a shelf. Miss Ogden was at the blackboard writing the letter N. Polly Marsh sat by the window with her slate. The other children were eating, bread and dripping, a jug of water, apples. And beside Polly, in a space that hadn't been there 3 days ago, a girl was eating porridge. Small, thin, marks on her arms. Rose's hand went to the doorframe. She knew this child. The weight of her, the heartbeat against her chest, the moment she'd gone limp. That girl was here, in this room, eating, sitting next to Polly Marsh, who had shifted her slate so the new girl could see. As Rose watched, Polly leaned over and said something. The girl didn't respond. Polly said it again, patient, stubborn. The girl's lips moved. One word. Polly turned to her slate and wrote carefully, beneath her row of N's, Nell. Rose couldn't breathe. Samuel was leaning against the far side of the doorframe, sleeves rolled to the elbow, face drawn, shadows beneath his eyes, jaw set tight. He looked terrible. She gripped the doorframe harder. "Miss Sterling," not Rose. "Didn't expect you back either. I need to speak with you, privately." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he straightened from the doorframe and walked past her, down the corridor toward his office. He didn't wait to see if she followed. She followed, watching his back, his shoulders, the way he moved through his own mill at every corridor, every turn, without looking. The office was as small as she remembered. He sat behind the desk. He didn't offer her the chair. She took it anyway. The ledgers were open in front of him. She could see the figures, columns of numbers, margin calculations, lines crossed out and rewritten. The candle had burned down to nothing. Whatever he'd done last night, it had happened at this desk. "I was wrong." She said it straight, no preamble. "What I said on the street, that you stood there, that you did nothing, that you were like him. I was wrong." He looked at her across the desk. The same desk where they'd spent 12 hours arguing over his books. The same chair she'd pulled to the opposite side without asking. "I know," he said. "Not I forgive you. Just, I know." The silence held. She let it. She owed him that much. "How did you find them?" she asked it quietly. "Corner shop on George Lee Street. Asked about the family with the girl who'd been dismissed." "And you brought them here last night?" "Burton's on the weaving floor. His wife's in the carding room. The boy's apprenticing with Brennan." He paused. "The girl, Nell, she's too young to work. She's in the schoolroom. I'll feed her and she can learn her letters. The margin you showed me was £1,000. She couldn't help it. She was calculating. With 4 more people. 800. He'd gone out. After she'd called him Cartwright. After she'd stood on Jersey Street and thrown every terrible word she had at him. He'd walked into Ancoats and found them and brought them here. The shadows under his eyes told her the rest. Whatever it had taken, it had cost him the night. The guilt hit first, then the awe, then, underneath both, uninvited and undeniable, the hollow of his throat above the open collar, his hair fallen across his forehead, the forearms, the rolled sleeves. Exhaustion had stripped every wall from his face, and what was left was honest and raw, and she wanted, with a ferocity that horrified her, to push that hair back and press her mouth to the place where his jaw met his ear. She was in so much trouble. £800, he said, between 300 families and the street, and one girl eating porridge in a schoolroom that costs me £40 a year that I don't have. He leaned forward. That's the family you saved yesterday, Miss Sterling. That's what it looks like when someone actually catches them. And when your bill passes, because you told me it will pass, my women go from 12 hours to 10 and their wages drop and my margin drops with them, and I can't feed Nell and I can't pay Miss Ogden and the schoolroom closes and everything I've... He stopped, jaw tight. £800. Rose sat with it. The number, the name, the porridge. She had spent 3 years arguing for the 10 hours bill. She had quoted mortality statistics and commission reports. She had believed, she still believed, that the bill was right and necessary and long overdue. And she was looking at a man who had taken in a family last night because she'd asked him to, and his reward for doing the right thing would be a law that made it impossible for him to keep doing it. Then tell them. He blinked. The committee, Parliament. She leaned forward. You know what this bill will cost. Not in theory, in shillings, in families, in Nell's porridge. You can stand in front of the select committee and show them the numbers the way you showed me. Not against the bill. For transition provisions. For funding that lets mill owners like you survive the change instead of being crushed by it. Mill owners like me. His voice was flat. I'm one man with 1 mill in Ancoats. Parliament doesn't hear from men like me. Parliament heard from me, and I'm a woman with a notebook. They'll hear from you if you make them. You're Lord Clarendon's daughter. It's not the same. It's exactly the same. I walked into a room full of men who didn't want to listen, and I made them listen. You can do the same. I'm not... He stopped. His jaw worked. I'm not the kind of man who speaks to Parliament, Miss Sterling. You're the kind of man who speaks to me, and I'm harder to convince than Parliament. It landed. She watched it land. Not a flinch this time, but something else. A crack in the wall. Small. The kind you wouldn't see unless you were looking, and she was looking, and he knew she was looking, and for one moment neither of them pretended otherwise. You'd want me arguing against your own bill. I'd want you arguing for the version of it that doesn't starve Nell Burton. He looked at her for a long time. She couldn't read his face. The exhaustion was doing something to his features that blurred the line between resistance and consideration. I'll think about it, he said. She opened her mouth to push, closed it. For once in her life, she let the silence do the work. I'm staying in Manchester. She said it the way she said everything that mattered, before she'd fully decided to say it. Not for daily inspections, but my report needs to account for the economics of transition, and I can't do that from London. I need your books, your operation, the full picture. He looked at her. She could feel him weighing it. My office is small. I've noticed. There's one chair. I'll bring my own. The tea is terrible. Mr. Holt, I have been drinking your tea for 3 days. I am under no illusions about the tea. The smile escaped. Just for a second, a real one, unguarded, the first she'd seen from him since before Cartwright's. It changed his whole face. She wanted to bottle it. The quiet stretched. Through the wall, the looms thundered. Somewhere in the schoolroom corridor, Polly Marsh was teaching a girl named Nell to hold a piece of chalk. Rose looked at the window. The light had shifted. The gray of Manchester afternoon, the early dusk of a northern April. Her stomach made a sound she chose to interpret as professional urgency. It must be nearly dinner time. She said it casually. Too casually. She could hear the performance in it. Where do your workers eat? After the looms stop, is there a tavern they gather at? He looked at her. The Lamb and Flag on Oldham Street. Most of the hands go there. Good. I'd like to see it. See it. The workers. Where they eat, what they talk about, how they spend their wages. It's relevant to the economic picture. I can't write a report about the cost of reform if I only understand the mill side of... You want to go to a tavern, in Ancoats, alone. I'm perfectly capable of... You're Lord Clarendon's daughter. He was on his feet. She didn't know when he'd stood. You don't know Manchester. You don't know Ancoats after dark. You don't know what happens to a woman in a silk dress walking into a working men's pub on Oldham Street and asking questions about wages. Then tell me. Nothing good. Mr. Holt, I have walked into 38 factories in 3 years. I have been threatened, insulted, and physically blocked from entering premises I had every legal right to inspect. I have been told by no fewer than 12 men that Manchester is no place for a woman, and every single one of those men was wrong. I am going to the Lamb and Flag this evening. You may tell me what to expect, or you may not. Either way, I am going. He stared at her. She watched the frustration move across his face, the jaw tightening, the breath he took through his nose, the visible effort of a man who wanted to say 6 things and was swallowing all of them. He grabbed his coat off the back of the door. What are you doing? Coming with you. He shoved his arms into the sleeves. Since you've clearly lost your mind and someone needs to make sure you don't get yourself killed. Or worse. I didn't ask you to... No, you didn't. That's the problem. He held the office door open. After you, Miss Sterling. She walked through it. Behind her, he muttered something thick with Manchester that she suspected was not a compliment. She was smiling. She couldn't help it. She pressed her lips together and walked faster and did not let him see. Chapter 6. The Lamb and Flag was not ready for Rose Sterling. Samuel was not confident that Rose Sterling was ready for the Lamb and Flag. She walked through the door like she walked through factory doors, chin up, shoulders square, as if the room owed her an explanation for existing. The noise hit them first, the roar of 200 voices competing with a fiddle player who was losing. And then the heat, the smoke, the smell of spilled ale and boiled mutton, and too many bodies in a room built for half as many. Every head turned. Samuel had been drinking at the Lamb since he was 17, back when he'd had to lie about his age and the barkeep had pretended to believe him. He knew the room, the long bar with its scarred oak top, the corner tables where the overlookers played cards, the back wall where the spinners argued about wages and politics, and which publican watered his ale the least. He had never walked in with a woman who smelled like lavender and wore London clothes and looked at a room full of mill workers with the calm assessment of a general surveying a battlefield. Perhaps, he said, close to her ear because the fiddle had found its nerve again, you'd like to reconsider. The mutton smells promising. It's not mutton. Then I'll have the ale. She was already moving toward the bar. Samuel followed because the alternative was standing in the doorway watching Lord Clarendon's daughter order a pint in Ancoats, and at least if he was beside her he could catch her when Manchester ate her alive. Manchester did not eat her alive. Rose Sterling approached the bar, caught the barkeep's eye with a directness that parted the crowd more effectively than Samuel's shoulders could have, and said, "2 of whatever he's having," with a nod toward Samuel. The barkeep, Ged Ogden, Miss Ogden's father, patient man, looked at Samuel. Samuel nodded. Ged pulled 2 pints of bitter that were the color of the canal and about as inviting. Rose picked up her glass, looked at the contents, looked at Samuel. "It's brown! It's ale! It's very brown." "Welcome to Manchester, Miss Sterling." She drank. Not a sip. A proper drink, the kind that committed to the experience and refused to retreat from it. Her eyes widened, her lips pressed together. A flush climbed her throat. She set the glass down with tremendous precision. "That," she said, "is unspeakable. I did warn you about the tea. This is not tea. No, the tea is better." She picked up the glass and drank again. Deeper this time. He watched her throat move and looked away before the looking became something he'd have to account for. "It improves," she said. "It doesn't. You're just losing feeling in your tongue." "Then I shall be grateful for that." She picked up both glasses and turned from the bar. "Where do we sit?" They sat at a corner table because it was the only place Samuel could put his back to the wall and keep the door in his sightline, a habit from childhood he'd never bothered to break. Rose sat across from him and looked at the room with the same attention she'd given his ledgers, cataloging, assessing, missing nothing. "Your spinners are here," she said. "The table by the window, 3 of them." "4. Jennings is behind the post." "And your overlookers?" "Cards, back wall, they always play cards." "Do they win?" "Brennan does. The rest lose to Brennan." "Is Brennan good at cards?" "Brennan is good at everything that isn't privy rosters." She laughed. Quick, bright, startled out of her before she could catch it. The sound hit him somewhere behind his ribs. He was going to have to deal with that at some point. Not now. Not while she was sitting across a table in the Lamb and Flag with canal-colored ale and a laugh she hadn't meant to give him. People came over. Of course they did. Samuel Holt didn't bring women to the Lamb, and the absence of a precedent made this an event. Mary Marsh appeared first, Polly's mother, still in her mill dress, her hands raw from 12 hours at the loom. She looked at Rose the way workers always looked at outsiders, measuring, guarded, waiting for the catch. "Mrs. Marsh," Samuel stood. "This is Miss Sterling. She's—" "The inspector." Mary Marsh's voice was flat, careful. "Polly told me. I'm conducting a study of Mr. Holt's operation." Rose didn't stumble over the correction this time. "The economic impact of the 10 hours bill on working families. I'd very much like to understand your experience, Mrs. Marsh, if you'd be willing to speak with me." Mary Marsh looked at Samuel. He gave her nothing. This was her choice, not his. "You want to know what it's like?" Not a question. Rose nodded. "If you'll tell me." Mary Marsh sat down. She looked at Samuel again. "What's she after, then?" "Miss Sterling is working with the Parliamentary Committee on the 10 hours bill. She wants to understand—" "The 10 hours." Mary Marsh's mouth thinned. "Be the end of us all if that passes." Rose went still. Samuel could see the surprise hit. Quick, barely visible, covered fast. She'd expected sympathy from the workers. She hadn't expected opposition. "You don't support the bill, Mrs. Marsh?" "Support it." Mary Marsh picked up her ale. "I work 12 hours, Miss Sterling. I earn 9 shillings. You cut me to 10 hours, what do I earn?" "The wages would need to—" 7 and 6. That's what I'd earn. I've done the sums. Mr. Holt pays fare, I'll give him that, but fare won't stretch to cover what's not there." She drank, set the glass down. "My Polly's shoes have holes. New ones cost 4 shillings. At 9 shillings, I can maybe find that by summer. At 7 and 6, I can't find it at all. So you tell me, what's 2 hours less on the floor if I can't put shoes on my girl?" "But the conditions—" "I know the conditions. I work in them. I've worked in them since I was Polly's age and my mother before me." Mary Marsh's voice was steady, not angry, tired. The tiredness of a woman who'd had this conversation in her own head 100 times. "You think I wouldn't take 2 hours back? 2 hours I could spend with my children instead of at a loom? Course I would. But I can't eat 2 hours, Miss Sterling, and neither can Polly. Rose was quiet. Samuel watched her sit with it. The same argument he'd made with his ledgers, delivered by the woman living inside the numbers. What would help? Rose asked. If not shorter hours, what? Mary Marsh looked at her. Really looked, for the first time. You're actually asking. I'm actually asking. Better wages, that'd help. Or cheaper rent, but that's the landlords, not the mills, or... She paused, glanced at Samuel. What Mr. Holt does, the schoolroom, the meals. Polly learns her letters 3 hours a day and eats twice on his shilling, and that's worth more to me than 2 hours off my shift. Because if Polly can read, maybe she doesn't end up at a loom when she's grown. Maybe she does something else. Another pause. That's what'd help. Not a law that cuts my wages. A law that makes every mill do what his does. The table was quiet. Gallagher had stopped talking, which Samuel hadn't thought possible. Rose was looking at Mary Marsh with an expression he recognized, the same one she'd worn in his schoolroom, standing over the half-finished equation. The look of a woman whose framework had just shifted. More workers joined. A spinner named Gallagher who had opinions about everything and shared them at volume. Old Thomas Grady, the night watchman, who'd come for his evening pint before his shift, and who shook Rose's hand with careful formality. Ruth from the carding room told Rose flatly that the masks Mr. Holt made them wear were a nuisance, but she'd stopped coughing blood since she'd started using one, so she supposed she could tolerate the inconvenience. Rose's eyes found Samuel's across the table when Ruth said that. He looked away. She turned to Mary Marsh. He knows all your names, every person in this pub. He knows what they drink, where they sit. Aye, Mary Marsh glanced at Samuel. He does. Most mill owners don't. Most mill owners aren't, Mr. Holt. Mary Marsh said it simply, without sentiment, the way she might have said most days aren't Sunday. A fact, not a compliment. The ale flowed. Rose was on her second pint. She'd stopped commenting on the color, and her cheeks were flushed, and her posture had loosened, and Samuel was looking at the wall. The wall was very interesting. Mr. Holt. Gallagher leaned across the table, ale slopping. Your inspector's not bad for a Londoner. She's not my inspector. She's at your mill every day, she's drinking your ale, and she's sitting at your table. Gallagher grinned. She's your inspector. I am no one's inspector, Mr. Gallagher. Rose's voice carried the pleasant precision that Samuel was learning to recognize as her most dangerous register. I am the committee's inspector. Mr. Holt merely provides the tea. The tea's terrible, Gallagher said. On that, Mr. Gallagher, we are in complete agreement. The table laughed. Samuel watched Rose Sterling make a tableful of Manchester mill workers laugh with a joke about his tea, and the feeling behind his ribs got worse. It was Cartwright's man who ruined it. Samuel didn't see him come in. He should have. He'd been watching the door, old habit. But Rose had been talking, her cheeks flushed, her hands moving when she made a point, and he'd stopped watching the door. The man was at the bar. Big, thick through the shoulders, not irregular. He was watching Rose, not the way the other patrons watched her. Curious, amused, this was focused. Samuel straightened. The ale went flat in his mouth. The man pushed off the bar and walked toward their table. He stopped behind Rose's chair. Miss Sterling, is it? His voice was loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear, deliberately loud. The lady inspector from London. Rose turned. I am. And you are? A friend of Mr. Cartwright's. He smiled. The smile didn't reach anywhere useful. He asked me to pass along his regards, and to mention that Manchester can be an unhealthy place for women who poke about where they're not wanted. His hand landed on the back of Rose's chair. His fingers brushed her shoulder. Especially women who don't belong here. Samuel was on his feet before the fingers made contact. Not a decision, a reflex. His chair scraped back and he was there, between Rose and Cartwright's man, close enough to see the burst veins in the man's nose. Get your hand off her chair. Easy, Holt, The man didn't move his hand. Just delivering a message. The message is delivered. Now move. Or what? You'll do what exactly? You're a mill owner, not a... Rose's ale hit him in the face. The full pint. She'd picked it up and thrown it, not the glass, just the contents, a brown arc of canal-colored bitter that caught him across the eyes and nose and open mouth. He spluttered, staggered. His hand came off the chair. "Don't touch me," Rose said. Her voice was ice and her cheeks were fire, and she was holding the empty glass like she was considering whether to throw that too. The man wiped ale from his eyes. His face changed. The performance dropped, and what was underneath was ugly. He lunged for Rose. Samuel hit him. Not elegantly, not strategically, a short, hard punch that connected with the man's jaw and sent pain shooting through his knuckles. The man stumbled sideways into a table. Glasses crashed. Someone's dinner went to the floor. Then the pub exploded. It happened the way it always happened in Ancoats, not all at once but in a chain. The man had friends, 2 of them at the bar already moving. Gallagher saw them coming and threw his chair into their path. Old Grady, 63, bad knees, brought his walking stick down across the arm of the first man reaching for Samuel's back. Mary Marsh didn't stand, didn't shout, simply extended her foot and tripped the second man as he passed her table. Samuel took a fist to the ribs. He grunted, turned, drove his elbow into something solid. The room was a blur of noise and bodies. The fiddle player had stopped, the barkeep was shouting, and somewhere in the chaos Gallagher was laughing, actually laughing, because Gallagher treated pub fights the way other men treated horse races. "Miss Sterling, Rose, get behind the..." A bar stool sailed past his head. He ducked, looked for Rose, couldn't find her. His heart seized. She was standing on a chair, not hiding, not cowering behind the bar. Standing on a chair holding the heavy ceramic ale jug from their table, and as one of Cartwright's men made a grab for Samuel's collar, she brought the jug down on his shoulder with a crack that echoed over the brawl. The man dropped. Samuel stared at her. Her hair had come fully loose, pins scattered, brown waves falling around her face. Her dress was splashed with ale. The jug was still in her hand. He stared at her and forgot he was in a fight, which was a mistake because Cartwright's first man, the one with the ale in his eyes, had found his feet and found his fist and found Samuel's left eye. The pain was extraordinary. White light, then black, then the floor coming up fast. Samuel caught himself on a table edge, shook his head, and heard Rose shout something that might have been his name, or might have been a profanity. With the ringing in his ear, he couldn't tell the difference. Gallagher finished it. A solid right hand to the jaw, relaxed, almost cheerful. The man went down, stayed down. Rose looked at Samuel from her chair. His eye was already swelling shut. "I believe," she said, breathing hard, "that your tea is still worse." Ged Ogden leaned on the bar, surveying the wreckage. "Right, out, all of you. Not you, Holt. You're paying for the stool." Samuel paid for the stool, and the broken glasses, and Ged's patience, which cost another shilling. Rose tried to help with the damages, and Samuel stopped her with a look that communicated, even through one rapidly closing eye, that she had done quite enough. They stumbled out into the dark. The April air hit like cold water after the heat of the pub. Rose was laughing, breathless, slightly wild, the laugh of a woman who had just hit a man with a ceramic jug and was still deciding how she felt about it. "I can't believe I did that." She was holding her side. "I can't. My companion will..." "Your companion?" "Mrs. Aldridge. Never mind. She's going to kill me." "She's never going to hear about this." "You don't know Mrs. Aldridge. She hears about everything. It's her primary talent." They were walking. He didn't remember starting. The street was dark, gaslit at the corners, black between, and she was slightly unsteady. The ale and the adrenaline and the cobblestones working against her London shoes. She stumbled and his hand went to her elbow, the same place, the spot that was becoming something, and she steadied, but he didn't let go. "Your knuckles are bleeding," she said, "and your eye..." "I'm aware of the eye." "It's swelling shut." I noticed. You got hit because you were staring at me. Your aim with a jug distracted me. My aim was excellent. Your attention was the problem. He said nothing. She was right. His attention was the problem. His attention had been the problem since she'd walked into his mill with a notebook and told him his operation wasn't sufficient. His attention was always going to be the problem where Rose Sterling was concerned, and the black eye was just the first visible evidence. She stopped walking, took his hand. The right one, the scarred one, the knuckles split fresh over the old ridge of the shuttle mark. She turned it over in both of hers, examining the damage in the gaslight. Her fingers were cool and precise against his skin, and she was holding his hand in the middle of Oldham Street, and his eye throbbed and his ribs ached, and he could not breathe. You hit him because he touched me. I hit him because he deserved hitting. You hit him because he touched me. Not a question this time. She was looking up from his hand. Her hair was loose around her face, and her eyes were dark, and her cheeks were flushed, and she was holding his hand, and she was looking at him, and the distance between their mouths was nothing. Yes, he said. I did. His hand turned in hers, not pulling away but shifting, his fingers closing around hers, the scraped knuckles and the old scar and her cool, steady grip, and the air between them went taut and hot, and he leaned in and she leaned in and— Rose! A voice from up the street, sharp and female, carrying fast. Rose Sterling, is that you? Rose dropped his hand like it was on fire. A woman rounded the corner from the direction of the Whitfields, small, rigid, carrying a lantern and trailing a housemaid, and an expression that could have curdled the ale they'd both been drinking. She took in the scene in one sweep. Rose's loose hair, her ale-stained dress, Samuel's knuckles, his eye. Miss Sterling. The voice could have frozen the canal. It is nearly 10:30. You have been absent since this morning. The Whitfields have been beside themselves. I have been beside myself. And you are standing on Oldham Street in the dark with— She looked at Samuel, looked harder. A gentleman who has a black eye and appears to have been brawling. Mrs. Aldridge, this is Mr. Holt. He owns Holt Cotton Works. He's been assisting me with my inspection. So this was the companion. Samuel straightened, tried to look like a man who had not just been in a pub fight. His eye throbbed in a way that made this impossible. At 10:30, on a street corner, with his eye swelling shut. It was research! Research! Mrs. Aldridge took Rose's arm with the firm grip of a woman reclaiming territory. We are leaving. Now! Rose let herself be led. 3 steps, then she turned. 6 o'clock, Mr. Holt. He looked at her. Gaslight and shadows and Mrs. Aldridge's iron grip and loose hair and ale-stained silk and the ghost of a moment that hadn't quite happened. We start at 6, he said. She turned away. Mrs. Aldridge steered her down the street. He caught fragments drifting back. Oh, a tavern. Brawling. Your father will hear of this. Completely unacceptable. Samuel touched his eye, winced, smiled. He was still smiling when he reached his front door. Chapter 7. Mrs. Aldridge's grip on her arm could have bent iron. A tavern. The word came out clipped, each syllable a separate indictment. A tavern, Rose. It was research. Do not say research. You have ale on your dress. You have a stranger's. You were holding his hand. I was examining his knuckles. He'd been injured. In a brawl, which you were apparently part of. Mrs. Aldridge steered her around a puddle without breaking stride or loosening her grip. The housemaid trailed behind them with the lantern, wisely silent. I have been a companion to 3 young women before you, Miss Sterling. None of them required me to retrieve them from a street corner at 10:30 smelling like a dock worker. I don't smell like a dock worker. You smell like hops and regret. Rose bit the inside of her cheek. The laugh would not help. The laugh would make everything worse. She bit harder. The Manchester streets were empty at this hour, gaslight pooling on wet cobbles, the distant clatter of a late cart, the ever-present hum of mills running their night shifts. Rose's body was still singing with adrenaline. The brawl, the chair, the jug, the crack of ceramic on a man's shoulder. And underneath all of it, quieter but more insistent, his hand turning in hers, his fingers closing around her knuckles, the distance between their mouths shrinking to nothing before Mrs. Aldridge's voice had torn it apart. "I wrote to your father." Rose stopped walking. Mrs. Aldridge's grip pulled her forward again. "You did what?" "This afternoon. When you did not return from the mill by 3 o'clock. When you did not send word. When the Whitfields began asking questions I could not answer." Mrs. Aldridge's pace did not slow. "I told him you are well, that your work continues, and that you have been leaving each morning before I wake and returning at irregular hours without explanation." "That's all?" "That was sufficient cause for concern at 3 o'clock this afternoon. At 10:30, standing on Oldham Street watching you hold a man's hand in the dark." Mrs. Aldridge's voice went tight. "I will be writing a second letter." Friday. Her father would read the first letter Saturday morning. Her mother would read it over his shoulder because her mother read everything over everyone's shoulder. By Monday, a response. Or worse, no response. Just the carriage pulling up to the Whitfields' door and Nathaniel Sterling stepping out with the quiet composure that meant he'd already decided and was waiting for everyone else to catch up. She had a week, maybe less. "Mrs. Aldridge, please don't write a second letter." "Give me a reason not to." Rose opened her mouth, closed it. She did not have a reason that Mrs. Aldridge would accept. "I was examining his knuckles would not survive cross-examination. It was research had already been rejected." And the truth, that she had been standing on Oldham Street with Samuel Holt's scarred hand in hers, and had wanted, more than she had wanted anything in her meticulously organized life, to close the distance between them, was not a reason. It was the problem. "I will be more careful. You will be chaperoned. Every visit to that mill, every meeting with Mr. Holt, I will be present. Or I write the second letter tonight." They reached the Whitfields' door. Mrs. Aldridge released Rose's arm, produced a key, and opened the door with controlled precision. The house was dark. Reverend Whitfield's snoring drifted from the parlor. "Go to bed, Rose." "Mrs. Aldridge." "Bed." Rose went upstairs. Not because she'd been told to, but because the hallway was too small for the size of what had just landed on her. Her room was cold. The fire had burned down to embers. She didn't relight it. She sat at the writing desk in her chemise and stared at the wall and felt the shape of what was coming. Her father. In Manchester. Meeting Samuel Holt. Nathaniel Sterling, Lord Clarendon, member of the House of Lords, patron of St. Margaret's Academy, the man who had once been so guarded that it took an orphanage full of children and an American woman with no patience for his walls to crack him open. That man was going to walk into a too-small office in Ancoats and shake the hand of a mill owner with a black eye and a shuttle scar and no intention of apologizing for either. She should be frightened. She should be composing a letter of her own, something measured, something that would reach London before Mrs. Aldridge's, something that would frame the situation in terms her father could accept. Professional interest, committee work, the economic study. She pulled paper toward her, dipped her pen. She did not write to her father. She wrote, "Not a law that cuts my wages, a law that makes every mill do what his does," Mary Marsh's words. They'd been circling since the tavern, pressing against the inside of Rose's skull with the particular insistence of an idea that refused to be filed away for later. Mary Marsh didn't want shorter hours. She wanted Polly's schoolroom in every mill in Manchester. She wanted meals and masks and paired piecers, not as the exception, but as the requirement. Rose pulled Samuel's production figures from her notebook. She'd copied them from his ledgers, columns of numbers that she could read with her eyes closed by now. The schoolroom cost £40 a year. Miss Ogden's wages, chalk, primers, food for 14 children twice a day. If every mill in Manchester, and there were dozens, spent £40 on a schoolroom, the total cost across the industry would be, she calculated. Her lips moved. The numbers worked behind her eyes the way they always did, fast and clean. Not £40 per mill. less if the government subsidized the teachers, less still if the mills shared resources, primers could be purchased in bulk, food contracts negotiated collectively. A network of factory schoolrooms, funded partly by the owners and partly by Parliament, providing education and meals to every child who worked in a mill. The hours could still be reduced. 10 was better than 12. Mary Marsh was wrong about that. But the reduction would come alongside provisions that replaced the lost income with something more valuable, not wages, futures. She was writing fast now, not her committee report, something rougher, more urgent, a proposal, the skeleton of an argument that combined Rose's reform principles with Samuel's economic reality and Mary Marsh's practical wisdom. Shorter hours and schoolrooms, reduced shifts and meal provisions, the bill and the transition, not either or, both. The candle burned low, the embers died. Rose's hand cramped and she switched to the other and kept writing. At some point she realized what she was building. Not her report, not her recommendation, his testimony. She was writing the argument Samuel Holt would make to Parliament. The case for why his mill should be the model, not the exception. She was putting Mary Marsh's words into parliamentary language and Samuel's numbers into a framework the committee could act on. She was writing his speech because she believed he could change the law. She put her pen down, looked at what she'd written. 6 pages, ink-stained, her handwriting deteriorating as the night wore on. 6 pages that married the idealism she'd carried into Manchester with the reality she'd found there. 6 pages that were better than anything she'd written for the committee because they were true. Her hand still felt warm where his fingers had closed around it. She touched her own knuckles, traced the place where his scar had pressed against her skin, closed her eyes. She should be thinking about Mrs. Aldridge's letter, about her father, about the storm that was coming. She was thinking about a man with a black eye who'd said, "Yes, I did," when she'd told him he hit someone because they touched her, who hadn't denied it, who hadn't dressed it up in something more acceptable, who'd looked at her on a gaslit street with his eye swelling shut and his hand in hers and told her the truth as plainly as he told her everything. "Yes, I did." She opened her eyes, looked at the 6 pages on her desk, looked at the cold fireplace, looked at the Manchester dark pressing against the window. She was falling in love with Samuel Holt. The knowledge settled into her chest the way his numbers settled into his ledger, quietly, precisely, with the unforgiving clarity of arithmetic that didn't lie. She could not afford this. The committee, the bill, her father's carriage, everything she'd built, everything she'd worked for, everything she was supposed to be. None of it had room for a mill owner from Ancoats with terrible tea and a schoolroom and a scar. She picked up her pen. She kept writing. Outside, Manchester was dark and quiet, and Mrs. Aldridge's second letter was waiting to be written, and her father's carriage was already on its way in her imagination, and none of it, not one bit of it, was enough to make her stop. Chapter 8. He heard it before he saw it, a scraping sound across the courtyard cobbles. Irregular, determined, the specific rhythm of something being dragged by someone who had decided it was going to move and wasn't interested in negotiating the matter. Samuel set down his mill tea and looked out the office window. Rose Sterling was hauling a wooden chair across his yard at 10 minutes to 6 in the morning. Both hands on the back of it, coat buttoned to the throat, hair already pinned. She navigated the uneven cobblestones without slowing, without looking up, without troubling anyone with the fact that she was doing it. Behind her, at a distance that communicated suffering in every careful step, Mrs. Aldridge picked her way across the yard in an expression that could have turned the canal water solid. Samuel watched Rose get the chair through the mill door, watched it disappear, watched Mrs. Aldridge pause on the threshold, look at the mill and go in anyway. No good options, impeccable posture. He was smiling when Brennan put his head through the office door. "Your inspector's here." "I heard. She's got a chair." "I noticed." Brennan scratched the back of his neck. "There's a woman with her. Older. Looks like she's going to have me arrested." That's Mrs. Aldridge. Be very polite to her, Brennan. She's having a difficult morning. What do I say to her? Nothing. She'll tell you what she thinks without any assistance from you. Brennan considered this and withdrew. The sound of the chair legs arriving in the corridor preceded Rose by 30 seconds. She got it through the office door on the second attempt, positioned it at the angle that gave her equal access to both her notebook and his ledgers. She'd clearly planned the geometry before crossing the yard, and sat down. Done. Samuel looked at his office, his desk, his window, the 3 feet between her chair and his. Miss Sterling. Mr. Holt. She opened her notebook. The 3rd step on your main staircase is loose. Someone will turn an ankle. Good morning. It's been loose since Tuesday. I'll have Brennan see to it. He looked at Mrs. Aldridge, who had taken up a position in the corner and gone completely still, ready to outlast the building if necessary. Ma'am, Samuel Holt. I own the mill. Mrs. Aldridge looked at his eye. The swelling had tightened overnight into something dark and hot that he'd avoided examining this morning. Her expression catalogued it, filed it, and rendered a verdict without troubling him with the details. Mrs. Aldridge, can I offer you tea? Is it the same tea Miss Sterling has been drinking? He glanced at Rose. Rose was writing. It is. Then no. Mrs. Aldridge folded her hands in her lap. Thank you. Rose's mouth moved. She pressed her lips together and kept writing. Samuel sat down, pulled the Henderson supply figures toward him, and let the silence settle. Below, the mill started its morning sequence, the engine engaging, the drive belts finding their tension, 300 spindles beginning their day. The building shuddered once and steadied, the way it always did, the way he'd felt it shudder 6 years ago on the morning he'd first stood in this building and understood it was his. It's very loud, Mrs. Aldridge said. Yes. Does it stop? 6 this evening. A pause while she absorbed 12 hours of machinery. And Miss Sterling has been coming here at this hour every day. Since Monday. Mrs. Aldridge looked at Rose. And you permitted this. Miss Sterling has parliamentary authority to inspect any textile mill in the Northern District. He kept his voice even. I don't generally argue with acts of Parliament. The sound communicated extensive thoughts about acts of Parliament and their architects, none of which she was going to waste on him directly. She looked at the 3 feet between his desk and Rose's chair, measuring. It's a very small room. It was a storeroom. I put a desk in it. I see. She straightened. I shall stay. Mrs. Aldridge. Rose still hadn't looked up. I have been inspecting mills for 3 years without incident. You were on a street corner at 10:30 last night holding this man's hand. The scratching of Rose's pen stopped. Samuel developed a sudden and consuming interest in the Henderson letter, read the opening line, read it again. The numbers remained unchanged from yesterday, which was a problem he was going to need to think about at some point when he wasn't sitting in a room with Rose Sterling and the most formidable companion in the history of parliamentary inspection work. I was examining his knuckles, Rose said. He had been injured. In a brawl. A minor. You threw ale at a man. He deserved it. Samuel coughed. Mrs. Aldridge looked at him. He looked back at the Henderson letter with great sincerity. Mr. Holt. Rose's voice had taken on the pleasant precision that stripped paint when applied correctly. I have something for you. She reached into a second notebook, not the inspection one, a different one, its pages dense with small, urgent handwriting he hadn't seen before, and drew out a folded sheaf of papers. She set them on the desk between them without explanation and went back to writing. He looked at the papers, looked at her profile, the set jaw, the ink-stained fingers, the deliberate way she was not watching him pick them up. He unfolded the first page. It was his argument. Not approximately his argument precisely, with his numbers and his examples rebuilt in an order that hit harder than anything he'd assembled in his own head. She'd taken the ledger figures from the past 4 days and the things he'd said over the tavern table and built them into something that would actually do damage in a committee room. Mary Marsh was in there. The Burtons were in there. The 800-pound margin and the 40 pounds for the schoolroom and the 4% cotton increase, all of it marshaled, sequenced, aimed, and threaded through the whole thing, the relay loophole, her territory, not his, the kind of parliamentary detail he'd never have thought to use as a weapon. He turned to the third page, read the paragraph about transition provisions, and felt something shift behind his ribs that had nothing to do with the argument. She'd written a conclusion using the relay loophole as proof the bill was already failing before it had passed. He hadn't thought of that. It was better than anything he'd thought of, and he'd been thinking about this for 6 years. He set the 6th page down. I didn't agree to this. I know. Rose turned a page. The hearing is in 6 days. Miss Sterling, I sent a letter last night submitting your name to the Select Committee on Factory Conditions as a witness. Last night. She'd been up until 2 in the morning writing 6 pages of testimony and a letter to Parliament, after the tavern, after the brawl, after she'd held his hand on a street corner and Mrs. Aldridge had arrived with a lantern. Without asking me. I told you I intended to. I don't recall that. That's because you were bleeding at the time. She turned another page. You said you weren't the kind of man who speaks to Parliament. That's not a no. That's a concern. I addressed the concern. By writing my speech. By writing you a speech that works. There's a distinction. Samuel looked at the ceiling. The ceiling offered nothing. He looked at Mrs. Aldridge, who was studying the wall opposite with tremendous interest in what appeared to be a patch of bare plaster. The concern, he said, was not that I lacked material. Then what was it? That men like me don't get heard in rooms like that? Rose put her pen down, turned to face him. Fully, both eyes, none of the half-attention she gave most things. And he felt it the way he felt the mill floor vibration through his boots. Direct, constant, impossible to ignore. John Fielden, she said, Todmorden, cotton mill owner, built his fortune on the same machinery you use, testified before Parliament and was one of the bill's most effective advocates. He'd known she'd bring up Fielden. He'd been waiting for it since the tavern. Fielden had 30 years and a seat in the Commons. You have something better. What? She picked up the 6 pages and held them across the desk. Not asking, presenting. Numbers that work, a schoolroom that exists, 300 workers who are fed and know it. A beat. And me, which in that committee room is worth considerably more than a parliamentary seat. The ink on her fingers. The steadiness of her hold, 6 pages of his own life offered back to him in her handwriting at 6 o'clock in the morning after she'd spent the night writing them. He took the papers. You organized my argument, he said. Someone had to. Yours was a mess. It was not a mess. You had your strongest numbers buried in anecdote, which is the same as not having them at all. I gave them structure, and the relay loophole in the conclusion is mine. You're welcome for that, too. She picked up her pen. Across the room, Mrs. Aldridge made a sound that might, in a different woman, have been a laugh. It died quickly under his gaze. The section on transition costs, Rose said, already writing again, needs your actual ventilation figures. What it costs to install adequate ducting. Your numbers, not Cartwright's inflated estimates. Can you have them by tomorrow? The 6 pages were still in his hand. He put them down, picked up his pen. I'll have them tonight. Tomorrow is sufficient. Tonight. He pulled the supply ledger toward him. If you're going to present my numbers to Parliament, I'd prefer they're accurate. Her hand tightened on the pen, a quick flex of the fingers, gone before she looked back at her notebook. Tonight, then. Her voice was entirely professional. Thank you. The morning settled into the rhythm he'd stopped being surprised by, the particular quality of silence that existed between 2 people who disagreed about nearly everything and had found a way to work in the same room anyway. Rose moved through his operating costs with questions that were no longer about inspection, but about architecture. Whether his model could survive replication, what it cost at the margin, where other mill owners would balk. She was building the coalition argument around his testimony, and she hadn't asked him if that was acceptable, and he hadn't objected. After an hour, he said, "You'll need other mill owners." Rose looked up. "I know 2 or 3 who've made similar decisions. Not to the same degree, but enough to show the committee this isn't one man's conscience experiment. They won't testify. No one wants to be the mill owner who stood up and invited scrutiny, but they might give you figures." Her hands went still. He'd learned this about her. When something mattered, the organizing stopped and she just looked. It was the most disarming thing about her, which was saying something because she was comprehensively disarming. "Would you introduce me?" "I'll come with you." He said it before he'd finished deciding to say it. She looked at him for a moment longer than was strictly professional. Then she turned to a fresh page. "Tomorrow. I'll need names." "Mrs. Aldridge," he said without turning around, "I imagine you'll be accompanying us." "To every mill," Mrs. Aldridge confirmed, with adequate notice of the schedule. 6 o'clock, Rose said pleasantly. 6 o'clock, Mrs. Aldridge said, is not a time. It is a punishment for unspecified sins. Samuel kept his eyes on the ledger. His jaw ached slightly from the effort. The children's break bell rang at 10. Rose stood, not checking the time, not finishing her sentence, just up, notebook already in hand, moving toward the schoolroom before the sound had finished. Mrs. Aldridge gathered herself and followed. She had accepted her circumstances and intended to witness them fully. Samuel stayed at his desk. He looked at the 6 pages. Not the numbers this time. The conclusion. The paragraph she'd written at 2 in the morning that he'd read 4 times now. Conscience is not a business model, but Mr. Holt's operation demonstrates that humanity and profit are not, as opponents of reform have argued, incompatible. What is required is not the exception of one man's character, but the architecture of a system that makes his choices possible for every mill owner in the Northern District. She'd written not the exception of one man's character. She'd seen the difference between being held up as proof the system worked and being used as evidence that the system could be changed, and she'd built the entire argument on that distinction. He folded the pages, put them in the drawer with the Henderson letter. From the corridor came the sounds of the break, children's voices, the scrape of slate, Mrs. Aldridge asking someone something in a tone that had lost most of its frost. And then, quieter, Rose's voice at the schoolroom door. He couldn't hear the words, just the shape of her voice, the way it changed register when she was talking to the children, less precise and more, he didn't have a word for it. Less the parliamentary inspector, more the woman who'd kneeled on Cartwright's floor and held on. He was at the door before he'd decided to move. She was crouched at Nell's level in the corridor, her silk skirt on the mill floor, her face at the eye level of a 5-year-old who had stopped being able to look at adults directly. Mrs. Aldridge was inside the schoolroom talking to Miss Ogden about primers, reluctantly engaged, clearly not having expected to be. Nell was holding a slate, on it in the wavering hand of a child who had started learning letters 2 days ago. Nell. Written 3 times, each one slightly more confident than the last. Rose wasn't saying anything. She was just looking at the slate with the expression she wore when the numbers in his ledger finally added up. The expression he was fairly certain she didn't know her face made. He leaned against the door frame. She heard him, didn't turn around. She did it this morning. Polly says she's been practicing at night after the lessons end. On what? Polly's lending her chalk, takes it home in her pocket. He looked at the slate. Nell hadn't looked up yet. She didn't look up for anyone generally. She ate her porridge and sat next to Polly and occasionally let Polly talk to her, which was as much as she'd managed since she'd arrived. But she was holding the slate toward Rose, just slightly, the way you'd hold something toward someone you'd decided, tentatively, to trust. Nell. Rose's voice was very quiet. May I? The girl's fingers released the slate. Rose held it, looked at it for a long moment. Then she held it back, at the same careful angle Nell had offered it. It's perfect. Nell took it, looked at it. Almost looked up. Mrs. Aldridge appeared behind him in the corridor. She took in the scene. Rose crouched, Nell with the slate, the 3 feet of charged silence between Samuel and all of it. And her mouth softened, just slightly, before she turned back into the schoolroom. He stayed where he was. Rose straightened, her skirt trailing mill dust, and turned, and found him 6 inches closer than she'd expected. They were in the corridor. The schoolroom door was open. Mrs. Aldridge was 4 feet away. There were perhaps 30 seconds before she came back out. Rose looked up at him. He looked down at her. The 6 pages were in his desk drawer, and she was going to London in 6 days, and the distance between their worlds was the same distance it had always been, and none of that was what was happening in this corridor right now. "You had mill dust on your skirt," he said, "on Cartwright's floor. When you picked her up, you didn't—" He stopped, started again, quieter. "You never once looked at your skirt." Rose's lips parted. No sound. Her hands, which organized everything, were still at her sides. He couldn't have said after which of them moved first. He thought it was him, a half step forward, or the lean of someone who has decided something without finishing the thought. Her chin tilted up. His hand. "Miss Sterling." Mrs. Aldridge appeared in the doorway holding a primer. "Miss Ogden believes this edition predates the revised spelling standards. Do you have a view?" Rose turned, took the primer. "I'll look at it." "Thank you." Mrs. Aldridge looked at Samuel. She'd seen exactly what she'd seen. Her expression said he had precisely one opportunity to deserve it. Then she went back inside. Samuel stepped back, put his hands in his pockets. Rose was looking at the primer with fierce concentration. "The relay loophole section," she said, to the primer. "I'll want those ventilation numbers before I revise it." "I said I'd have them tonight." "Good." She walked back to the office without looking at him. He followed, sat at his desk. Neither of them spoke. Rose opened her notebook and began writing, and after a moment he picked up his pen and did the same, and the desk between them was exactly what it had been that morning, and nothing like it at all. The afternoon wore down the way mill afternoons did, in noise and numbers and the particular silence between them that had stopped needing explanation. At 5 o'clock, Rose packed up with her usual efficient speed, papers squared, notebooks stacked, nothing left on his desk that hadn't arrived in her hands that morning. Mrs. Aldridge rose from the corner. She had survived the day. She would survive the next one. "Tomorrow," Rose said, "and I'll want those names before we start." "You'll have them." She looked at him across the desk. The expression he couldn't catalog, the one that was professional and personal and somehow the same thing. "You're going to be very good at this." "The testimony." Being heard. She picked up her coat, put it on, stopped with 1 button done and 3 undone, her hands going still on the lapel. She'd said something she hadn't intended to say, and she was deciding what to do about it. Then she did up the rest of the buttons and moved to the door. "The step," she said, her back to him. "Main staircase. 3rd one." "Brennan's seeing to it tonight." "Good." She went. Mrs. Aldridge followed, pausing at the door just long enough to look at him. She hadn't decided yet. She was still gathering information. Then the courtyard. Then silence. Samuel sat for a while in the amber late light. The hearing was in 6 days. She'd go to London to present the testimony. She'd take her notebooks and her chair and her way of not looking at him when she'd said too much, and she'd go. He was not going to count the days he had left. He was a man who ran a mill on margins and schedules and the hard arithmetic of what was possible. He did not sit in his office at 5 in the evening counting days like a man who had temporarily lost track of what was practical. He counted anyway, 5 days, then she'd be gone. Chapter 9. His lower lip was slightly fuller than the upper. She'd noticed this before, Tuesday, during their first argument about wages, but she'd been too furious to catalog it properly. Now, in the back office of Thornton's Mill on Oldham Road, with Samuel leaning over a table explaining transition costs to a man who didn't want to hear them, she had no such excuse. "The margins aren't what Cartwright claims," Here. Samuel spread the ledger pages flat. My ventilation costs for the last quarter. Compare them to the estimates your association was given. Thornton, a thick man with careful eyes and clean fingernails, which told Rose more about his mill than an hour's inspection, picked up the figures, studied them. Rose opened her notebook. The page was blank. She'd written nothing in the past 3 minutes because she'd been watching Samuel's index finger trace a column of numbers instead of tracing them herself. She pulled the Baines estimates from her second notebook. Your actual ventilation costs run approximately 30% below what the Mill Owners Association has been presenting to Parliament as unavoidable. Samuel glanced at her. 32%, but who's counting? Write that down. She wrote it down, did not look up. Thornton shifted. And you want me to give these figures to a parliamentary committee? I want you to give them to Miss Sterling. Samuel straightened from the table. What she does with them is between her and the House of Commons. What I'll do with them, Rose said, is demonstrate that the cost argument against the bill is inflated by a third. Your figures alongside Mr. Holt's would show the committee this isn't an anomaly. And when word gets back that I've opened my books to a government inspector? The question hung. Rose waited for Samuel to answer it. This was his world, his language, his people. He didn't rush. No names, Thornton. No testimony. Just numbers on a page that could have come from anywhere. Thornton rubbed the back of his neck. It's not the numbers I'm worried about, Holt. It's who's asking the questions when the numbers show up in a committee room. Then you'll have to trust me that the right person is asking them. Samuel didn't look at Rose. He didn't need to. The trust was already in the sentence. Thornton leaned back. And what difference does it make? The bill's going to pass regardless. 10 hours. It's done. The bill will pass. Rose closed her notebook. And it won't work. Thornton frowned. How can it not work? Parliament says 10 hours, it's 10 hours. Because the Act limits the hours per worker, not the hours per machine. She'd been tracking this for months, the whispers in committee rooms, the letters between mill owners she wasn't supposed to have seen. The machinery can still run 15 hours a day. Nothing in the bill changes that, so the owners will use relays. A morning shift of children works 6 hours. A second shift comes in for the afternoon. Then the morning children come back for the evening. Another 6 hours. No child has worked more than 10 hours in a single stretch, but they've worked 12 in a day, broken up, and the mill has never stopped running. That's... Thornton stopped, rubbed the back of his neck. That's legal? The inspectors in Manchester think it isn't. The magistrates disagree, which means it will happen in every mill that wants to do it, and no one will be able to prove a thing. Because you can check when a mill's lights are on, but you can't track every child walking in and out of a door. Samuel was watching her. She could feel it, the steady attention he gave to things that mattered. That's why your figures matter, Mr. Thornton. Rose picked up the Baines estimates. The testimony has to prove that mills can afford to actually stop the machines at 10 hours, not shuffle children through shifts to pretend they have. If the committee sees the real costs, yours, Mr. Holt's, they can close the loophole before it swallows the entire act. Thornton looked at Rose, looked at Mrs. Aldridge, who was examining a water stain on the ceiling with an expression that communicated her comprehensive opinion of industrial Manchester. I'll send word to your mill by tomorrow evening. They shook hands, briefly, with the grip of two men who understood what was being risked and weren't going to discuss it further. The street outside was bright and sharp with April wind. Mrs. Aldridge walked between them, her positioning deliberate as a chess piece. He'll do it, Rose said. He won't. He studied your ledger for 3 minutes. He was working the numbers. He was looking for a reason to say yes. Doesn't mean he'll find one. Samuel turned up his collar. These men have families. A wrong step, and Thornton loses contracts, loses his standing. You're asking him to gamble his livelihood on a parliamentary hearing that might change nothing. I'm asking him to do what's right. And I'm telling you what's right costs money up here. He looked at her, direct, not unkind. That's not a criticism. It's arithmetic. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that arithmetic wasn't a substitute for courage, that the whole point of the testimony was to make the cost of doing nothing higher than the cost of acting. But he wasn't wrong, and she was tired of pretending his perspective didn't sharpen hers. "Then we make the arithmetic work," she said. "That's what the testimony is for." "And what she can't solve with arithmetic," Mrs. Aldridge said from between them, "she'll solve with persistence. I've seen it. It's exhausting." Samuel's mouth moved. Rose bit the inside of her cheek. They reached Bengal Street. Samuel held the mill door for Mrs. Aldridge, then for Rose. His hand was on the frame above her head as she passed under it. She was aware of him, the height, the nearness, the smell of wool and smoke, and something underneath that was specifically, unhelpfully him. "Brennan will have the afternoon reports." He was already looking at the stairs. "I'll be upstairs if you need anything after 5. I've rooms above the office." "You live in your mill." Mrs. Aldridge's tone suggested a character flaw she had not previously considered. "Above it, there's a door and a window." How extravagant. The afternoon was ledgers and testimony revisions, the two of them working at the same desk while Mrs. Aldridge read a novel produced from her traveling bag. At 4:30, Rose needed the answer to a question she'd been circling all week. "The schoolroom costs you £40 a year." Samuel looked up. "What was the margin before you built it?" "840. You know this, Miss Sterling." "I know the numbers. I want to know why you chose them." She kept her pen still. "You had 840, and you spent 40 on chalk and primers and a teacher's wages. Why?" He turned the pen between his fingers. The shuttle scar caught the light. "Because I was 10 before I could read my own name. Not because I was slow, because nobody had time, and I didn't have the words to ask. I taught myself from a Bible that was missing Genesis through Deuteronomy." The corner of his mouth. "First word I learned was Leviticus. Not the most inspiring start." Mrs. Aldridge's novel had gone still in her hands. "So, £40, because the difference between 800 and 840 is the kind of margin I can lose sleep over or spend on chalk." He picked up the pen. "I chose chalk." Rose wrote it down, not for the testimony, for herself. At 10:30 that night, Rose sat at the desk in her room at the Whitfield house with the testimony spread before her, a candle burning low and a hole in the transition provisions section she couldn't fill. The cost analysis worked. The relay loophole was sound. But the transition argument, the section that would determine whether the bill actually helped the workers it claimed to protect, needed Samuel's fuel costs for the conversion period. Without them, the case for affordable transition was optimism, not proof. She could ask him tomorrow. Tomorrow she'd lose the morning to the second mill owner, the afternoon to revisions. By Wednesday, the argument would be half-built with the hearing 3 days away. He was upstairs at the mill, 10 minutes' walk. Rose put on her coat. She did not wake Mrs. Aldridge. She told herself this was kindness. The woman deserved her sleep after a day in a cotton mill. She told herself a great many things while buttoning her coat and slipping down the back stairs into the Manchester dark. The streets were not empty. Manchester at 10:30 was not London. No link boys, no carriages, no gaslit squares. Gin palaces spilling noise onto the pavement, men walking in groups, the particular quality of attention that follows a woman in good cloth walking fast and alone. She walked faster. Bengal Street was ahead, the tall chimney, the dark windows, the single light burning on the upper floor that meant he was awake. She crossed the yard. The cobblestones were the same ones she'd dragged a chair across yesterday morning, but they felt different in the dark. The mill door was locked. The side entrance, the one Brennan used, was around the back, through the alley between the mill and the warehouse. She turned the corner. 2 men leaning against the warehouse wall. She stopped. They straightened. The 10 feet between them collapsed before she'd finished turning. "Out late!" The taller one pushed off the wall. Mill workers' build, paid to be here clothes. "Long way from Whitfield's, love." They knew where she was staying. Rose's stomach dropped. "I'm an inspector for the select committee." "Aye, we know what you are." He stepped closer. Tobacco and cheap gin. Question is what you're doing at Holt's back door at this hour. Inspecting, is it? She stepped back. The second man was behind her. She hadn't heard him move. His hand closed on her arm. Get your hands! Steady on. He turned her forward, not gently. The tall one caught her other arm. Cartwright said watch the mill, didn't mention the entertainment. Let go of me. She drove her elbow back, connected, a grunt and a loosened grip. Free for half a second before the other hand caught her coat, wrenching her sideways. Her shoulder hit the wall and the world tilted and his hand was at her waist and she couldn't. Take your hands off her! The voice came from the end of the alley, low, level, and carrying the weight of a man who had grown up on these streets and remembered what that meant. Samuel stepped into the light. Chapter 10. He'd heard her footsteps in the yard. That was the part he couldn't forgive himself for. That he'd been at his desk with the fuel cost ledger and a cold cup of tea, and he'd heard heeled boots on his cobblestones and known they were hers before he'd reached the window. He was halfway down the stairs when the voices started in the alley and the knowing became something else entirely. Two of them. They had her between them. One hand on her arm, one hand on her waist. She was against the wall and she was fighting and they were laughing. He hit the taller one before the man finished turning around. Jaw. The crack of it up through his knuckles, his wrist, his shoulder. The man staggered and Samuel grabbed his coat and drove him into the opposite wall and held him there, face an inch away, his fist cocked back, the other hand twisted in the man's collar. Touch her again! He barely recognized his own voice. Touch her again and I'll put you in the canal. The second one had let go of Rose. He was backing toward the yard with his hands half raised. Easy, Holt. Cartwright said watch the mill, that's all. Samuel dropped the tall one, turned. One step. The man took 2 steps back. Get out! His breathing was ragged. His hands were shaking. If I see either of you near this mill again, near her again, we're done talking. They went. The tall one spat blood and went. Samuel stood in the alley with his fists still clenched and his pulse hammering in his ears and the rage still there, all of it, with nowhere left to go. He turned. Her coat was pulled sideways where they'd grabbed her. One pin had come loose, a dark curl falling across her jaw. Her hands were flat against the bricks, pressing, needing something solid. She looked up at him. Pale, set, furious. The fury was not aimed at the men who'd just left. Don't, she said. He took her arm, not the way they had, and walked her through the side door, up the stairs, and into his rooms without a word. He lit the lamp, closed the door, turned around. She was standing in his room. His bed was 6 feet away. She was looking at him the way she'd looked at him in the corridor, daring him to say what she could see building in his face. What the hell are you doing here? I needed your fuel cost figures. At 10:30 at night. The transition section has a gap. Without the fuel costs... Stop! Harder than he'd meant. He put his hands on the back of the chair because they needed to grip something. Stop talking about the testimony. The testimony is why I came. The testimony is what you're telling yourself. His knuckles ached on the chair back. You could have waited until morning. The hearing is in 5 days. You could have sent a note with the Whitfield boy. Her mouth opened, closed, the blank look, the one he'd never seen on her face before. Rose Sterling, who planned the geometry of a chair before crossing a yard, staring at him like he'd pulled a number she hadn't accounted for. He watched it move through her face, the parting lips, the widened eyes, then the jaw tightening, the chin lifting, reorganizing, rebuilding the walls. Regardless. Do you know what you've done? He was gripping the chair hard enough to feel the grain. Those men are Cartwrights. They were watching my mill and they saw you, Lord Clarendon's daughter, walking to my rooms, alone, at 10:30 at night. She flinched. He'd said Lord Clarendon's daughter, and she flinched. By morning, Cartwright will know. By the end of the week, it reaches London. Your committee, your family, your father. He kept his voice flat because she needed to hear this without any softness to hide behind. "They'll say you came to my bed. They'll say the inspector who wrote the testimony was sharing the mill owner's sheets. Every figure you've gathered, every argument. It won't matter, because the story will be about you and me." "There is no story about you and me." "Then why are you standing in my bedroom?" The words sat between them. Rose's hands hung at her sides. She didn't wake Mrs. Aldridge, he thought. She knew exactly what she was doing when she left that house alone. "I wasn't thinking." Very quiet. "No, you weren't." I plan. I account for every variable. I don't walk through Manchester at night because I can't." She stopped, pressed her fingers to her forehead. "I don't do this." "Because you can't what?" Her hand came down. Her eyes were bright and her voice had lost every edge he'd heard her use in a committee room. "Because I can't stop thinking about you." A breath. "I've tried. I've listed every reason it's impossible and none of them—" Her voice fractured. She pressed her lips together, looked at the floor. He let go of the chair. "Rose." "Don't!" Her hand came up. A ward, a surrender, he couldn't tell. "I know what you're going to say. The distance between our worlds, the arithmetic of it. I know—" "Look at me." She looked up. Her eyes were wet and furious about it, and she was standing in his room in a coat torn at the shoulder where they'd grabbed her, and his chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with breathing. He crossed the room, slowly, knowing exactly what he was doing. "You're right," he said. "The arithmetic doesn't work." He raised his hand, tucked the loose curl behind her ear, his fingertips tracing down to her cheek. Her eyes closed. She leaned into his palm, barely, just enough, and the sound she made was so quiet he felt it more than heard it. "I've done the calculation. Several times." "And?" Against his hand, a whisper. "And I'm not good at doing what the numbers tell me, not where you're concerned." Her breath caught. Her hand came up, not to stop him, not to pull him closer, and her fingers found the open collar of his shirt and rested there, against his chest, where his heart was doing something he couldn't blame on the stairs. He kissed her. Not gently. His bruised hand was on her face and his other hand was in her hair, and he kissed her like he was starving for it. Like he'd been starving since she'd walked into his mill with her notebook and her certainty and ruined every quiet thing he'd built. The fingers on his chest fisted the linen and pulled, and something cracked open in him that he was never getting closed again. He backed her into the desk. Not carefully. Her hip hit the edge and she gasped and he nearly stopped. Nearly. But she dragged him closer, both fists in his shirt now, and the gasp turned into something low in her throat that went straight through him like a hot wire. He gripped her waist and she arched into him, and he could feel all of her through the thin cotton. The warmth, the shape, the way her body fitted against his like it had been waiting to. His lips left hers, found the line of her jaw, the skin below her ear. She tipped her head back and he kissed the hollow of her throat where her pulse hammered, and she said his name. Samuel, broken, wrecked, her fingers raking into his hair, and the sound of it nearly put him on his knees. He came back to her, slower now, tasting. She opened for him, and he kissed her deep and thorough, and her spine bowed against the desk, and he spread his hand wide across the small of her back, and he thought nothing. For the first time in his life, the numbers went quiet, and there was only this, her taste, her heat, the catch in her breathing when his thumb found the ridge of her corset through the cotton and traced it. He pulled back, barely, chest heaving. She was shaking against him, and so was he, and his knuckles were bleeding on her jaw, and neither of them cared, and he wanted to kiss her again so badly his teeth ached with it. "The fuel costs." Her voice was ruined. "I do actually need them." The laugh broke out of him, low, real, the one he almost never let loose. He pressed his forehead to hers. "You are the most impossible woman I have ever met." "That's not a no." "Top drawer, left side." She kissed him again, softer this time, slower, her thumb finding the place where his pulse hammered at his throat. And the softness was worse than the heat because it meant something neither of them was ready to say. She stepped back first, not far, her hand still on his collar, her eyes on his. And she smiled, not the sharp one, not the professional one, and he felt it like a blade between his ribs because he was already doing the calculation. Her hair was down. She was standing in a room above a cotton mill with swollen lips and his blood on her cheek, and she was looking at him like none of it mattered. It all mattered. He stepped back. Her hand slid off his collar. "Samuel? I'll walk you home." He turned to the desk, opened the top drawer, took out the fuel cost ledger, held it out without looking at her. "What just happened?" "You came for the fuel costs." His voice was level. He made it level. "You have them." "That's not—" She took the ledger, stared at him. "You're not serious. Cartwright's men saw you walk into this alley. They saw me bring you inside. That's already on its way to London." He made himself look at her, made himself see what London would see: the torn coat, the loosened hair, the mill owner's room with its narrow bed and smoke-stained walls. "Your father is Lord Clarendon. Your mother is an Edgewood. You sit on parliamentary committees and dine with ministers, and you have a life that—" He stopped, swallowed. "You have a life, Rose." "And what? You don't?" "I have a mill that's running on an 800-pound margin and rooms above a smokestack." The words came out hard and level, and he meant every one of them, and they tasted like ash. "What exactly am I offering you? What does your father say when you bring home a man from Ancoats with no name and a factory that might not survive the year?" "My father married an American with no title and no connections." "Your father is a marquis. He can afford to marry who he likes. I can't afford this." He gestured between them, the room, the desk, the space where they'd been pressed together 30 seconds ago. "I can't afford you." The word landed. Afford. He watched it hit her, watched her flinch the way she'd flinched when he'd said Lord Clarendon's daughter. And he held his ground because if he moved toward her now, he would never stop and she would let him, and tomorrow her world would be in ruins and it would be his fault. "You don't get to decide what I can afford." Her voice was shaking. "You don't get to kiss me like that and then tell me the arithmetic doesn't work. The numbers have never added up. I said I wasn't good at listening to them. That was the problem." She stared at him. He watched the hurt move through her face, the bright eyes going brighter, the mouth flattening, the chin lifting, the spine straightening, Rose Sterling putting herself back together while he watched, and he'd done that. He'd kissed her and broken something open, and now he was shutting the door on it. "Fine." She held the ledger against her chest. "The testimony still needs your fuel costs. I'll have the revisions done by tomorrow." "Rose, don't." The word was ice. "You've made your position clear, Mr. Holt. I'll see you at 6. She walked to the door. He followed her down the stairs, through the side entrance, into the yard. The night air hit them both, and the silence between them was immediate and total. He walked her home. Through the dark streets, past the shuttered shops. They didn't speak. They didn't touch. The silence was nothing like the silence they'd built over desks and ledgers. This silence had teeth. At the Whitfield gate, she turned, looked at him. Her eyes were dry, her chin was up. The curl he'd tucked behind her ear had come loose again. "You're wrong," she said, "about all of it. But you're not ready to hear that, and I'm not going to stand in the street and beg you to believe you're worth something. You'll have to figure that out yourself." She went inside. The door closed. Samuel stood on the street and did not move for a long time. Then he walked back, through Ancoats, past the mill, past Bengal Street, through the dark that smelled like coal and cotton and the particular emptiness of a man who had finally been given the thing he wanted and handed it back because he didn't believe he deserved to keep it. He let himself in, climbed the stairs. His room still smelled like her. The desk still held the shape of where she'd leaned against it. His shirt was still creased where she'd fisted the linen. He sat down, put his hands flat on the desk, looked at the blood on his knuckles, the right hand from hitting a man, the left clean, and neither of them the hands Rose Sterling deserved on her face. The arithmetic had caught up. It always did. He'd been right about the numbers. He was fairly certain he'd been wrong about everything else. 4 days. Chapter 11. The testimony was perfect. Rose had read it 4 times since finishing it at 3 in the morning, and each time she'd found exactly nothing to change. The cost analysis was airtight. The relay loophole conclusion was devastating. The transition provisions section, now anchored by Samuel Holt's fuel costs, made an argument that no reasonable committee member could dismiss. It was the best work she'd ever done. She hated every page of it. The desk at the Whitfield house held the neat stack when she set it down. 12 pages. His numbers, his schoolroom, his workers, his voice, organized and sharpened and aimed by her hand, ready to do damage in a committee room he'd never set foot in. He'd told her the arithmetic didn't work, and she'd spent the night proving him wrong on paper and right about everything else. She dressed carefully. Not the mill dress, the good one. The gray silk with the high collar that her mother had sent from London. Mrs. Aldridge was in the hallway at 7:45, already gloved. She looked at Rose, looked at the clock. "We're late." "We're not late. We're going at 8. A pause. Mrs. Aldridge had spent a week rising at 5:30 to accompany Rose to a cotton mill. The change registered in her expression as a minor seismic event. "Has something happened?" "I've finished the work." Rose picked up the stack. "I'm delivering it. There's no need to arrive at 6 when there's nothing left to inspect." Mrs. Aldridge studied her. Rose kept her face still. "Very well." Mrs. Aldridge pulled on her second glove. 8 o'clock. They walked. The morning was overcast and sharp, the streets already busy with carts and early traffic. Rose carried the pages against her chest. Her shoulder ached where she'd hit the alley wall. She kept walking. Bengal Street, the mill chimney, the yard, the cobblestones she'd dragged a chair across. How many days ago? It felt like a year. It felt like yesterday. She walked through the front door, up the stairs, and into the office at 8 o'clock with Mrs. Aldridge behind her. Samuel was at his desk. He looked up. She put 12 pages on his desk between his tea and his ledger and stepped back. "The testimony is finished." She didn't sit. "Fuel costs are incorporated. The relay loophole conclusion is revised. The transition provisions section is complete. You should read it before the hearing." His eyes dropped to the pages, then lifted to her chair, still positioned at the angle she'd chosen for access to his ledgers, still 3 feet from his desk. She kept her hands at her sides and didn't move toward it. "Miss Sterling, the committee will expect you in London by Thursday. I can arrange your travel if you'd prefer, or you can make your own arrangements. I'll be on the Tuesday train." "Rose, Miss Sterling is sufficient." She opened her notebook. Not to write, to have something in her hands. "Is there anything in the testimony you'd like to challenge before I submit the final version?" The silence was very specific. Mrs. Aldridge, settling into her corner, went still. She looked from Rose to Samuel and back. The novel stayed in her bag. Samuel picked up the pages, read the first, the second. She watched his eyes move down the paragraphs she'd rebuilt overnight. His words, his numbers, his argument made sharper and more dangerous by every ounce of fury she'd poured into it. "The section on worker retention." He turned to page 4. "You've added a comparison to Thornton's attrition rates." Thornton's figures arrived this morning. They hadn't. She'd estimated from the ledger she'd seen yesterday, and she'd been precise enough that it didn't matter. "The comparison strengthens your position." "My position." He put the page down. "Is that what we're calling it?" "Your position before the select committee." "Yes." She met his eyes, held them. "Is there a problem with the comparison?" His jaw tightened. He looked back at the testimony. "Good." "Page 7, he said. "The ventilation timeline. You have the conversion at 14 weeks. It's closer to 18. 14 with adequate funding, which is the point, to demonstrate that the funding gap is the obstacle, not the will. 18 is the honest number. 14 is the achievable number with parliamentary support. 18 is the number without it. I've used 14 because the committee responds to ambition, not caution. The committee responds to accuracy. The committee responds to whatever I put in front of them. She heard herself, the edge, the precision turned to a blade, and didn't pull it back. 14 weeks, unless you have documentation for 18 that I haven't seen. He held her gaze. I'll get you the documentation. Do that. Mrs. Aldridge cleared her throat. Both of them turned. She was sitting with her hands folded, her expression suggesting she had opinions about the atmospheric conditions in this office that she was choosing, with tremendous restraint, not to share. Shall I open a window? She said. The air in here seems rather close. Rose looked at her notebook. Samuel looked at his ledger. Rose worked standing at the desk, page by page, corrections and clarifications, the two of them passing the document back and forth without touching. The carding room wages, Samuel pointed to a figure on page 6. You've rounded down. I've averaged across quarters. It's cleaner for the committee. It's inaccurate. Carding wages went up 2pence in March. 2pence doesn't change the argument. 2pence feeds a child for a day. He looked at her. Put in the real number. She wanted to throw his tea at him. She put in the real number. Mrs. Aldridge turned a page of her novel without reading it. The break bell rang at 10. Small feet in the corridor. Polly's voice and Miss Ogden calling something about slates. Rose turned a page, wrote a number. Samuel noticed. She could feel him notice, the pause in his pen, the shift in his breathing. And she did not look up because if she looked up, she would see the schoolroom door and think about Nell holding a slate and Samuel leaning in the doorframe and his voice saying, "You had mill dust on your skirt, and she could not afford that right now. She could not afford any of it." Miss Sterling. Mrs. Aldridge had risen. I believe I'll look in on the schoolroom. Miss Ogden mentioned a question about the primers. Rose nodded without looking up. Mrs. Aldridge left. The door was open. She was 6 feet away. Samuel put his pen down. The relay loophole conclusion. His voice was quiet. I wouldn't have thought to build it that way. She kept writing. Rose. A pause after it. Deliberate. Waited. She could hear him waiting. The particular quality of silence that meant he was choosing his words the way he chose his numbers. Carefully. The whole thing, every page, it's... Page 9 has a discrepancy in the wage figures. Your March numbers don't match the ledger from Tuesday, which is correct? She wrote. Her pen moved across the page and her hand was steady and her chest was not. I'm not talking about page 9. I am. She looked up, met his eyes, held them the way she'd hold a document in front of a committee, level, professional, giving nothing. Which is correct, Mr. Holt, the March numbers or the ledger? He held her gaze. Then his jaw tightened and he looked away. Picked up the ledger, found the page. The March numbers. The ledger had a transcription error. Thank you. She corrected the figure, wrote the note in the margin. Her pen scratched and the mill hammered, and from the schoolroom Mrs. Aldridge's voice drifted. She was asking Nell something, her tone considerably warmer than the one she used on adults. He picked up his pen, and they worked in a silence that pressed against the walls, and Rose held her spine straight and her eyes on the page and did not think about his mouth or his hands or the way he'd said her name just now as if it were the only word he had left. The schoolroom door opened. Mrs. Aldridge settled into her corner, picked up her novel and looked at Rose over the top of it. Then at Samuel, then back at Rose. Nell wrote her name again, she said. Unprompted, Miss Ogden is quite pleased. Rose made herself look up. That's wonderful. Mrs. Aldridge's gaze moved between them. Would either of you care to tell me what has happened since yesterday, or shall I continue pretending the air in this room is not thick enough to cut? Nothing has happened. Rose looked back at the page. Nothing, Samuel said. How reassuring. Mrs. Aldridge opened her novel. I shall make a note. Rose wrote. The mill hammered. Mrs. Aldridge turned pages. The door hit the wall hard enough to rattle the window, and Rose's pen jumped off the page. Brennan, chest heaving, one hand on the frame, eyes on Samuel and nowhere else. The look on his face stopped her breathing before he opened his mouth. "Cartwright's mill." He could barely get the words out. "It's on fire." Samuel was on his feet before Brennan finished the sentence. His chair hit the wall behind him. He was past Rose, past the desk, through the door. Gone. Rose grabbed her coat. The testimony pages scattered across the desk, and she left them where they fell. "Miss Sterling," Mrs. Aldridge's voice behind her. Rose was already on the stairs. Chapter 12. He ran. Bengal Street, the Foundry Corner, the cut-through behind the dye works. His legs knew the route before his mind had finished processing Brennan's words. Cobblestones under his boots, his breath tearing in his chest. Other people running the same direction because in Ancoats, when a mill burned, you didn't wait for someone to tell you. You smelled it, and you moved. He smelled it before he turned onto Jersey Street. Cotton. Burning cotton had a sweetness to it that settled in the back of the throat and stayed there, and he'd known that smell since he was 8 years old. Every mill worker knew it. It was the smell that woke you at night in a cold sweat, the one your body remembered even when your mind had moved on to ledgers and contracts and office windows. Rose's voice behind him, his name, somewhere on Bengal Street, already fading. He didn't slow down. He turned the corner onto Pollard Street, and Cartwright's mill was burning. The whole front face was in flames. Fire crawled up the brick from the lower windows and ate across the roofline, and the smoke was a solid thing, black, rolling, pouring upward in a column that blotted out the morning sky. Glass shattered somewhere on the 3rd floor, and the crowd below flinched back as one, and the sound that came from inside was not a sound any structure should make. A groan. Deep. The beams. Samuel stopped running, stood in the street, looked at the place he'd worked when he was 9 years old, the place where an overlooker had taken a strap to him while he'd crouched under a spinning frame tying threads with fingers too small for the job, the place he'd walked out of at 15 and sworn he'd never enter again. It was burning to the ground, and for one black, shameful half-second, before the screaming registered, before the smoke cleared enough to show the crowd in the yard, something in his chest unclenched. The mill that had hurt him. The mill that was still hurting children in its back rooms and its spinning floors. Burning. Then a woman screamed a name into the smoke, and the feeling curdled in his gut, and he was moving again. The yard was chaos. Workers staggering out through the main door, coughing, bent double, some of them carrying others. A woman pushing through the crowd. "Tommy, Tommy, where's Tommy?" Her voice shredding on the name. A man sat on the cobblestones with his hands burned raw. He was staring at them like they belonged to someone else. The heat hit Samuel's face from 30 feet away, a wall of it, pressing. Cartwright's overlookers were by the gate, 3 of them, coats on, boots clean. They'd come out early and they'd come out ready, and Samuel looked at them, and the rage nearly took his legs out from under him. They knew. They'd known before the fire reached the spinning floor, known before the workers on the upper levels had smelled it, known in time to walk out clean while everyone else choked. The ventilation, Rose's notebook, the removed vents, the blocked airways, the cotton dust that hung in the air of every room she'd inspected. Cartwright had pulled those vents to save on heating costs and turned his mill into a tinderbox, and he'd known it and he'd run it anyway, and now it was burning with people inside. "Damn you, Cartwright! Damn you to hell!" A woman grabbed Samuel's arm. He didn't know her. Or he did. He knew everyone in Ancoats. Her face was familiar from the market or the chapel or the street. She was somebody's mother, somebody's wife. "My girl's in there." Her fingers dug into his sleeve. "She's on the spinning floor. She's 12. Her name is Annie. Please, please." "Which floor?" "Second, the back. She's a piecer. She works the back frames." He took her hands off his arm, gently. "I'll find her." He didn't know if that was true. He said it anyway. More people. A man from the dye works running with buckets, 2 boys from the foundry, women from the terraced houses on Jersey Street already forming a line, passing water hand to hand, and the canal was 2 streets away and the buckets were small, and the fire was eating the building faster than any chain of hands could touch. No fire engine, no brigade. The parish pump was 3 streets over, and even if someone had run for it the moment the smoke started, it wouldn't be here for 20 minutes, and by then there would be nothing left to pump water onto. This was how Manchester fought fire, with hands and buckets and the furious inadequacy of people who had nothing else. Brennan reached him, breathing hard, sweat cutting through the grime on his face. "The canal!" Samuel grabbed his arm. "Get every man you can on a chain from the Rochdale cut. 2 lines, 1 for the front, 1 for the east wall. The east wall's still standing. If we can keep it wet—" "Samuel!" Brennan's hand on his chest, pushing him back. "You're not going in there." "The spinning room's at the back, 2nd floor, the children—" "The stairs are gone. Dawson came out the main door and said the main staircase is burning through. There's a back stair, service passage from the carding room. It runs up the east side." Brennan stared at him. "How do you know that?" "Because I used to hide in it when the overlookers came through." Samuel pulled Brennan's hand off his chest. "The water chain. Now, 2 lines. Keep the east wall wet and get anyone who comes out away from the building. The front's going to come down." "Samuel!" "Brennan." He held his foreman's eyes. "The water. Now." Brennan grabbed his arm, tight. His voice cracked on it. "You come back out. You hear me? You come back out." Samuel pulled free. Didn't answer. Brennan's jaw worked. He turned, started shouting. Men moved. Samuel turned to the building. The front face was gone, fully alight, the flames licking through every window on the ground and first floors, the roof lines starting to sag. But the east wall was still standing. Dark, not burning yet. The service door, the one the carding room workers used, the one no inspector ever checked, was around the side. At the main door, a man was screaming a boy's name into the smoke. Over and over, his voice already raw. 2 men held him back. He fought them. They held. Samuel looked at the door, the east wall, the smoke pouring from the upper windows. The spinning room was on the 2nd floor. The children would be at the back, near the frames, because that's where the piecers worked, crouched under the machinery, tying threads, the smallest bodies in the smallest spaces. If the fire had started at the front and moved back, they'd have retreated from it. Deeper in, away from the stairs, towards the back wall where there was no exit because Cartwright had bricked up the fire door 3 years ago to make room for more frames. Rose had written that in her notebook. The bricked-up door, page 6. He'd known this mill when he was 9. He'd known which floorboards creaked and which overlookers were slow and which shadows were deep enough to disappear into. The service passage ran up the east side, narrow, airless, built for moving cotton bales, not people, but it opened onto the 2nd-floor corridor behind the carding room, and from there it was 20 feet to the spinning room. 20 feet, through smoke and heat and a mill that was dying around him. He pulled his coat over his mouth, crossed the yard. The heat intensified with every step. The air itself felt thick, wrong, hard to pull into his lungs. The service door was hot to the touch. He wrapped his hand in his coat and pulled it open. Smoke, black and solid and immediate. It hit his eyes and his throat, and he couldn't see the passage in front of him. The sound of the fire was different from inside, not the roar he'd heard from the yard, but a crackling, spitting, living thing, eating its way through timber and cotton and plaster above his head. He went in. The passage was narrow. His shoulders brushed both walls. The floor was hot under his boots. He could feel it through the leather. And somewhere above him a beam groaned and shifted, and plaster dust rained down on his head. He couldn't see. He moved by memory. Left hand on the wall, counting steps, 14 to the first landing, 7 more to the turn, then the corridor opened up, and the carding room was on the right, and the spinning room was straight ahead, and the children were in there if they were anywhere, and if the floor hadn't gone, and if the smoke hadn't. He stopped counting, kept moving. The air was running out. Each breath brought less and more heat, and his eyes were streaming, and his lungs were closing, and the coat over his mouth was hot and damp and doing almost nothing. A rafter cracked above him, the sound of a tree splitting, and something crashed onto the passage floor 10 feet behind him. He didn't turn around. The way back was the way back, and he'd deal with it when he had something to carry. The corridor. He could feel the space open up, the walls falling away, the ceiling higher, the heat worse because the fire had more air to feed on here. The carding room door was on his right, open. Flames inside. The cotton stores had caught, and the room was a furnace, and the light from it threw everything into orange and black and shadow. 20 feet to the spinning room. He put his head down and ran. Chapter 13. She lost him at the foundry corner. Her skirts caught on something. A cart edge, a post. She didn't look. And by the time she'd wrenched free, Samuel was gone, and the street ahead was filling with people moving in the same direction. She ran with them, heeled boots on cobblestones. The smoke was visible above the roofline now, a black column tilting east in the wind, and the smell hit her 2 streets before she turned onto Pollard Street. She turned the corner and stopped breathing. The mill was a wall of fire. Flames poured from every window on the ground floor and climbed the brickwork in sheets, and the smoke was so thick and black above the roofline it looked solid. A second building made of darkness sitting on top of the first. The sound, not a roar, not yet, but a deep, constant thunder overlaid with the crack of timber and the shattering of glass, and underneath all of it a groaning from the beams that she could feel in her teeth. Rose pushed into the yard. The heat hit her first, a physical force pressing against her face and arms from 30 feet away. Then the people. A bucket chain from the canal, gaps in the line, water sloshing onto the ground between passes. No one directing, no one organizing. People standing, staring, frozen in the particular helplessness of watching something too large to fight. She grabbed a bucket from a man who was holding it at his side, mouth open, eyes on the flames. "The line has gaps. Fill them or get more people from the street." He blinked at her. "Now." She shoved the bucket into his chest. He took it, moved. A woman on the ground with a girl in her lap. The girl's arm burned, skin blistering from wrist to elbow. Rose grabbed a half-full bucket from the nearest chain, knelt, and poured water over the arm. The girl cried out, "I know, keep it wet and pour water on it, gently, as much as you can get." The woman stared at her. Rose was already standing. A boy staggered out of the main door carrying a smaller boy on his back. Both coughing, the smaller one's face streaked black. Rose took the child from him, light, too light, ribs under her hands, and passed him to a woman nearby. "Keep him sitting up. He needs to cough the smoke out." She moved through the yard, directed the bucket line, helped a man with a gash on his forehead sit down and press his sleeve against it. Her silk dress was black with soot, and her hair was down, and none of it mattered because there were people who needed someone to tell them what to do, and Rose Sterling had never in her life failed to be that person. And underneath every action, every bucket, every bandage, every coughing child she lifted, a sound was building in her chest that she would not let out. She hadn't seen Samuel. She hadn't seen Mrs. Aldridge either. Lost somewhere between the mill and Pollard Street. And Rose couldn't think about that now. 3 times she'd scanned the yard while working. His height, his shoulders, his coat. Every man on the bucket chain, every man coming out of the building, every man shouting in the chaos. He wasn't there. Brennan was at the canal end of the bucket chain, shouting men into position, his face black with soot and running with sweat. "Brennan," she grabbed his arm. "Where's Samuel?" He turned. The look on his face, she knew it before he spoke. She'd seen it on the faces of families outside the building. The look of someone holding information they don't want to give. "Where is he?" Brennan's mouth opened. closed. Where? He went inside. Brennan's voice was raw. The service passage on the east side, the the spinning room. He said he knew the way. The words arrived and didn't arrange themselves into meaning. He went inside. Inside the building that was burning. Inside the building where the front wall was fully alight and the roof was sagging and the beams were making sounds that buildings make before they stop being buildings. When? Brennan didn't answer. His eyes went to the east wall and came back, and that was enough. She was moving before he finished not answering, toward the east wall, the service door, the black rectangle in the smoke where Samuel had gone in. Men were throwing water against the bricks, but the fire was moving east through the upper floors, and the windows on the second story were starting to glow. Miss Sterling, Brennan's hand on her arm. Rose shook him off, ran. The heat intensified with every step, and 10 feet closer and the air scorched her throat, 20 feet closer and her eyes watered and the skin on her face felt tight and wrong. A man grabbed her around the waist and hauled her back. You can't, miss, you can't. She fought him, elbows, hands, all of her twisting against his grip. Another man helped hold her. She wrenched sideways and the sound that came out of her throat was not a word. They held her. She stopped fighting. Not because she'd accepted it, because her legs were shaking too hard to push forward. They let go. She stayed where they'd put her, 30 feet from the east wall, her eyes on the service door. Dark, empty, closed. The crack came from above, deep, splitting, the sound of something massive letting go. Then the roar. The sky turned orange and a wall of heat slammed into her, and sparks and burning debris rained down, and the crowd screamed and surged back, and Rose didn't move. An ember landed on her sleeve, another in her hair. She watched the door. Men came out of the main entrance, coughing, staggering, carrying people. Each time her heart lurched, and each time she found the face in the doorway, and each time it wasn't him. Counting. Her mind was doing it without permission. Seconds, breaths, the gaps between the sounds of things falling inside. Too many, too long in a burning building with no air and the floor giving way and the roof already. The counting stopped. The corridor at the mill. His voice. You had mill dust on your skirt. She thought about his hands on her face last night and the way he'd kissed her like he was starving and the way he'd pulled back and told her the arithmetic didn't work. She thought about I can't afford you and the savage wrongness of it. That he thought he wasn't enough. That he'd walked into this building believing he wasn't enough. And if he died in there, he died believing that, and she'd let him, and she'd walked away, and she'd spent the morning punishing him with page numbers and ventilation figures while he sat 3 feet from her believing he wasn't worth. Her knees hit the cobblestones. The soot and the water and the ash soaked through her dress, and her hands pressed flat against the stone, and the sound in her chest finally came out. She'd lost him. She'd lost him. The fire roared. The crowd moved around her. Someone was calling her name, Brennan maybe, and she couldn't answer. Her hands were on the ground, and the heat was on her face, and Samuel was inside that building, and he was not coming out, and she was going to have to live the rest of her life knowing she'd spent his last morning correcting page numbers. A crash from the east wall, metal on brick, a door slamming open. Rose's head came up, smoke churning out in a column so thick it swallowed the light. And inside it, a shape, a man, staggering, bent, one arm around a child and the other gripping a smaller child against his chest. 3 steps into the yard and the smoke billowed behind him, and the heat followed him out like a living thing. Samuel. His coat was gone. His shirt was burned through at the shoulders. His face was black and his hair was singed, and his arms were locked around those children, rigid, shaking, refusing to let go. Hands reaching for the children, screaming, parents, the crowd, she couldn't tell. The children were pulled from his arms, and Samuel was standing with nothing to hold, and his eyes found hers across the yard, and his mouth moved, and then his legs gave out, and he hit the ground. She was running before he landed. Through the crowd, past the bucket chains, past Brennan, shouting something she didn't hear. She hit the ground beside him, knees, hands, the cobblestones biting through her dress, and he was on his side, his breathing shallow and wet and wrong. His face was black with soot. His shirt was burned through at the shoulders. "Samuel!" She turned his face toward her. "Open your eyes." His eyes opened, bloodshot, streaming. He looked at her and tried to speak, and the cough that came instead was deep and rattling, and his whole body seized with it, and she pulled his head into her lap. "I'm here." Her voice was wrecked. "I'm here. Don't you dare die on me, Samuel Holt." His hand came up, burned fingers, weak grip, finding hers. The arithmetic didn't work. He'd told her that. He couldn't afford her, couldn't offer her anything but a mill on an 800-pound margin and rooms above a smokestack, and she was kneeling in the ash with his head in her lap and his blood on her dress, and she was never letting go. Chapter 14. Lift him, carefully, his left side, watch his left arm. The cart smelled like cabbage and wet wood, and she did not care. Brennan and 2 men from the bucket chain lifted Samuel onto the flatbed, while Rose argued with the drayman, who seemed to think his delivery schedule was more important than a man's life. She informed him otherwise. He reconsidered. She climbed up beside Samuel, his head in her lap, her hand on his chest, the rise, the fall, the rattle between them that made her teeth clench. His face was black and his lips were cracked and his shirt was burned through to the skin, and she was not going to think about that right now. She was going to count breaths. Counting was something she could organize. "His rooms are above the mill." Brennan was already reaching for the reins. "I'll have him." "And his rooms are next door to a building that's still on fire. The air is full of smoke. You are not putting a man who can barely breathe back into that." She looked at Brennan. "Whitfield House, Jersey Street, drive." Brennan opened his mouth, closed it, drove. The streets were wrong, people clustered on corners staring at the smoke column, carts pulled over, a woman running with a bucket toward Pollard Street. All of Manchester knew. None of Manchester knew that the man on this cart had walked into it like an idiot because he remembered the back stairs from when he was 9. The cart jolted on a cobblestone, and Samuel's body shifted, and the sound he made, unconscious, involuntary, a low groan from somewhere deep in his damaged chest, put a crack in something Rose was holding together with both hands. She held it together. She was good at holding things together. She'd been doing it her entire life. The front door was already open when Brennan pulled up. Mrs. Whitfield in the hallway, Mrs. Aldridge behind her. Mrs. Whitfield's face said she'd been standing at that door wondering if Rose was alive. Mrs. Aldridge's face said she'd already decided Rose was dead and was holding herself together with sheer will. "Miss Sterling!" Mrs. Aldridge came down the steps first. Her voice cracked on the name and she pressed her hand to her mouth and recovered. "I followed you to Bengal Street. I couldn't. The crowd." "I'm all right." Rose gripped her arm, briefly, tightly. "I'm all right." "Who is this man?" Mrs. Whitfield was behind Aldridge, her eyes on the cart. "What's happened?" "Samuel Holt, the mill owner I've been inspecting. He went into Cartwright's fire and pulled out 2 children, and his lungs are full of smoke, and I need a guest room and a physician. Now." Mrs. Whitfield looked at Rose, looked at Samuel, unconscious, burned, barely breathing. Her shoulders straightened. "The blue room. Mrs. Garrow, fresh sheets, hot water. Mary, run for Dr. Lee. Burns and smoke, go." The household moved. Rose stood in the hallway of a clean, quiet house with ash on her face and a man on a cart and the ringing in her ears from the fire only now beginning to fade. Everything smelled wrong. Too clean, too still, no smoke, no heat. The absence of the fire was almost worse than the fire itself, because in its place was the sound of Samuel's breathing and nothing else. A footman stepped forward. He and Brennan carried Samuel through the hallway, past the parlor where Rose had eaten toast that morning in another lifetime, and into the blue room at the back of the house. Pale wallpaper. A window onto the garden. A bed with a floral quilt that was about to be ruined. Rose propped him on his side, Lungs needed air, and air needed gravity, and a man who couldn't breathe should never lie flat. Her parents' physician had told her that once, years ago, about a stable hand who'd been kicked by a horse, and she'd filed it the way she filed everything, and thank God for that, because nothing else she knew was useful right now. Brennan stood at the foot of the bed, cap in his hands, staring at Samuel's face. He came out. Quiet. Brennan saying it to make it true. He came out. He came out. Rose pulled the quilt over Samuel's legs and made herself stop tucking because tucking was fussing, and fussing was the thing she was going to do instead of screaming if she wasn't careful. "Brennan, go back to the mill. Make sure the workers are accounted for. Polly, Nell, Miss Ogden, if anyone from Holt's was at Cartwright's fire, find out if they're hurt. Miss Sterling, I'll take care of him. Go!" He went. The front door closed. The cart rattled away, and the house settled around her. Mrs. Garrow's footsteps in the corridor, the clink of a basin being carried, the quiet efficiency of a household responding to a crisis it hadn't expected. And Rose stood in the blue room with a man who was breathing like every inhale was a fight he might lose, and realized that for the first time in her professional life, she had absolutely no idea what to do next. So she did what she always did. She organized. Fresh sheets. She and Mrs. Garrow changed the bed around him, lifting, tucking, the white linen staining with ash and blood the moment they laid him back. Mrs. Whitfield brought a basin of warm water and cloths. Rose took them and knelt beside the bed and began washing the fire off the man she loved. She hadn't said that word to herself before. It arrived while she was wiping soot from his jaw, and she didn't argue with it because she was too tired and too frightened, and it was too obviously true. His face first, the cloth turning black in slow passes, his jaw where her fingers had been last night, his temples, the closed eyes, the lashes crusted with ash, and underneath them the eyes that had found hers across a burning yard. The line of his throat where his pulse beat steady and alive, and she pressed the cloth there longer than she needed to, feeling it. Then his hands. The left, soot and grime, the fingers that held pens and turned ledger pages and tucked a curl behind her ear. She cleaned each one. The right, the shuttle scar, the split knuckles that had been on her face 12 hours ago, and now the burns. Raw skin from wrist to forearm where his sleeves had caught. She cleaned around the wounds, and his fingers twitched in hers, and she said, "I know," even though he couldn't hear her, the way she'd said it to the burned girl in the yard because it was the only thing she had. Dr. Lee arrived within the hour, a short man with steady hands who listened to Samuel's chest with a stethoscope, checked his eyes, and examined the burns with a thoroughness that told Rose he'd seen this before. His face gave nothing away. "The burns will heal. Painful, prone to infection, but survivable if kept clean." He straightened. "The lungs are the concern. Significant smoke inhalation. The airways are swollen. If the swelling increases overnight, his breathing could obstruct." Rose's hands were in her lap. They were steady. The rest of her was not. "What do I do?" "Keep him propped. Never flat. Keep the room aired. That window open. Cool cloths on the chest may ease the swelling." He looked at her directly. "If his breathing changes, if the gaps lengthen, if the effort increases, send for me. Any hour." "Will he live?" Dr. Lee closed his bag. "He's young and he's strong, and he walked out of that building on his own legs. That tells me the lungs are damaged, not destroyed." He paused. The honest pause. "The night will tell us what the morning looks like. That's the best I can give you, Miss Sterling." "Thank you, Dr. Lee." He nodded, picked up his bag. She listened to his footsteps in the corridor, the murmur of his voice as Mrs. Whitfield walked him to the door, the front door closing. Then quiet. Rose sat in the chair, the one Annie had placed at the bedside, the chair Rose hadn't asked for because someone in this household had looked at her and understood she wasn't leaving. And for the first time since she'd buttoned her gray silk that morning and walked to the mill with a perfect testimony against her chest, she stopped moving. Mrs. Whitfield came to the doorway an hour after the doctor left. She'd changed out of the dress that had gotten ash on it in the hallway. Her mouth was set. Her hands were clasped. She'd had time to think about what was happening in her guest room, and the thinking showed. "Miss Sterling, you should eat something." "I'm not hungry." Nevertheless, Mrs. Whitfield came into the room, looked at Samuel, looked at Rose, the ruined dress, the soot still in her hair, the chair pulled close to the bed. "Annie has laid out cold ham and bread in the dining room, and I've had hot water drawn for you. You'll want to change." "I'll eat here. I'm not leaving him." Mrs. Whitfield paused. "Miss Sterling, I have the greatest respect for your work, and I've been honored to host you during your inspection. But this man he is not family. He is not a relation. If your father were to hear that you had installed a man in my guest room and were sitting at his bedside unchaperoned—" "My father will hear about it." Rose looked at her. "From me. And I will contend with my father when the time comes, Mrs. Whitfield. Right now, this man is alive because he walked into a burning building to carry out children, and he is staying in this room, and I am staying in this chair, and if that is a problem for your household, I will find somewhere else for both of us. But I am not leaving him." The room was very quiet. Samuel's breathing rattled. The clock on the mantel ticked. Mrs. Whitfield straightened. "I'll have Annie bring a tray." She looked at Samuel for a moment. "There are fresh towels in the chest. Mrs. Garrow will bring more hot water at 4 o'clock. Mrs. Whitfield's footsteps faded down the corridor. Mrs. Aldridge, who had been standing at the window since they'd brought Samuel in, watching, not interfering, giving Rose the space to command, sat down in the second chair. "The night will tell." Mrs. Aldridge repeated the doctor's words quietly. Not a question, a measuring of them. Rose nodded, her lips pressed together. Mrs. Aldridge turned toward the window. Beyond it, the garden was green and quiet and impossibly ordinary. "I shall write to your father." "I'll write to my father." "You will sit in that chair until this man opens his eyes." "I know you, Miss Sterling." Mrs. Aldridge's voice was dry, but the edges had worn away. "I will write to Lord Clarendon. I will tell him his daughter is safe and unharmed, and that there has been a factory fire, and that she is caring for an injured man who risked his life for children. I will not speculate on anything beyond that. What your father concludes is between you and him." Rose looked at her. The formidable companion who had followed her to mills and taverns and schoolrooms and had complained about every single one and had never once failed to be there. "Thank you." "Don't thank me." Mrs. Aldridge pulled her novel from her bag. She paused. "You understand that an unmarried woman sitting at a man's bedside is, regardless of the circumstances—" "I know what it is." "Then you'll also know that I intend to sit in this room for as long as you do." She opened the book. "If anyone asks, I am chaperoning. What I am actually doing is none of their concern." Rose turned back to Samuel. The afternoon passed in the sounds of the Whitfield house, Mrs. Garrow's footsteps in the corridor, Annie bringing the tray Rose barely touched, the front door opening and closing as Mrs. Whitfield went about her day. Normal sounds, a household continuing while a man fought to breathe. Mrs. Garrow came at 4 with fresh water, clean cloths, and a plain cotton dress draped over her arm. She set the basin on the bedside table and held up the dress without a word. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're covered in soot and about to change a burn dressing with dirty sleeves." Mrs. Garrow laid the dress across the foot of the bed. 5 minutes, Miss Sterling. I'll stand in the corridor." Rose changed. The cotton was plain and too large and smelled like lavender soap, and she pulled it on and buttoned it and felt the strangeness of clean fabric against skin that still remembered the heat of the fire. She sat back down and unwound the dressing on Samuel's left arm. The linen was soaked through, the burns weeping, the skin around them angry and hot. She cleaned them the way Dr. Lee had shown her, gently, the cloth wrung almost dry, and her hands didn't shake. Her jaw ached from making sure of it. Samuel's fingers twitched when she reached the worst of the burn near his wrist, and she said his name. Quietly, the way you'd speak to someone in a bad dream. and his hand went still. The evening settled in. Mrs. Aldridge read. Rose watched Samuel breathe. The lamp was lit. The garden outside the window went dark. At some point, Annie brought tea that Rose drank without tasting, and Mrs. Aldridge drank with the expression of someone who had opinions about the tea, but was saving them for a better occasion. By 9 o'clock, Mrs. Aldridge's eyes were closing between pages. Rose looked at her. "Go to bed. I am chaperoning. You are falling asleep over chapter 3. Go, rest. I'll be perfectly safe. Mr. Holt is unconscious and unlikely to assault my virtue before morning." Mrs. Aldridge closed the book. The corner of her mouth moved, not quite a smile, but the nearest thing Rose had seen from her all day. "If his condition changes, I'll wake you. If your condition changes, if you, for instance, collapse from exhaustion, then Mr. Holt and I will both be unconscious, and propriety will be entirely preserved." Mrs. Aldridge stood, looked at Rose, looked at Samuel. Whatever verdict she was reaching, she kept it to herself. "I'll be in the next room." The door clicked shut. The corridor went quiet. No footsteps, no Mrs. Garrow, no Annie. Just the creak of the house cooling and Samuel's breathing, and the lamp Rose lit when the window turned from amber to gray. She pulled her chair closer. She talked to him. She didn't plan to. The silence was worse than anything she could say, and the words started before she'd decided to let them. "You're an idiot." Her voice barely carried past the lamplight. "You know that. Walking into a burning building because you knew the back stairs from when you were 9. That's not bravery. I don't even have a word for what that is." His chest rose, fell. "The hearing is in 3 days. You know that too. 3 days and you're lying in a guest room in Whitfield House, and you can't breathe, and I'm sitting here in a borrowed dress, and the testimony is scattered across your desk because I left it there. I just left it." Her throat tightened. 12 pages, and none of it matters if you're not in that room to deliver it, because the whole point, Samuel, was your voice, not the numbers. You. She pressed her knuckles against her mouth, held them there until the shaking stopped. "You said you couldn't afford me." Quieter now. "You kissed me like I was the only thing in the room, and then you stood there and told me the arithmetic didn't work. And I let you. I walked out, and I spent the morning throwing page numbers at you because I didn't know how to say—" She stopped. His face in the lamplight was still, the lines around his eyes, the soot she'd missed in the crease of his ear, the stubble coming in along his jaw. "I don't know how to say it. I organize things, Samuel. I make lists and build arguments and arrange the world into columns that add up. And you don't add up. You never have. You're a mill owner from Ancoats who built a schoolroom in a closet and taught a girl to write her name in 2 days, and you think that's not enough. You think you're not enough." The tears ran down her face, and her voice held because she would make it hold. "And I am so angry at you for saying that, for believing it, for walking into that building tonight as if your life was worth less than—" His breathing changed, not gradually. One breath was shallow and wrong, and the next didn't come. The gap stretched, 1 second, 2, 3, and Rose's hand was on his chest, and there was no rise under her palm. Nothing. Stillness where there should have been air. "Samuel!" She was on her feet, turning him onto his side, her hands on his shoulder, his back. "Samuel!" Nothing. 4 seconds. 5. Her vision narrowed to the point where his ribs met her fingers, and she pressed, not knowing if pressing was right, not knowing anything except that he had to breathe, he had to— The cough erupted from somewhere deep in his chest, violent, convulsive, his whole body seizing with it. She held him through it. Something dark came up onto the white pillow, and the cough went on, and then broke, and air rushed in, ragged, tearing, the worst sound she'd ever been grateful for. His body went slack. His breathing resumed, rough, labored, alive. She bent over him, her forehead against his shoulder, her hands gripping the linen, and the sound she'd been holding in since she'd stood in Cartwright's yard and watched him disappear into the smoke. The sound she'd swallowed at the fire and in the cart and at the bedside and through every calm, competent thing she'd done since, broke out of her. Not screaming, not words. A sob so deep it came from her ribs, and she pressed her face into his shoulder and let it take her. 5 seconds. She'd counted 5 seconds of nothing under her palm, and in those 5 seconds she had understood with perfect clarity what her life would be without him in it, and it was not a life she intended to live. She cried until she couldn't. Then she wiped her face on the borrowed dress and changed the pillowcase. The dark stain gone, clean linen, her hands smoothing the fabric in the careful way she smoothed everything when she needed the world to be manageable again. She trimmed the lamp. She sat back down. The night moved on and she listened to him breathe, and every breath was a promise that might not be kept. She pulled the chair as close as it would go, laid her head on the mattress beside his shoulder, her hand on his chest, the rise, the fall, the rise. She was not going to close her eyes. She was going to stay awake and count every breath until morning because that was her job and she did not fail at. She woke with a jolt. Light in the room, gray, early, the lamp guttered out. Her neck screamed from the angle she'd slept in. Her hand was still on his chest, but she couldn't feel it moving, couldn't feel anything through the pins and needles in her fingers, and the terror hit her like a wall of water. She sat up, pressed her palm flat against him. Rise, fall, rise, slower than last night, deeper. The gaps between breaths were shorter, and the sound was rough but steady, and his color in the morning light was better, less gray, more human. She put her face in her hands, breathed, let the terror drain out through her fingers. Dr. Lee returned at 7. Rose stood by the window while he worked, the stethoscope on Samuel's chest, the careful unwinding of the bandages, the pause where he listened longer than she wanted him to. She watched his hands. She watched his mouth. She looked for the tell that would say worse or better, and his expression gave her nothing. Some improvement. The swelling hasn't worsened, which is encouraging, but the lungs are still compromised. He straightened. The cough will get worse before it gets better. That's the body clearing the damage. He needs rest. Several days at minimum before I'd consider him out of danger. Several days. Possibly a week. His body took a severe insult, Miss Sterling. Recovery is not a straight line. A week. The hearing was in 3 days. Rose sat with that and did not say what she was thinking, because what she was thinking was that the 10 Hours Act and the Select Committee and every page of testimony she'd written could burn the way Cartwright's mill had burned, and she would trade all of it for the sound of Samuel Holt's breathing getting stronger. "You should sleep," Dr. Lee said at the door. "Soon." The house stirred around her, voices in the corridor, footsteps overhead, a morning beginning as if the night hadn't happened. Her eyes burned. The cotton dress was wrinkled and damp at the cuffs. Her neck ached from sleeping at an angle no human spine was designed for. She'd fallen asleep despite every intention not to, and he'd kept breathing without her permission to do so, and the morning light was coming through the window and he was alive. She held his hand. When he woke up, she was going to call him an idiot again. To his face this time. Chapter 15. The ceiling was wrong. That was the first thing. White plaster with a hairline crack running east to west, and it was not the ceiling above his bed at the mill. His ceiling had a damp stain shaped like Derbyshire. This ceiling was clean and dry and belonged to someone who didn't live above a cotton works. He tried to breathe. The pain arrived with the air, a raw, scraping burn from his throat to the bottom of his lungs, as if someone had taken a wire brush to the inside of his chest. His arms throbbed. His head felt packed with wool. A hand was holding his. He turned his head. The movement cost him more than it should have. Rose Sterling was in a chair beside the bed, her head tipped sideways against the back of it, asleep. She was wearing a plain cotton dress he'd never seen. Her hair was down. There were shadows under her eyes so dark they looked bruised. Her fingers were laced through his, not loosely, gripping, the grip of someone who'd been holding on for a long time. He looked at their hands. He looked at the room, pale wallpaper, a window onto a garden, a wash basin on the table, bandages on his arms that he didn't remember anyone putting there. He looked at Rose. The fire. It came back in pieces. Brennan in the doorway, the run through Ancoats, the smoke. Cartwright's mill in flames and the yard full of people and the mother who'd grabbed his arm. Annie, she's 12, the spinning room, and the service passage, the narrow corridor, the heat, the stairs, the children. He tried to sit up. His body refused. His arms buckled, his lungs seized, and the cough ripped through him like a hand reaching into his chest and squeezing. He doubled over, and Rose's hand was on his back before he'd finished choking. "Don't move," her voice, close, rough. "Samuel, don't move." "The children," between coughs, each word torn from his throat. "The spinning room, did they—" "You carried 2 of them out yourself," her hand pressing firm between his shoulder blades. "Their parents have them. They're alive because of you." There were more. He tried to push himself up again. The room tilted. The back frames, there were at least 4 more piecers. "Brennan has the count. Other men went in after you. Samuel, stop moving." He stopped. Not because she'd told him to, but because his lungs had made the decision for him. He lay back against the pillows and the ceiling spun gently, and the cough subsided into something low and grinding and constant. Rose's face appeared above him. Her eyes were red. Her jaw was set. Her hand moved from his back to the side of his face and rested there, her palm warm against his cheek. "You're an idiot," she said. His mouth twitched. The laugh tried to come and the cough came instead, and she held his shoulder through it, firm, steady, as if she'd done this before. "If you don't get well," she said, "I am going to suffocate you myself, and I'll do it with a pillow from Mrs. Whitfield's guest room, which is where you are, in case you were wondering." He tried to laugh again. The cough was worse this time, and she said, "Stop! Stop being amused, you're going to kill yourself." And her voice cracked between the scolding and something underneath it, and he could hear both at once. The cough passed. He lay still. Everything hurt. "Mrs. Whitfield's," he said. His voice sounded like gravel dragged across tin. "I commandeered a cart and a guest room. Mrs. Whitfield has opinions about both." "How long?" "Since yesterday. You've been unconscious since the fire." Yesterday. He'd lost a day. He looked at the bandages on his arms, white linen, professionally wrapped, covering burns he could feel throbbing underneath. The skin above the wrappings was red and tight. "You brought me here. You weren't going back to your rooms. They're next to a building that was still on fire. My mill is fine. Brennan's handling it." He looked at her, at the chair, at the exhaustion in her face and the cotton dress and her hair falling loose. Had she been here all night? Sitting in that chair, holding his hand. "Rose, don't." She straightened in the chair. "The doctor says you need rest, at least a week. You're not out of danger. Your lungs are damaged and the cough will get worse before it gets better. You're going to stay in this bed and you're going to do what Dr. Lee tells you, and you're not going to argue with me about it. A week, at least." The fire. His throat burned. Every word cost something. How bad? "I don't know everything yet. Brennan's been back and forth. The building is... It's gone, Samuel, the whole thing. The workers, the ones on the upper floors. Some got out. I don't know how many. The children, the spinning room. There were more than the 2 The cough came and he wrote it out, and her hand was on his shoulder and he waited. There were at least 6 piecers on those back frames. "I don't know." Her voice was careful, the voice she used when she didn't have the answer and hated it. "Brennan will have more when he comes." "The mother, the woman who grabbed my arm, Annie's mother." "I don't know." The not knowing was worse than any answer would have been. Behind his eyelids, the corridor came back. The smoke, the heat, the sound of the building groaning, the moment he'd found the 2 children huddled against the back wall and known he couldn't carry more. "Samuel," her hand on the side of his face, "you saved 2 children. You walked into a burning building and you brought them out. There were more. And you couldn't carry them all. That is not your fault. The weariness in her face, the cotton dress, a scratch on her forearm he hadn't noticed before. Were you there? His voice cracked. At the fire. Were you? I'm fine. Rose, were you there? I was in the yard, helping. I'm not hurt. The scratch on your arm. She looked down, seemed surprised to see it. I don't know when that happened. It's nothing. It wasn't nothing. She'd been at the fire. She'd run after him through the streets and been in that yard with the smoke and the heat and the crowd, and he hadn't known, hadn't been able to. How did I get here? Brennan drove. I held you together on the back of a drayman's cart through half of Manchester. She paused. You owe the drayman for his cabbage delivery, by the way. He looked at the ceiling, the crack running east to west. Rose Sterling had hauled him out of a fire zone on a stolen cart and put him in someone else's guest room. The woman he'd told the arithmetic didn't work. Rose, don't. Quieter now. Not yet. Rest first. We'll talk about everything when you can finish a sentence without coughing. A knock at the door. Mrs. Garrow with a tray, broth, water, and a small brown bottle. Dr. Lee left laudanum for the pain. Mrs. Garrow set the tray on the bedside table. Her eyes moved over Samuel's bandages with the efficiency of someone who knew burns. 20 drops in water. It'll help you sleep. Rose measured the drops, held the glass to his mouth. The laudanum was bitter underneath the water, and it spread through him like a slow, warm tide. The pain in his arms dimming, the rawness in his chest softening, the edges of the room going gentle. That's disgusting, he said. It's medicine. It tastes like something died in a bottle. Drink it anyway. The warmth spread. His eyelids were heavy. Rose's face was blurring at the edges, not going away, just softening, the sharp lines of her jaw and cheekbones turning into something watercolor. She was still holding the glass. She was still in the chair. She was still here. You stayed, he said. All night you stayed. Yes. I told you the arithmetic didn't work. You were wrong. I know. His eyes were closing. He fought it. I knew it when I said it. The words were slipping. The room was warm and the pain was far away, and she was holding his hand, and he was going to say something he shouldn't. I didn't think anyone would. I've never been... Shh. Her hand on his forehead. Cool. Steady. Sleep. You're going to be here. I'm going to be here. Promise. I promise. He slept. He woke and the light had changed. Afternoon, maybe. The sun through the garden window throwing long shadows. Rose was talking to someone. Brennan. Samuel caught pieces, the mill running, the workers accounted for, Polly asking when Mr. Holt was coming back. Nell. His voice was a wreck. Both of them turned. Safe! Brennan came to the foot of the bed. His eyes were bright. She's in the schoolroom. Miss Ogden's got them all together. He paused. I brought in some of Cartwright's children, too. The ones with nowhere to go. No work for their parents, no food. I got what I could from the grocer on Jersey Street, and a few of the neighbors brought bread. Figured you'd want them fed. Samuel leaned back against the pillows. Brennan hadn't asked, hadn't waited for permission. He'd seen children with nothing and done what Samuel would have done. Good man, Samuel said. His throat was tight, and it had nothing to do with the smoke. The fire. He looked at Brennan. How many? Brennan's face changed, the brightness dimming. 3 dead, 4 more in a bad way, mostly from the upper floors. The staircase went before they could get down. 3 dead. Samuel stared at the ceiling crack. 3 people who'd gone to work yesterday morning in a building with bricked-up fire doors and removed ventilation, and a mill owner who'd valued heating costs over their lives. Children? 1. Brennan's voice was very quiet. A girl, 9. She was a scavenger on the 3rd floor. The room was silent. Rose had gone still in her chair. Brennan stood at the foot of the bed with his cap in his hands, the way he'd stood the day before. And Samuel thought about Annie. She's 12. the spinning room, and the girl he'd carried out and the one he hadn't. Her name. Elsie Harmon. He said it once in his head, filed it. He would not forget it. Brennan's footsteps faded down the corridor. Rose hadn't spoken since Elsie Harmon's name. "The hearing!" His voice was raw. "It's in 3 days!" Rose's jaw tightened. "I know. I can't." He tried to push himself up. The pain was extraordinary. His arms buckled. "I can get to London if Brennan—" "You can't sit up, Samuel. You are not getting on a train." 3 dead, a 9-year-old girl, Cartwright's ventilation, Cartwright's bricked-up doors. The cough came and tore through him, and Rose held his shoulder until it passed. That testimony is the only thing that makes their deaths mean something. If the committee doesn't hear it, they'll hear it. "How?" She was quiet. "Then you go," he said. "Present it yourself." "I'm not leaving you." "Rose, I am not getting on a train to London while you're lying in this bed. That is not up for discussion." She leaned forward. "We'll find another way. Someone else can present it. Brennan can take the documents. I'll write to the committee and request a postponement." "Committees don't postpone because a mill owner has a cough." "A mill owner who walked into a burning building to save children and has evidence of criminal negligence that caused 3 deaths and a child's—" Her voice broke. She pressed her lips together. "They'll postpone." He looked at her. The laudanum was pulling again and the words were going, and he wanted to say something about what it meant that she was still in that chair, but his mouth wouldn't cooperate. "You'll figure it out," he said, because she would. She always did. "I'll figure it out." The line between her brows didn't ease, but her hand found his again. He fought the laudanum. There were things to know, things to do, but the warmth was insistent, and the room was dimming at the edges, and he couldn't hold it all. Light and dark, in and out. At some point, the window went from afternoon to evening, and the candle was lit, and Rose was writing something. A letter, from the look of it. Her face in the candlelight was fierce and focused and beautiful. "You're beautiful," he said. Her pen stopped. "You're also extremely bossy." "Go back to sleep, Samuel. Both things are true. The laudanum is talking. The laudanum is honest." His eyes were closing again. "I should take it more often. It makes me say things I mean." She was quiet. He heard the pen resume. Then, very softly, "You're impossible." "That's what you said about the testimony." "I said it was the best work I'd ever done." The room was going dark at the edges. Same thing. Dark again. Then voices. Not the quiet ones that had drifted through his sleep. These were different. A man's voice in the corridor, deep and unhurried, the kind of voice that didn't need volume, and Mrs. Aldridge's sharp and quick. He opened his eyes. Rose was on her feet. "Rose?" His voice was thick with sleep. "What is it?" The bedroom door opened. Mrs. Aldridge stood in the frame. She looked at Rose. She looked at Samuel in the bed. She looked like a woman delivering news she'd been preparing for and still wasn't ready to give. "Miss Sterling, your father is here." A pause. "Lord Clarendon has arrived from London. He is not alone." Rose's hand found Samuel's on the quilt. Whether to steady him or herself, he couldn't tell. Samuel looked at the door. He was lying in a borrowed bed, in a borrowed house, drugged and bandaged and unable to stand. And Rose Sterling's father was somewhere in the hallway. Samuel's heart was doing something the laudanum couldn't quiet. His mouth was dry. His arms throbbed. Rose Sterling's father was somewhere in the hallway, and Samuel couldn't even sit up to meet him. Footsteps in the corridor. Heavy, deliberate. The door opened wider, and a man filled the frame. Tall, gray at the temples, straight-backed in a way that made the guest room feel smaller. His gaze landed on Rose first, then the bed, then Samuel. Lord Clarendon said nothing. Rose's grip tightened. Samuel could feel her pulse in her fingers. The silence stretched. The mantel clock ticked. Samuel's lungs chose this moment to produce a cough that sounded like a dying bellows, which was not the first impression he'd had in mind. "You didn't mention your father was coming," he said to Rose. "You were unconscious." He looked at the Marquis. The Marquis looked at him. "In my defense, my lord," Samuel said, "I was unconscious." Nathaniel Sterling raised his eyebrows. "Unconscious. Your daughter took me hostage." His eyes wanted to close. The pain was coming back underneath the warmth, and the room was dimming, and the Marquis was still standing there, and Samuel was losing the thread, but he kept talking because stopping felt worse. "She had other ideas. Your daughter she always has other ideas." His eyes closed, opened. The room swam. Nathaniel Sterling looked at him for a long moment. Then something shifted in his face. Not a smile, not quite, but the corner of his mouth and the lines around his eyes. "She has other ideas about most things," Nathaniel said. "You'll get used to it." Rose made a sound. He couldn't tell if it was a laugh or a sob or something in between. He turned his head toward her. She was blurred at the edges, the candlelight, the tears, the laudanum dissolving everything, but her hand was in his, and her eyes were on his, and she was smiling. She was smiling. "My beautiful," he said. "Beautiful Rose." Her hand tightened on his. And then, nothing. Chapter 16. "You need to eat something. I need to be in that room. Sean is with him. Sean is a surgeon. Sean trained at Edinburgh and has treated men with worse injuries than Mr. Holt's, and he does not require your supervision." "I'm not supervising, You're hovering." Maggie pressed a cup of tea into Rose's hands. She'd never once been intimidated by her older sister, and she wasn't starting now. "Drink this. Sit down. Father wants to talk to you, and he's come all the way from London, and he's being very patient about the fact that you've been trying to get back through that door for the last 10 minutes. Rose looked at the parlor door. On the other side of the hallway, through the blue room door that was currently closed, Sean O'Connor was examining Samuel's lungs and burns with the quiet competence that had made him the youngest surgeon at St. Thomas's. She trusted Sean. She trusted him with her own life and with the lives of everyone she loved. She still wanted to be in that room. "Rose," her father's voice from the settee. Calm. The particular calm that meant he was being patient on purpose, which was worse than if he'd simply demanded her attention. "Sit down." The tea burned her tongue. The parlor was stifling. Mrs. Whitfield had laid a fire despite it being April because guests had arrived from London, and fires were what one laid for guests. Mrs. Aldridge was in the corner chair with her novel, looking like she was going to enjoy watching someone else manage Rose Sterling for a change. Her father sat across from her, watching. He had the particular patience he'd been using on her since she was 3 years old and had rearranged the nursery without permission. "You look terrible," he said. "Thank you, Father." "When did you last sleep?" "I slept." "For how long?" "Long enough." Maggie, curled in the window seat with a sketchbook already open on her knees, looked up. "She looks like she's been dragged through a chimney backwards and then sat in a chair for 16 hours, which, from what Mrs. Aldridge tells us, is approximately what happened." "Mrs. Aldridge," Rose said, "has been very thorough in her correspondence." Mrs. Aldridge said from her corner, "wrote exactly what was necessary and not a word more." "She wrote 3 pages, Maggie said. "Concise pages." Through the wall, nothing. No coughing, no voices. Either Samuel was resting or Sean was doing something quiet and competent, and she was out here holding a teacup when she should be in there holding Samuel's hand, and every minute in this parlor felt like a minute stolen from the room that mattered. "Father, I know you have questions. I know you've traveled from London. But before we discuss anything else, I need you to understand what happened at Cartwright's Mill." "Rose, 3 people are dead. One of them was a 9-year-old girl named Elsie Harmon." Her voice was steady. She made it steady. She was a scavenger on the third floor of a building where the mill owner had removed the ventilation to save on heating costs and bricked up the rear fire door to make room for more spinning frames. I documented every one of those violations in my inspection report. Everyone. And 3 people are dead because Cartwright valued his heating costs more than their lives. The parlor was quiet. Maggie's pencil had stopped moving. Mrs. Aldridge's novel was closed. "The hearing is in 3 days," Rose continued. "Samuel, Mr. Holt, was meant to testify. He wrote the testimony, his numbers, his experience, his voice. He can't go. He can barely sit up. The committee needs to hear what caused that fire, and the only evidence is in my notebook and in the testimony scattered across a desk at Holt Cotton Works." "I'll go." Rose stopped. "What?" Nathaniel leaned forward. "I sit in the House of Lords. I've supported factory reform for 20 years. I can request an audience with the Select Committee, present the testimony, and submit your inspection evidence." He paused. "A Marquess presenting evidence of criminal negligence that killed a child. They'll listen, Rose." Rose opened her mouth, closed it. She'd spent the morning lying next to Samuel's unconscious body, trying to figure out who could go to London, and the answer had just walked into the parlor and sat down. "You'd do that. Did you think I came to Manchester to scold you?" "I didn't know why you came." His face softened. The mouth, the lines around his eyes, the expression he'd worn when she was 12 and had organized a charity bazaar without telling him and raised £40 for the orphanage, and he'd found out from the parish vicar. "Mrs. Aldridge sent a telegram yesterday." He glanced at Mrs. Aldridge, who met his gaze without flinching. We'd already had the letter, 3 concise pages about street corners and propriety. Then the telegram. "Mill fire. Your daughter safe. Mr. Holt injured. Come." He paused. "I was on the first train this morning." He looked at the blue room door. "I had expected burns and smoke. I did not expect to walk in on my daughter holding an unconscious man's hand while he called her his beautiful Rose." Rose's face went hot. "He was on laudanum." "Rose." Maggie didn't look up from her sketchbook. "You've looked at that door 11 times since you sat down. I've been counting." "I have not." 11. Mrs. Aldridge turned a page. "The testimony," Rose said. "We need to discuss the testimony." "We will." Nathaniel's voice was mild. "We'll discuss the testimony, the Select Committee, the inspection evidence, and exactly how you'd like me to present all of it. But first I'd like you to tell me about Samuel Holt." "He's a mill owner. He runs Holt Cotton Works on Bengal Street. 300 workers, paired piecers, mandatory breaks, a schoolroom that costs him £40 a year. His margins are tight and his operation is the best in Manchester, and he walked into a burning building because he knew the layout from when he worked there as a child." She said it fast and flat and professional, and she could hear herself doing it, and she couldn't stop. "He's the strongest witness the committee has. His testimony is the backbone of the case for the 10 Hours Act. Without his voice in that room—" "Rose." "The relay loophole argument falls apart and the transition provisions—" "Rose." Quieter. "I'm not asking about his testimony." The parlor was very still. The fire crackled. Maggie's pencil was motionless. Mrs. Aldridge was looking at the ceiling with tremendous interest. "He called you his beautiful Rose." Nathaniel's voice was gentle. "In front of me, while drugged, which suggests that when he's not drugged, he is exercising considerable restraint." Rose looked at her tea. The surface trembled slightly. Her hands. "He's a good man, Father." "I gathered that from the part where he ran into a burning building to save children." "He thinks he's not enough, because he doesn't have a title, because he grew up in a mill, because he—" Her throat closed. She pressed her lips together. "Because he what?" "Because he told me the arithmetic didn't work between us, and he was wrong, and he knows he was wrong, and I am going to— When he's well, I am going to—" She stopped, took a breath. "I love him. I know that's not what you want to hear. I know he's not what anyone expected. I know there will be talk and consequences, and I know what it means for the family, and I don't care. I don't care about any of it." Nathaniel was quiet for a long moment. Rose braced for the response, the measured disappointment, the gentle reminder of duty and position, the Marquis reclaiming his daughter from a world he'd never intended her to enter. "Your mother," Nathaniel said, "had no title, no English connections, no position in society. She was an American heiress who walked into a London ballroom and turned my entire life upside down." The corner of his mouth. "I married her anyway, and she has been the best decision I have ever made every single day for 27 years. Rose's vision blurred. "If Samuel Holt makes you look the way you looked in that room, Father—" "Then I am not going to stand between you. I am going to go to London and present his testimony and make sure the committee hears every word. And when he's well enough to sit up and look me in the eye, he and I are going to have a conversation. Please don't terrify him. I make no promises. He's already terrified of you. He called me his beautiful Rose while you were standing in the doorway, and I'm fairly certain the horror of that will keep him bedridden longer than the smoke." Nathaniel almost smiled. Almost. "I liked him. You met him for 40 seconds while he was on laudanum." "I've formed opinions on less." He looked at her. "He's got nerve. Addressing a Marquis while drugged and horizontal. That takes a particular kind of man. Or a particular kind of drug. Both, I suspect." The parlor door opened and Sean O'Connor came in, rolling down his sleeves. Tall, dark-haired, steady-handed. He looked like his father Daniel, the same jaw, the same quiet intensity, and he moved through the room with an economy that said every gesture had been weighed and found necessary. "The lungs are better than I expected." Sean took the chair nearest the fire. "The cough is productive, which is good. He's clearing the damage. The burns are second degree, mostly on the forearms. Risk of infection is the primary concern now. I've cleaned and redressed them and left instructions with the housekeeper." He looked at Rose. "He's sleeping. He'll be uncomfortable for days. He's not going to die." The last sentence hit her harder than any of Sean's medical terminology. She pressed her knuckles against her mouth. Maggie reached over from the window seat and put her hand on Rose's knee. "Thank you, Sean." "Don't thank me. Thank whoever got him out of the building and to a bed within the hour. The speed made the difference." He paused. "Rose, he's going to be fine." She nodded. Couldn't speak. "Now." Sean leaned back. Something had changed in his face, the surgeon giving way to something else. On the way in from the station, the streets near the fire, the families. "Irish," Rose said. "Famine refugees. They've been arriving in Manchester for months. The mills hire them because they'll work for less." "How many?" "Hundreds. Thousands, maybe. The local parishes can't absorb them." Sean was quiet. His jaw tightened. "The children at the fire," he said. "Some of them were Irish." "Some of them. Yes." He nodded, looked at the fire, said nothing else about it, but Rose could see it working behind his eyes, the thing that had hooked into him on the streets of Ancoats and wasn't letting go. "Well," Maggie broke the silence with the particular talent younger sisters had for redirecting a room, "I for one would like to see this mill, and the schoolroom, and Manchester generally, which I have only experienced so far through a carriage window, and it looks fascinating." "It's not fascinating, Margaret. It's industrial." "Everything is fascinating if you look at it properly." Maggie held up her sketchbook. She'd drawn the view from the parlor window, the Whitfield garden in the foreground, and beyond the wall, the skyline of Ancoats, the mill chimneys dark against the evening sky, and the smudge where Cartwright's had been. Smoke still rising. Even in pencil, it was striking. "You've been drawing." "I've been drawing since we arrived. This city is extraordinary, Rose. The light is completely different from London. All that smoke in the atmosphere, it turns everything amber. And the architecture of the mills. Have you looked at them properly? They're cathedrals. Terrible, beautiful cathedrals built for cotton instead of God." "People die in them, Maggie." "People died in cathedrals, too. That doesn't make them less worth looking at." Maggie tilted the sketchbook. "I want to draw the workers, the children, the schoolroom. I want to draw Nell writing her name on a slate. Mrs. Aldridge told me about that, and I nearly cried." "Mrs. Aldridge told you a great deal, it seems." 3 concise pages, Mrs. Aldridge confirmed. Nathaniel stood. Rose, go back to your Mr. Holt. I'll need the testimony documents and your inspection notebook before I leave for London. Have them sent from the mill tomorrow. Sean, I'll want your medical assessment in writing for the committee to explain why the witness couldn't appear. You'll have it. Maggie, stop drawing the curtains and go to bed. Mrs. Aldridge, he turned. Thank you, for the letter and for everything you've done for my daughter. Mrs. Aldridge stood. Your daughter, my lord, is the most stubborn woman I have ever had the misfortune to chaperone. She is also the bravest. I have put both observations in writing. Nathaniel looked at Rose. She looked back. Neither of them spoke. Good night, Rose. Good night, Father. Rose was through the parlor door before her father had finished sitting back down. The hallway was cool after the fire-warmed parlor. The blue room door was closed, her hand on the handle, a moment's pause. Her father's voice behind her, Maggie's laugh, Mrs. Aldridge saying something dry about the tea, her family filling the house around her. The room was dim. Sean had left the lamp low. Samuel was sleeping on his side, his breathing rough but steady, his bandaged arms resting on the quilt. The chair was where she'd left it. His hand was where she'd left it. She didn't take the chair. The bed was narrow. She didn't care. She eased down beside him, carefully, mindful of his arms, his breathing, the bandages. His body was warm through the quilt. She fitted herself against his side, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder, her hand resting on his chest where she could feel every breath. He stirred, made a sound, not pain, not a cough, something closer to recognition. His head turned toward hers. She closed her eyes. Her father was upstairs. Her sister was down the hall. Mrs. Aldridge was in the next room, and Rose Sterling was lying in a bed next to a man she hadn't married in a house that wasn't hers, and she could not bring herself to care about a single one of those facts. His breathing was steady under her hand. His heartbeat was slow and strong. She pressed her face into his shoulder and let go of the day. The parlor, the testimony, the fire, the fear, all of it. And the last thing she felt before sleep took her was his arm shifting, his hand finding her hip through the quilt and settling there. As if she'd always been beside him, as if she belonged. Chapter 17. Something was warm against his shoulder, not the pillow, not the quilt. Warm and breathing and pressing against him with the particular weight of a person who had fallen asleep in a position no one would choose on purpose. Hair against his jaw, a hand on his chest, the faint smell of lavender soap and something underneath that was specifically impossibly Rose. He opened his eyes. Rose Sterling was in his bed. Her head was on his shoulder. Her hand rested over his heart. Her hair had come loose in the night and spread across the pillow and the quilt in a dark tangle that would take 20 minutes and a very patient lady's maid to undo. She was deeply, profoundly asleep. The shadows under her eyes were still there, but her face had gone slack. The jaw unclenched, the mouth soft, the line between her brows smooth for the first time since he'd known her. She was in his bed, in the Whitfield house, where her father was sleeping somewhere under the same roof. Her father, the Marquis of Clarendon, the man Samuel had addressed while drugged on laudanum and unable to form complete sentences. The man to whom Samuel had said, "Oh God, my beautiful, beautiful Rose." He'd said that, out loud, to her father, while holding her hand, while horizontal and bandaged and unable to stand. The memory arrived with the force of a collapsing roof beam, and he closed his eyes and wished very sincerely that the laudanum had erased it. It had not. Rose stirred. Her fingers curled against his chest. She made a sound, not awake, not asleep, the murmur of someone surfacing through layers of exhaustion. Her body shifted closer. Her knee found his thigh through the quilt. Wake her. Tell her that her father was somewhere in this house, and she was in a man's bed, and every second this continued was another second of catastrophic impropriety that would make the street corner and the alley look like a vicar's tea party. He didn't wake her. He lay there, her head on his shoulder, her breathing against his neck. His arms ached under the bandages. His lungs felt like they'd been scrubbed with sand. And Rose Sterling was sleeping beside him as if she'd decided this was where she lived now and wasn't interested in discussing it. His chest hurt, not the smoke, something deeper and less treatable. She opened her eyes. For a moment she didn't move, just looked at him from 3 inches away, her eyes unfocused and warm with sleep. And then the focus came. And with it, the awareness of where she was, who she was lying on, what her hand was doing on his chest. She didn't pull away. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was rough with sleep and very close. "Good morning." His voice was gravel. "You're in my bed." "Technically, it's Mrs. Whitfield's bed. You're in a bed with me, in a house where your father is sleeping upstairs. Your father, the Marquess, the man I told, while drugged, that you were my beautiful—" "I remember what you told him. I was hoping I'd imagined it." "You did not imagine it," the corner of her mouth. "You said it very clearly, twice, with feeling." He looked at the ceiling, the crack running east to west. It was possible to die of embarrassment. He was exploring the possibility. "Samuel!" He looked at her. She was propped on one elbow, her hair falling over her shoulder, her face serious now. The softness from sleep was giving way to something more deliberate, something that had been waiting. "I told my father I love you." His breathing stopped. Not the smoke this time. "Last night, in the parlor, while you were sleeping." She held his gaze and he could see what it cost her. The steadiness that was effort, not ease. "I told him I love you, and I don't care that you don't have a title, and I don't care what anyone expects, and I don't care about the arithmetic." "Rose—" "I'm not finished." Her hand pressed flat against his chest. "You told me you couldn't afford me. You stood in your room and measured the distance between us and decided it was too far. And then you walked into a burning building and the distance didn't matter because you were inside it and I was outside it and I couldn't—" Her voice thinned. She steadied it. "I am done with the arithmetic, Samuel. I am done measuring. If you want to tell me we don't work, you're going to have to find a better reason than money and titles, because I have been sitting in a chair for 2 days watching you breathe, and I am not interested in reasons anymore." The room was quiet. The morning light came through the garden window and fell across the bed and across Rose's face, and she was looking at him the way she'd looked at him in the corridor outside the schoolroom, fully, completely, no half attention. "I don't have a better reason," he said. "Good." "I don't have any reason. I had reasons. They made sense when you weren't lying next to me." "And now?" "Now you're lying next to me and I can't remember a single one of them, and I think that might be the point." She smiled. Not the professional smile, not the strategic one, the one that cracked her open and let him see all the way through. He raised his hand, slowly, the bandages pulling, the burns protesting, and touched her face, her cheek, the line of her jaw. She leaned into his palm the way she had that night in his room, and the memory of that. Her face in his hand in the lamplight, laid over this. Her face in his hand in the morning light, and the distance between those 2 moments was everything that had happened and everything that had changed. "I can't—" The cough caught him, short, sharp, a reminder that his lungs were not yet finished with their complaints. He breathed through it. "I can't kiss you properly. I'll cough in your mouth. It will be terrible." "I've heard worse arguments against kissing." "I'm serious. My lungs are—" "Samuel." She leaned down, close, her lips an inch from his. "Stop talking about your lungs." She kissed him. Softly. So softly he felt it more in his chest than on his mouth. A slow, careful press of her lips against his, her hand on the side of his face holding him still. Not the desk kiss, not the fury and the fisted shirts and the heat that had driven them both senseless. Gentle, deliberate, as if he might break, as if she was afraid he still could. He kissed her back, carefully. His burned hand found her waist through the cotton dress and the warmth of her spread through his palm and up his arm and into him. She made a sound against his mouth, quiet, almost a breath, and shifted closer, and the weight of her against his side was the best and worst thing that had ever happened to his recovery, because his body was having a very specific conversation with her proximity that his lungs were not equipped to support. "Rose," against her mouth. His breathing was ragged and not from the smoke. "If you keep doing that, I'm going to..." Cough. Die happy. The laugh came against his mouth, vibrated through him, through his chest and his ribs and his damaged lungs, and he kissed her through it, tasting the laugh, and his hand tightened on her waist, and she pressed closer, and the kiss deepened, and for 10 seconds he forgot about his arms and his breathing and the Marquis under the same roof, and there was just her mouth and her weight and the morning light and the crack in the ceiling. He was never going to look at the same way again. She pulled back, not far, her forehead against his, both of them breathing hard. "Your lungs," she said, "are fine." "Your lungs are not fine. You're wheezing." "I'm not wheezing, I'm expressing enthusiasm." She pressed her lips together. He could feel her trying not to laugh because the last laugh had almost killed him. "We should stop," she said. "We should." Neither of them moved. "Your father," he said, "is going to come down those stairs." "My father sleeps until 7. "What time is it?" "I have no idea." "That's not reassuring." "I'm not trying to reassure you." She traced the line of his collar, the nightshirt someone had put him in, not his, too fine, and her finger followed the edge of it down to where it opened at his chest, and his skin tightened under her touch, and his breathing went somewhere it definitely shouldn't. "Rose," his hand caught hers. "If your father walks in while you're doing that, he will kill me, and I'll deserve it. And my last words will have been about expressing enthusiasm." She pulled her hand back, sat up. Her hair was a disaster, and her face was flushed, and she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, and he was going to have to sit across from her father at some point today, knowing exactly what her mouth tasted like at 7 in the morning. "I should go." She swung her legs off the bed. "Before anyone..." "Rose!" She turned. He caught her hand, the burned one, the bandages rough against her fingers. "I love you." He said it the way he said things that mattered. Quiet, direct, no armor. "I should have said it before. I should have said it in my room instead of the arithmetic speech. I should have said it the morning you put the testimony on my desk and I sat there like an idiot watching you not sit in your chair." The cough threatened. He talked through it. "I love you. The arithmetic doesn't work and I don't care." Her eyes were bright. Her hand tightened on his. "It's about time." She kissed his forehead. "I'm going to find tea. You're going to rest. And if my father asks where I spent the night, I intend to tell him the truth because I'm finished pretending." The door closed. The room was still warm where she'd been lying. The pillow smelled like lavender soap. He touched the place where her head had rested, and his chest did the thing again. The thing that had nothing to do with smoke. And he lay there and looked at the ceiling crack and thought about the fact that Rose Sterling loved him and had said so and had kissed him in this bed and was currently somewhere in this house telling her father the truth about it, and he was either the luckiest man in Manchester or the most doomed, and possibly both. The door opened again. Not Rose, Sean O'Connor, stethoscope in hand, looking like a man who had places to be and intended to be efficient about it. "Don't sit up on my account." Sean pulled back the quilt and pressed the stethoscope to Samuel's chest. Cold. Samuel flinched. "Breathe in, deeply as you can." Samuel breathed. The cough caught at the bottom of the inhale but didn't break. "Again." He breathed again. Sean listened, moved the stethoscope, listened again, unwrapped the bandages on his left arm, examined the burns, pressing gently at the edges, checking the color, and rewrapped them with quick, precise hands. "Better than yesterday. The lungs are clearing. The burns are healing well. No sign of infection." Sean straightened. "I want you on your feet today, walking. The corridor, the garden. Your lungs need air and movement, not a mattress. Rose will be delighted to hear that." "Rose has already been informed. She intercepted me in the corridor." The corner of Sean's mouth twitched. She had opinions. Rose reappeared 10 minutes later with 2 cups of tea and the look of a woman who had won an argument with a surgeon. She handed him one and sat in the chair and blew across the surface. Mrs. Whitfield is laying a proper dinner tonight. Father and Sean leave for London in the morning. I expect you at that table. A proper dinner, with her father, at a table. Samuel looked down at himself, the borrowed nightshirt, the bandaged arms, 3 days of beard. Not exactly dressed for company. I have nothing to wear. Mrs. Whitfield's husband left clothes. They won't fit perfectly, but they'll fit well enough. She set down her tea. Samuel Holt, you walked into a burning building. You can manage a dining room. The building was easier. The building didn't have forks. I'll seat you next to Brennan. Neither of you will know which fork to use, and you can work it out together. She set down her cup. I'm going to the mill. I want to check on the children and tell Brennan about tonight. I'll be back before dinner. I'll give Nell your regards. Rest. Walk the corridor. Don't do anything heroic. The tea cooled in his hands. He drank it and thought about sitting at a proper table across from a marquess in a borrowed shirt and tried to decide if the terror was the good kind or the bad kind. The afternoon light was shifting when Maggie knocked on the open door. She didn't wait for an answer. She came in with her sketchbook under her arm and sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed as if she'd been doing it her whole life. She had Rose's jaw and lighter coloring and an energy that filled rooms differently from Rose's competence, louder, warmer, less organized. I've been drawing your mill, she said. My mill. And the schoolroom, and the children, and Manchester generally. The light is... Do you know what coal smoke does to a sunset? It turns the whole sky amber. London doesn't do that. London just goes gray. She opened the sketchbook. I want to show you something. She flipped past pages. The Whitfield garden, the skyline from the parlor window, a quick study of Mrs. Aldridge asleep over her novel. Then she stopped. This is the schoolroom. The sketch was small and precise. The narrow room, the low table, the slate boards on the wall, and the children, 4, 5, 6 of them, crowded together on the bench, heads bent over something he couldn't quite make out. Brennan let me sit in the corner. The children didn't mind. I think they thought I was strange. She grinned. Nell showed me her slate. She's written her name 30 times on one side and she's started on the other. 30 times. Something tightened in his throat. Good girl. Maggie turned the page. This is Polly. A girl at the table, a primer open in front of her, her finger tracing a line. Concentration in every inch of her, the furrowed brow, the tongue between her teeth. She read a full sentence while I was there. Rose nearly cried. Rose doesn't cry. Rose cries when she thinks no one is looking. Trust me, she cries. Maggie turned another page. This one is my favorite. Rose. On the schoolroom floor, children around her, one on each side, one in her lap, 2 more leaning in. She was holding a book open and reading from it, and her face was... Samuel looked at the sketch for a long time. He didn't have a word for what Maggie had drawn. Joy, maybe, or purpose, or the thing that happens when a person finds the place they were always supposed to be and doesn't know it yet. She looks like our mother, Maggie said, quietly. Mum used to sit on the floor at the orphanage the same way. I was too young to remember it properly, but Father has a painting. Rose in your schoolroom looks exactly like that painting. Samuel touched the edge of the page, the pencil lines of Rose's face, the children leaning into her. Can I keep this one? Maggie looked at him. Whatever she saw made her smile. It's yours. She tore it carefully from the sketchbook and handed it to him. He held it. Neither of them said anything. Now, she said, swinging her legs off the bed. Rose tells me you're worried about dinner. Don't be. Father likes you. He told Sean you had nerve, which is the highest compliment he gives. Just don't call Rose beautiful again while you're sitting across from him. Once was charming. Twice would be pushing it. I was drugged. You were honest. There's a difference. She tucked the sketchbook under her arm. 7 o'clock. Don't be late. The door closed. Samuel sat with the sketch in his hands. Rose on the floor with children around her, the chalk dust on her fingers, the face Maggie had drawn, open, unguarded, lit from somewhere inside. He propped it against the lamp on the bedside table. Then he stood, carefully, his legs uncertain, his lungs protesting the effort, and walked to the window. The garden was green and quiet. Beyond the wall, Manchester, the mill chimneys, the smoke, the amber light Maggie loved and Rose fought to change. Somewhere out there, his mill was running, and Rose was sitting on a schoolroom floor reading to children who weren't hers, and the world was making a shape he hadn't asked for and didn't know how to hold. Tonight he'd sit at a table with silver and crystal and a marquess and the woman he loved, in a borrowed shirt, with bandaged arms, and he'd try to look like he belonged there. He wasn't sure he did. He wasn't sure it mattered anymore. Chapter 18. You cannot wear that shirt. It's the only shirt I have. It's the only shirt Mr. Whitfield left, and it's 2 sizes too large, and you look like a boy wearing his father's clothes. She walked around him, assessed the damage. Samuel stood in the middle of the blue room in Mr. Whitfield's borrowed trousers and a shirt that billowed around his shoulders like a sail. Take it off. You told me to put it on. I've revised my opinion. Mrs. Whitfield had left several things in the wardrobe: a second shirt, a jacket that smelled faintly of cedar, and a waistcoat. Dark gray, simple. This over the shirt. It'll pull the fabric in, and roll the cuffs. The sleeves are too long and you'll knock over the wine. You're dressing me. I'm preventing a disaster. She held up the waistcoat. Arms. He raised them, carefully, the burns still tender under the bandages, and she slid the waistcoat over his shoulders and buttoned it. 3 buttons. Her fingers against his chest through the linen, and she could feel him, the heat of his skin, the rhythm of his breathing shifting under her hands, the way his stomach contracted when her knuckles brushed below the second button. His eyes were on her face. She kept hers on the buttons because if she looked up she was going to kiss him, and they didn't have time, and her father was downstairs. The 3rd button. Her fingers lingered a half-second longer than buttoning required. His breath caught. There. Her voice was steady. The rest of her was not. The borrowed shirt disappeared under the waistcoat, the shoulders, the waist, the way it narrowed him, sharpened him. He looked like himself again, and she wanted to unbutton every button she'd just done up. Roll the cuffs. He rolled them. The bandages on his forearms showed, white linen against his skin, the edges of the burns visible above the wrapping. He looked at them, looked at her. I can't hide these. Don't hide them. She straightened his collar. You got those carrying children out of a burning building. Anyone at that table who has a problem with your bandages can take it up with me. The dining room was warm with candles and Mrs. Whitfield's best linen. Silver that caught the light. Crystal that rang when Rose set her glass down too firmly, which she did twice because Maggie was making her laugh, and Rose had never been delicate with glassware. The table was full. Her father at the head, speaking with Mr. Whitfield about the London and Northwestern Railway timetable. Trains were apparently a safe topic for marquises. Sean beside Maggie, patient and quiet, fielding her questions about surgical technique while Maggie sketched something on the back of a menu card. Mrs. Whitfield presiding over the service, glowing. Mrs. Aldridge in her usual corner position, eating roast lamb with visible satisfaction, and Brennan, at the far end, in a coat from the same wardrobe she'd raided for Samuel. She'd sent it with him that afternoon. He held his fork the way he held everything, carefully, watching what Rose did with hers before committing. Samuel sat across from her. The rolled cuffs, the bandages, the face she'd watched for days, in sleep, in pain, in candlelight, in the morning when he'd told her he loved her and meant it. He looked like he'd been sitting at tables like this his whole life. He hadn't. She loved him for both things. The relay loophole, her father said, turning to Samuel, is the part I understand the least. Walk me through it. Samuel set down his fork. The Act limits hours per worker, not per machine. So Cartwright, or any owner, runs children in relay shifts. Morning crew works 6 hours. Second crew comes in for the afternoon. Morning crew comes back in the evening. No child technically works more than 10 consecutive hours. But the child works 12 in a day and the machine never stops. And this is legal under the proposed bill. As written, yes. The bill caps the working day but doesn't address shift rotation. Without transition provisions requiring single-shift operation, the Act gives owners exactly what they need, a law they can follow to the letter and violate in spirit. Nathaniel looked at Rose. You wrote this in the testimony. Page 9. But hearing it from a man who watched it happen is different from reading it in a brief. Which is why I should be in London instead of... You should be in that chair. Rose kept her voice light. Eating Mrs. Whitfield's lamb, which is excellent, Mrs. Whitfield. Thank you, Miss Sterling. You're deflecting, Samuel said. I'm complimenting the lamb. You're deflecting by complimenting the lamb. The lamb is genuinely very good. Maggie looked up from her menu card. She does this. Whenever someone gets close to a point she doesn't want to address, she compliments the nearest available thing. Last Christmas, she told the vicar his vestments were lovely to avoid discussing whether she'd attend the parish dance. I did attend the parish dance. You attended for 11 minutes. I timed it. 11 productive minutes. Samuel was smiling. The smile he gave her when she was being exactly herself, and he found it... What? Funny. Infuriating. Irresistible. She couldn't tell from across the table, and she didn't need to because all three lived in the same expression. Lord Clarendon. Brennan's voice from the end of the table. Everyone turned. I've worked for Mr. Holt since he opened the mill. 7 years, and I want you to know... He stopped, started again. What Miss Sterling wrote in that testimony about the schoolroom and the wages and how he runs the floor, that's not numbers. That's what I see every day. That's what he built. Maggie's pencil stopped. Her father's fork was down. Brennan, Samuel started. I'm not finished. Brennan's jaw was set. You asked about the relay system. I worked under it, at Cartwright's, when I was 10. Morning shift, then back again at 5. 14 hours some days, and Cartwright signed the log saying 8. He looked at Samuel. Mr. Holt gave me a job that let me sleep at night. That's not in the testimony, but it should be. Rose watched her father. His face was still, the fork down, the wine untouched. He was filing this away. She'd seen that expression in the Lords. Mr. Brennan, Nathaniel said, would you be willing to write that down? In your own words. I can present personal testimony alongside the inspection report. Brennan looked at Samuel. Samuel looked back. Whatever passed between them was private, and she let it be. I'll write it tonight, Brennan said. Rose. Samuel's voice was low. Would you look it over before it goes? Make sure the committee language is right. She understood. Of course. Maggie knocked over the salt cellar, reaching for the bread. Mrs. Whitfield's mouth thinned. Second time this week. Sean was explaining something about lung recovery to her father, making it sound like weather. Mrs. Aldridge caught Rose's eye across the table and raised one eyebrow. Opinions. Later. Samuel was arguing with her father about transition funding. His sleeves were rolled. His bandaged forearms rested on Mrs. Whitfield's good linen, and the candlelight caught the edge of his jaw, and her father was leaning forward. Actually leaning forward, the way he did when someone in the Lords was saying something worth hearing. Maggie was sketching on a menu card. Brennan was laughing at something Sean had said. The wine was good and the lamb was better, and every person at this table was someone she loved or was learning to. She wanted this, all of it, so badly it hurt. Rose, Maggie's elbow in her ribs, you're staring. I'm not staring. You're staring at him the way you stare at a parliamentary brief you're about to memorize. That's not... It's exactly like that, except parliamentary briefs don't smile back. Maggie leaned in. He's wonderful, Rose, the way he talks about those children. And did you see his face when Brennan said that? About the job that let him sleep? Rose had seen it. Samuel's face when Brennan spoke, the jaw working, the quick blink, the way he'd looked at his plate. Not embarrassment. something he didn't have a name for, something he wasn't used to receiving. "Yes," Rose said, "I saw it. You love him. I told you that." "I know. I just like hearing you say it. You get this look." Maggie grinned. "The general. Conquered." "Nobody has conquered anything. He doesn't need to conquer you. He just needs to show up." Maggie picked up the salt cellar she'd knocked over. "Which he has, in a waistcoat you buttoned for him, which I saw, by the way." "You were supposed to be drawing." "I was drawing. I can draw and observe at the same time. It's a gift." Rose kicked her under the table. Maggie kicked her back. The evening moved from dining room to parlor without anyone deciding to move, chairs pushed back, voices carrying. Rose spread the testimony documents across Mrs. Whitfield's writing desk and walked her father through the committee. "Lord Ashley will champion it. He's been fighting for factory reform since before I was born. Lord Brougham will push back. He represents mill owners' interests. If they challenge the ventilation evidence, refer them to Sean's report. If they question why the witness isn't present, I'll tell them." Nathaniel took the case. "A man who ran into a burning building to save children doesn't need to prove his credibility by dragging himself to London with damaged lungs." "And father—" "Elsie Harmon, 9 years old, a scavenger." He held her gaze. "I'll say her name." Her throat was too tight to answer. "You'll be on the early train?" Rose asked her father. 6 o'clock, London by afternoon. The committee sits the following morning." "And Maggie?" Maggie said from the window seat, "is staying. Manchester hasn't finished being interesting." Her father looked at his younger daughter, looked at Rose, decided against arguing with 2 sterling women in the same week. The room emptied the way rooms do at the end of long evenings. The Whitfields, Brennan with Maggie. She'd volunteered to help with his testimony before Rose could, and Brennan had accepted looking both baffled and grateful. Mrs. Aldridge with a pointed good night and a look at Rose that said they would be discussing this week at length. "I should examine you before I leave," Sean said to Samuel. "In the morning I'll be rushed." "Now? Here?" "Here is fine. Less stairs for you." Sean looked at Rose. "Give me 10 minutes." Her father touched her elbow and they stepped into the corridor. The parlor door closed behind them. Her father leaned against the wall, tired, informal. He had something to say. "He's a good man, Rose." "I know." "He's also stubborn and proud and convinced he doesn't deserve you. You know that too." "I know that too. I married your mother because she was the finest person I'd ever met, not because she was suitable, not because society approved." He straightened. "You have good judgment, Rose. You've had it since you were 3 years old and rearranged the nursery. If you've chosen this man, I trust the woman who chose him." The corner of his mouth. "Even if he does address marquesses while horizontal and drugged." "Father." "I'm going to bed. Early train." His lips pressed against her forehead. "I'm proud of you, for all of it. The inspection, the testimony, the fire, and the man. Your mother would be proud too." She couldn't answer. The tightness in her throat wouldn't let her. She pressed her lips together and watched him walk up the stairs and disappear around the landing, and she stood in the corridor and breathed until she could swallow again. The parlor door opened. Sean came out rolling down his sleeves, his medical bag under his arm. "The lungs are markedly improved. The cough will linger for weeks, possibly months, but the acute danger has passed. Burns are healing cleanly, no infection." He paused. "There's no medical reason to keep him here. He can go back to his rooms tomorrow." "That's wonderful news. Thank you, Sean." "He'll recover fully. Stubborn helps, in my experience." He looked at her the way he'd looked at her since they were children, direct, fond, slightly worried. "Get some sleep, Rose." "I've slept." "You've survived. That's not the same thing." He squeezed her arm and went upstairs, and she was alone in the corridor outside the parlor door. Tomorrow her father and Sean would be on a train to London with the testimony. Tomorrow Samuel would walk back to the mill. And she'd be right there with him, because where else would she be? Samuel was standing by the window when she opened the door. The parlor fire had burned to embers. He'd taken off the waistcoat. It was draped over the back of a chair. And the borrowed shirt was open at the collar, and she could see the hollow of his throat. And she thought about buttoning him into those clothes 3 hours ago and the way his breath had caught under her fingers. "Sean says you can go home tomorrow." "I heard. He told me first." "That's good news." "It is good news." His hand found hers, the burned one, the bandages rough against her fingers. And he laced their fingers together, and the warmth of his palms spread up her wrist, and she thought about this morning. His mouth, the sound he'd made when she shifted closer. "Thank you," he said, "for the waistcoat, for the dinner, for all of it." "Don't thank me. I'm thanking you." "I didn't do it for thanks." His thumb was tracing a slow line across her knuckles, and it was making it very difficult to think. "I did it because I wanted you at that table. I wanted my father to see you the way I see you." "And how do you see me?" She looked at him, the lamplight on his tired face, the jaw she'd traced with a washcloth while he was unconscious, and with her mouth while he was awake. "Like you belong," she said. He pulled her hand to his mouth and kissed her knuckles, slowly, his lips warm on each one. The gentleness was worse than urgency, because urgency she could match, but this, his mouth moving across her fingers, his breath against her skin, undid her. "Everyone's upstairs," she said. Her voice didn't sound like hers. "I noticed. We're alone." "I noticed that too." The parlor was dark except for the embers and the single lamp on the mantel, and his face was half in shadow, and she closed the distance between them because she was tired of distances. Her mouth found his. Not gentle this time, not careful, not the tender morning kiss. This was the kiss she'd been holding back all evening, through the dinner and the wine and the watching. And she gave it to him with both hands on the open collar of his shirt, and his back against the window frame, and his good hand in her hair. His mouth tasted like Mr. Whitfield's wine, and his skin was warm under her palms where the shirt had pulled open, and when she pressed closer, he made a sound against her mouth that went through her like a current. His fingers tightened in her hair. His other hand, the bandaged one, found her waist and pulled her in, and the heat between them had nothing to do with the dying fire. "Rose," against her mouth, rough. "If we don't stop, I'm going to—" "What?" "Things that require more lung capacity than I currently have." She laughed, pressed her forehead against his, both of them breathing hard, his chest rising and falling against hers. "Go to bed, Samuel. Come with me." "Not tonight." She kissed him once more, briefly, her lips against the corner of his mouth. "Not with my father upstairs, but soon." "Soon!" His hand traced the line of her jaw. "That's a promise, Rose Sterling." "It's a promise." The hardest step she'd ever taken was the one that put distance between them. He was leaning against the window frame with his shirt open and his hair mussed and his mouth still warm from hers, and she wanted to stay so badly it felt like something tearing between her ribs. "Good night, Samuel. Good night, Rose." She went upstairs and lay down in a bed that felt too large and too cold, and pressed her fingers against her lips where his mouth had been, and smiled like an idiot at the ceiling. Samuel Holt, in a waistcoat she'd buttoned for him, arguing with her father about transition provisions without a shred of deference. Brennan standing up at a dinner table and making a Marquess listen. Maggie kicking her under the table. Her father in the corridor telling her he was proud. And Samuel's mouth on hers in the dark parlor, his hand in her hair, his voice rough against her lips saying, "Come with me. Soon." On her side, the quilt pulled up. She thought about what came next. Samuel back at the mill. The schoolroom full of children who needed more than a closet and a box of chalk. She could do something about that. She had connections. She had her father's name. She had ideas that were already arranging themselves into columns and lists the way her ideas always did. A proper school, funded properly, staffed properly, for Nell and Polly and every child in Ancoats who deserved a chance at letters and numbers and a life that didn't begin and end on a mill floor. Manchester. With Samuel. That was the life she wanted. The bed was too cold without him. Tomorrow she'd walk him back to the mill and sit in the chair she'd dragged across his yard and start planning the rest of their lives because Rose Sterling had never met a future she couldn't organize. She fell asleep smiling. Chapter 19. The walk from the Whitfield house to Bengal Street took 20 minutes. Clean streets turning to cobblestones, turning to soot-darkened brick, and by the halfway point, the mills, the smell of them, cotton dust and coal smoke thickening with every step. Rose walked beside him. She'd told Mrs. Aldridge she didn't require a chaperone to walk a man to his own mill, and Mrs. Aldridge had raised one eyebrow and said, "At this point, Miss Sterling, I believe the chaperone is a formality," and gone back to her novel. Rose was talking. The schoolroom needed a proper slate board. The one Brennan had nailed to the wall was splitting. Nell's reading was outpacing the primers they had. The Cartwright children were settling, but two of them flinched at loud sounds, and one wouldn't go near the spinning room door. She had ideas about that. She had ideas about everything. "A qualified teacher," she said. "Not Miss Ogden. Miss Ogden is wonderful, but she's a mill worker, not an instructor. Someone trained. I could write to the parish schools in London and find—" Rose. Someone with experience in younger children, specifically. The primers are too advanced for the Cartwright ones. They need— "Rose, slow down." She looked at him, grinning. The morning was cool and gray, and she was wearing the plain cotton dress Mrs. Garrow had given her, and her hair was pinned up loosely, and she was the most alive he'd ever seen her. Not the general, not the inspector with the notebook, just Rose, walking through Manchester, planning a schoolroom. "I'm excited," she said. "I'm allowed to be excited." "You're terrifying." "That's what you said the first morning I dragged a chair into your office." It was true then. It's true now. She took his arm, her hand on his sleeve, the weight of it. Light, sure, proprietary, as if she'd always walked beside him, as if she belonged on this street in this city next to this man. The mill came into view, the yard, the entrance, workers on the morning shift nodding as Samuel passed, some smiling, a few touching their caps. Mary Marsh in the corridor with a look on her face that meant she'd been worrying and was now going to pretend she hadn't been. "Mr. Holt, good to see you on your feet." "Good to be on my feet, Mary." "The ledgers are on your desk. Brennan's kept them up, but I'll warn you, his handwriting's gone to hell." His handwriting was always hell. "Fair point." Mary looked at Rose, back at Samuel. Her mouth twitched. "Miss Sterling, there's tea in the office." "Thank you, Mary." His office smelled the same, cotton and ink, and underneath them, the faintest trace of Rose's lavender soap clinging to the cushion of the chair she'd dragged across the yard. The chair was still on the wrong side of the desk. Brennan's ledgers were stacked in order. Rose put her hand on the desk, ran her fingers across the surface. She wasn't inspecting anymore. She was remembering. "I should go check on the schoolroom." She turned to him. "I promised Nell I'd bring a new primer, and I want to see the Cartwright children. Brennan said the youngest one started talking again yesterday." "Go. I'll be back in an hour." She kissed him, quick, warm, her hand on his jaw. "Don't overdo it. Sean said walking, not running a mill." "I'm sitting at a desk." "You're Samuel Holt. You'll be running the mill within 10 minutes, and we both know it." Her footsteps in the corridor, the sound fading, the mill sounds filling the space she'd left, the looms, the shuttles, the rhythm he'd built his life around. He sat at his desk, opened a ledger, closed it, opened it again. The numbers were fine. Brennan's handwriting was, as Mary had warned, terrible. Everything was in order. The mill was running. The world he'd built was exactly where he'd left it. He should go upstairs, unpack, sleep in his own bed for the first time in days, change into his own clothes, not Mr. Whitfield's trousers and borrowed shirt, but his own things, hanging in a wardrobe that didn't smell like cedar. The stairs to his rooms were narrow enough that his shoulders nearly touched both walls. He'd climbed them 10,000 times. His lungs complained on the 6th step, and he stopped and breathed and kept going because Samuel Holt didn't stop on stairs. He opened the door and Cartwright's fire was waiting for him. Not the mill's familiar smell, cotton dust and coal, the scents he'd lived with for years. This was acrid and chemical, the smell of a building that had burned with people inside it. It had seeped through the brickwork while he'd been at the Whitfield house, settled into the plaster and the wood and the blanket on his bed. He was standing in a doorway that smelled like the fire that killed Elsie Harmon. His bed was narrow. He'd known that. He'd slept in it for 6 years. But something about 3 nights in a guest room with a garden view and a floral quilt made the thin mattress and the wool blanket look like what they were, the bed of a man who had never expected anyone else to sleep in it. The desk was smaller than the one downstairs. A candle stub, a ledger, and the pen Rose had picked up the night she'd come here, the night he'd kissed her and told her the arithmetic didn't work. One chair pushed against it. No table. He'd told himself years ago he'd buy a proper table when the mill turned a profit. The profit had gone to chalk and primers and a schoolroom door. Through the window he could see what was left of Cartwright's, blackened beams against the sky, the skeleton of a building where Elsie Harmon had died on the 3rd floor. A kettle, a wash basin, a cracked mirror. Everything he owned fit inside 4 walls that smelled like someone else's fire. He'd sat at a table last night with silver candlesticks and crystal glasses and 4 courses of roast lamb and wine that tasted like something from another country. Rose had been across from him in the candlelight, and her father, the Marquis of Clarendon, had been at the head of the table discussing railways as if railways were a thing one discussed between the fish course and the meat. Maggie had knocked over the salt cellar. Brennan had watched Rose to learn which fork to use. Mrs. Whitfield had served from china that probably had a pattern name and a history and a place in a cabinet that locked, and Samuel had felt like he belonged. He looked at the smoke-stained blanket, at the candle stub, at the single chair. Every detail from that dinner came back, not as warmth but as measurement. The silver, the crystal, the linen cloth, the ease with which Rose had lifted a wine glass that cost more than everything in this space combined. He put his hand on the wall. Cool plaster, damp, reeking of a fire that had killed 3 people. This was what he was offering the daughter of a marquess. His hand curled against the plaster. He loved her. He loved her more than he'd loved anything, more than the mill, more than the schoolroom, more than the version of himself that had walked into Cartwright's fire because he couldn't stand by while children burned. Loving Rose Sterling was the biggest and best and most terrifying thing he'd ever done. And he was going to stop, not stop loving her. He couldn't do that any more than he could stop his lungs from pulling air. But he was going to let her go, because love without a table was just a man asking a woman to shrink. And Rose Sterling did not shrink. Rose Sterling expanded. She filled committees and mill yards and the entire city of Manchester, and he was not going to be the narrow bed and the smoke-stained wall that contained her. The decisions settled into him the way his decisions always did, quietly, completely, like a door closing where no one could hear it. He sat in the one chair and waited for her to come back. Her footsteps on the stairs, light, quick, taking them 2 at a time from the sound of it. She was humming something. Rose Sterling was humming on a staircase in Ancoats, and she had no idea what was waiting at the top. "Samuel?" The door was open. She came in smiling. Nell wrote a full sentence today, an entire sentence. The cat sat on the mat. "And I know it's not Shakespeare, but you should have seen her face. She was so—" The smile dimmed. Not gone, dimming. The way a flame dims when someone opens a door and lets the cold in. "What is it?" she said. "Sit down. There's only one chair and you're in it. Take the chair." "Samuel, what's happened?" "Take the chair." He was on his feet before the sentence finished. She didn't move. She was standing in the middle of his room, the narrow room, the smoke-stained room, looking at his face, reading him. He could see the exact moment she understood what was happening because the color left her cheeks and her mouth opened and closed and opened again. "You need to go to London." "What?" "The hearing is tomorrow. Your father is presenting the testimony, but he needs you. The committee knows your name. Your inspection report carries weight. And Elsie Harmon. His voice caught on the name. He cleared it. Elsie Harmon deserves every voice that room can hold. I'm not going to London. Rose, I'm not leaving you. We've had this conversation. I told you. Look at this room. The words came out harder than he'd intended. He watched her look, really look, and then look back at him. Her face changed. This is what I have. His jaw was tight. His throat was tight. Everything in him was holding together through sheer force because if he let go, he was going to say something like stay, and he couldn't say stay. Your father has a house in Mayfair. You grew up with silver and linen and tables with cloths on them, and I'm standing here asking you to… Asking me to what? Live? Be happy? Love you? Asking you to give up everything for a room above a cotton mill. I don't care about the room. You should. I don't. I care about you. I care about the children downstairs and the schoolroom and the work we're doing, and I care about waking up next to you, and I do not care about silver candlesticks, Samuel. I have never in my life cared about… You've never had to. Quiet. You've never had to care about them because you've always had them. You don't notice the table because there's always been a table. You don't notice the linen because there's always been linen. The cough came. He turned away from her, wrote it out, tasted ash. You'll notice when they're gone. Don't tell me what I'll notice. I'm telling you what I know. You're telling me what you're afraid of. That's not the same thing. He closed his eyes. She was right. She was right, and it didn't matter because the smoke in the walls was right too. Rose, I love you. The words scraped out of him. I have loved you since you dragged a chair across my mill yard at 6 a.m. and sat in it like you'd built the place. And I am telling you, because I love you, that I cannot ask you to live in this room. I cannot watch you give up London and your family and Parliament and everything you've built for a man who doesn't have a table. I won't do that to you. I would rather… His voice broke. He put it back together. I would rather lose you than watch you become less. Less. The word landed between them like a stone. You think loving you would make me less. I think this room would make you less. This room is a room, Samuel. 4 walls and a window and a bed. I don't love you for your rooms. I don't love you for your table or your lack of one. I love you because you built a schoolroom in a closet and taught a girl to write her name and ran into a fire because you couldn't stand by. And you're standing here telling me that doesn't count because you can't afford linen. It's not about linen. It's exactly about linen and silver and tablecloths and every measurement you've been using since the night you kissed me and decided I was too expensive. Her voice was shaking. Her voice was shaking. She was holding it steady and he could hear the effort and it was killing him. You measured the distance between us and decided it was too far, and you were wrong then and you are wrong now, and I am so tired of watching you be wrong about this. Rose, no, sharp, final. I have sat at your bedside for 2 days. I have washed soot from your face and held you through coughing fits and lied down beside you in a bed in someone else's house with my father under the same roof. I have told my father I love you. I have told your foreman and my sister and anyone who would listen that I love you. I have done everything I know how to do. Her voice cracked. Once, she sealed it. And you're telling me it's not enough. The silence after was the worst sound he'd ever heard. I would have lived in this room with you. Quiet now, stripped of everything except the truth. I would have been happy here, with the smoke and the chair and the bed. I would have been happy, Samuel. He couldn't speak. His jaw was locked. His hands were fists at his sides and his eyes were burning, and he was holding on to the decision with everything he had because if he let go, if he opened his mouth and said stay, she would. She would stay. And he would watch her shrink. I can't make you believe you deserve to be loved. She was looking at him, and he could see it in her face. Not anger anymore. Something worse, the moment a person stops fighting. I tried. God knows I tried. She walked out. She walked out, steady, straight-backed. Her footsteps on the narrow stairs, each one a sound he was going to hear for the rest of his life. The mill door opening, closing, gone. The silence she left was worse than the smoke. His hand was shaking. He pressed it flat against the desk until it stopped. Below him, the looms were running, the shuttles and the children's voices through the floor and the mill turning the way it always turned, and none of it meaning what it had meant an hour ago. The sketch was on the desk where he'd left it, Rose with the children. He picked it up and held it and couldn't look at it and couldn't put it down. He sat in the chair and put his head in his hands. Chapter 20. The ventilation system at Cartwright's mill was removed in November of 1846. The rear fire door was bricked over in December to accommodate additional spinning frames. Both modifications were documented in my inspection report, which the committee has before it. Rose's voice was steady. Her hands were flat on the table. The committee room was paneled in dark oak, and the windows were high and narrow, and the 12 men sitting across from her were listening with the particular attention of men who had been told a child was dead and were now required to do something about it. On the morning of April 14th, a fire broke out on the second floor of Cartwright's mill. The removed ventilation created a chimney effect that accelerated the spread. The bricked rear door eliminated the only secondary exit from the upper floors. 3 workers died. 4 were severely injured. Among the dead was Elsie Harmon, age 9, a scavenger on the 3rd floor. She said the name the way her father had promised he would. Clearly, so they heard it. Miss Sterling, Lord Ashley leaned forward. Your report details extensive violations at Cartwright's operation. Can you speak to whether these conditions are unusual in the Manchester mills? They are not unusual, my lord. They are standard. A murmur through the room. Her father was in the gallery. She could feel his presence without looking. Sean was somewhere behind him. They'd met her at the station that morning, her father's face going still when she'd stepped off the train alone. Where is Mr. Holt? Mr. Holt is in Manchester. Her father hadn't asked anything else. He'd looked at her face and understood. The act as written will not work. She heard herself say it, flat, certain, the words she'd rehearsed with Samuel at his desk while they'd argued about phrasing and spent 40 minutes on a single paragraph because neither of them would concede a comma. Without transition provisions, the relay system will render it unenforceable. The children will work the same hours. The law will mean nothing. The words tasted like nothing. We have reviewed page 9, Lord Brougham's voice from the far end. The committee appreciates your thorough work, Miss Sterling, but the political reality is that this bill has the votes to pass as written. Amendments at this stage risk losing the coalition entirely. My lord, the children this act is meant to protect. The committee notes your concern. She had held a burned girl in a mill yard. She had washed soot from a man's face. She had sat in a chair for 2 days watching him breathe. And she had come to London because he'd told her to go do her job. She was doing her job. Her job was not enough. The vote was called at 3:30. The 10 Hours Act passed. The gallery applauded. Lord Ashley shook her father's hand. Someone said historic and someone else said landmark, and the word that kept circling in Rose's head was hollow. She'd won. The thing she'd come to Manchester to fight for, the reform she'd written testimony for and argued for and organized an entire inspection around, had passed into law. And it meant nothing. The relay loophole was intact. The transition provisions were dead. Cartwright's children would go back to work under a new law that changed nothing about the hours they worked or the conditions they worked in, and Elsie Harmon was still dead, and the act that bore her memory had no teeth. Her father found her in the corridor outside the committee room. She was standing by the window looking at nothing. Rose! It passed. It passed. Without provisions. Without provisions. His voice was careful. The relay amendment can be brought forward in the next session. Ashley is committed. The evidence is in the record now, your evidence. This isn't over. It feels over. He was quiet. The corridor was busy. Members and clerks and the traffic of a parliamentary afternoon. Her father stood beside her and let the silence hold because he was the kind of man who understood when his daughter needed silence more than strategy. Come home, he said. "Your mother is waiting. Maggie sent a telegram. She's staying in Manchester another week. Something about light." Manchester. The word hit her under the ribs. Manchester, where the schoolroom was full of children, and Nell was writing sentences, and the mill was running, and Samuel was somewhere above it alone. "Rose," her father's hand on her arm, "come home." Clarendon House was exactly as she'd left it. The entrance hall with the marble floor and the chandelier that her mother had shipped from New York, because Amelia Sterling did not compromise on lighting. The staircase with the mahogany banister that Rose had slid down at 7 years old and been caught by the butler and not punished because her mother had been laughing too hard. The parlor with the good furniture and the portraits and the table, the long dining table with its cloth and its silver and its crystal and its 14 chairs. 14 chairs. Samuel didn't have a table. Her mother met her in the hallway. Amelia Sterling, tall, golden-haired, American in ways that 27 years in England hadn't touched. She took one look at Rose's face and pulled her into her arms without a word. Rose let herself be held. She pressed her face into her mother's shoulder, rosewater and clean linen and warmth, and the thing she'd been holding since Samuel's doorway cracked but did not break. "Darling," her mother's voice against her hair, "your father told me." "What did he tell you?" "Enough." Amelia pulled back, looked at her. The same direct gaze Rose had inherited, the one that saw everything and flinched at nothing. "He told me you did extraordinary work. He told me the act passed, and he told me the man you love is an idiot." "He's not an idiot." "Your father's word. I'm reserving judgment until I meet him." "You won't meet him. Rose's throat closed. She pressed her lips together. "He doesn't want me there." Her mother's face did something complicated, anger and softness and something Rose had never seen directed at her before, helplessness. "Go upstairs," Amelia said. "Rest. We'll talk when you're ready." Her room. The room she'd grown up in. The 4-poster bed with the embroidered coverlet, the writing desk by the window, the bookshelf with her childhood novels and her parliamentary primers side by side, the view over the garden where she'd learned to ride and Maggie had learned to draw, and their mother had planted roses every spring. The bed was soft, the sheets were pressed, the pillows smelled like lavender, real lavender, not the cheap soap from Mrs. Garrow's basin at the Whitfield house. Everything was clean and beautiful and exactly right, and she would have traded every inch of it for a narrow bed that smelled like smoke. She lay down. The embroidered coverlet was cool against her cheek. She'd testified before a parliamentary committee and the act had passed and it was broken. She'd loved a man with everything she had, and he'd sent her away and she was broken too. The sob came from somewhere she didn't recognize. Deep, convulsive. She pressed her face into the pillow and let it take her because there was no one here to see, and she only cried when no one was looking. She cried for Nell's sentence, the cat sat on the mat, that she wouldn't be there to hear tomorrow. And she cried for the way Samuel's voice had broken on the word rather when he'd said he would rather lose her than watch her become less. The pillow was wet. Her chest was hollow. The crying didn't stop because there was nothing left to organize it into stopping. Sometime later, the crying stopped. Not because she'd decided to stop, because her body had run out. Her chest was hollow. The pillow was ruined. The light through the window had shifted from afternoon to evening, and she was lying in her childhood bed with swollen eyes and absolutely no idea what to do next. She always knew what to do next. She built her life on knowing what to do next. Her mother's knock was soft. Amelia sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her daughter's face and didn't pretend it was fine. "Tell me about him," Amelia said. So Rose did, from the beginning. The chair she'd dragged across the mill yard, the man who'd spent 40 pounds on chalk, the schoolroom and the children and the fire and the vigil and the morning she'd woken up beside him and the evening she'd buttoned his waistcoat and the afternoon he'd looked at his own rooms and decided she deserved better. Amelia listened. When Rose was finished, when there was nothing left to tell, her mother looked at her. "What are you going to do?" The question landed in the hollow space behind Rose's ribs. She opened her mouth, closed it, tried again. I don't know. 3 words she had never said in her life and meant. I don't know what to do. I can't make him believe he deserves me. I tried everything I know how to try, and he looked at a room with no table and decided that mattered more than... Her voice thinned. There's nothing I can do. Amelia was quiet for a moment. Then she took Rose's hand. Darling, lying here crying into your pillow is not solving the problem. Her mother's voice was gentle and direct and utterly American. And your father was right. The man you love is an idiot. Rose almost laughed. Almost. He's not an idiot. He sent you away because he doesn't have a dining table. That is the definition of an idiot. Amelia squeezed her hand. The question isn't whether he loves you. The question is whether he's going to figure out that he's wrong before you both waste any more time being miserable. And if he doesn't, then you'll figure it out for him. You're a sterling. We don't wait for men to come to their senses. Rose looked at her mother. I don't have a plan, Rose said. You don't need a plan tonight. You need sleep. Amelia kissed her forehead. The plan will come. It always does with you. Rose lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and waited for the plan to come. It didn't. Chapter 21. 3 days without her, and the chair was still on the wrong side of the desk. He could move it. He'd thought about moving it every morning when he came down from his rooms and sat at the desk, and the chair was right there, empty, angled toward him. He could push it back to the wall where it belonged. He could put it in the corridor. He could burn it. He didn't move it. Brennan came in at 7 with the morning report. The boilers were running. The spinning room was at capacity. 2 of the Cartwright children had been claimed by relatives in Salford and wouldn't be coming back to the schoolroom. The rest were still there. Miss Ogden's managing, Brennan said, but she's asking about primers. The ones we have are falling apart. Order more. From where? Rose, Miss Sterling had a list. Suppliers, prices, the lot. She left it somewhere, but I can't. Check the schoolroom. She kept her papers in the drawer under the slate board. Brennan looked at him. The look lasted a beat too long. What? Nothing. Brennan put his cap on. I'll check the drawer. He came back 20 minutes later with the primer list and something else, a stack of papers he set on Samuel's desk without comment. What's this? Found it in the same drawer. Thought you should see it. Rose's handwriting. Precise, slanted, the letters small and even. A sketch of a curriculum. Reading, writing, basic arithmetic, divided into levels by age. Notes on individual children. Nell. Progressing rapidly, needs advanced material. Polly, reading fluently, struggles with numbers. Thomas Harmon. Won't speak, responds to drawing. She'd been building something, a system, a plan for every child in that schoolroom, tailored to what each one needed, written in handwriting so precise it looked like type. He ran his thumb across the margin where she'd annotated a price. The ink was dry. The paper smelled like nothing. 3 days ago, these hands had been in her hair in a dark parlor, and her mouth had been on his, and she'd tasted like wine and laughed against his lips, and he could still feel the shape of that laugh somewhere in the center of his chest, where nothing else fit anymore. He put the papers back on the desk. Couldn't put them in a drawer. Couldn't file her away. He tried to work. The ledgers needed reviewing. The supply orders needed signing. The ordinary machinery of a mill that ran whether its owner could concentrate or not. He walked the floor, slowly, his lungs still protesting, the cough less frequent but present. The workers greeted him. Mary Marsh brought tea. The looms ran. The shuttles moved. Everything was exactly as it should be, and none of it was right. She'd walked this floor beside him. He could feel the absence of her in the corridor the way you feel a missing tooth. The tongue keeps going to the space, expecting something solid, finding nothing. At noon, Polly came to his office door. Small, serious. Her primer clutched against her chest. Mr. Holt. Polly. When is Miss Sterling coming back? The question landed like a fist. He looked at the girl. 8 years old, cotton dust in her hair, the primer Rose had given her held the way other children held dolls. I don't know, Polly. She was teaching me long division. Miss Ogden doesn't know long division. I'll teach you long division. You're not as good at explaining as Miss Sterling. He almost smiled. No, I'm not. Polly considered this, accepted it as fact. Will you tell her to come back? Go to the schoolroom, Polly. She went. His chest felt like it had the morning after the fire, hollow, scraped clean. Every hour since Rose had walked down those stairs had been a lesson in how much space one woman could leave behind. At 2 o'clock, Nell appeared. Not at the door, in the corridor, hovering, the way she'd hovered the first week before she'd learned that corridors were allowed. She held up her slate. He could see the writing from his desk. The cat sat on the mat, a full sentence. Her first. She was showing him because Rose wasn't here to show. That's very good, Nell. She looked at him, looked at the empty chair, back at him. Where's Miss Sterling? She's in London, Nell. Nell considered this. Then she turned and went back to the schoolroom with her slate and her sentence, and something gave way in Samuel's chest that he couldn't name and couldn't fix. He put his head in his hands. His eyes burned. His throat ached. The space behind his ribs where Rose had lived for the past week, the space that had been full of her voice and her laugh and the weight of her sleeping against his shoulder, was empty. Not empty the way a room is empty. Empty the way a body is empty when something essential has been removed and the wound hasn't healed and you keep reaching for the thing that's gone. He didn't know what fixed it. That was the problem. Maggie Sterling arrived at the mill at 4 o'clock with her sketchbook under her arm and charcoal on her fingers and not a trace of complaint about the 20-minute walk from the Whitfield house. I'm drawing the mill yard, she announced from the office doorway. The afternoon light is extraordinary. Don't mind me. Miss Sterling. Maggie, I think we're past formalities. She was already scanning the office. Is Brennan here? I want to sketch the spinning room, and last time I went in unannounced, a woman threw a bobbin at me. That was Mary Marsh. She doesn't like surprises. I gathered. Maggie's eyes landed on the empty chair. She looked at it, looked at him. The same direct gaze her sister had, the one that saw through walls and excuses and carefully constructed decisions. She didn't mention it. She talked about the mill yard and the light and the sketch she was planning, and after 20 minutes of conversation that Samuel barely contributed to, she sat in Rose's chair without asking and opened her sketchbook and started drawing him. Don't do that. I'm drawing. It's what I do. Keep working. I'm not going to sit here while you... Then talk to me. Tell me something. How long have you had this mill? He talked. Because Maggie Sterling didn't accept silence any more than her sister did, and because talking was easier than thinking, and thinking was all he'd done for 3 days. He told her about buying the building, about the first year when the machinery broke twice a month and he couldn't afford an engineer, about Brennan, who'd shown up looking for work and never left, about the schoolroom, why he'd built it, what it cost, the 40 pounds of chalk that Rose had put in the testimony. You must miss London, he said, without thinking, filling a pause. All this, the smoke, the noise, it must be quite different from what you're used to. Maggie's pencil stopped. What I'm used to. Clarendon House, the season. I imagine it's... You imagine it's what? She looked up from the sketchbook. Balls and ribbons and pretty dresses, crystal glasses and polite conversation. Do you think that's all we are, Samuel? That's all we want? I didn't. Because if you do, if you genuinely believe that young women with titles and money can't possibly want anything beyond a London parlor and a dance card, then you sound exactly like my grandfather. And I love my grandfather, but he would rather see me dressed up in a bow and sitting by the fire than doing anything that actually matters. Her voice was sharp, not angry, precise, the sterling precision that came out like a blade when it needed to. I am in Manchester because Manchester is the most interesting place I have ever been. I am drawing mills and children and smoke because that is what I want to draw. Nobody made me stay. Nobody is keeping me here against my will. I chose this, the same way Rose chose this. The name landed in the room like a dropped glass. Don't, he said. Don't what? Say her name? She exists, Samuel. She's in London right now, sitting in Clarendon House, surrounded by everything you think she wants, and I promise you she is miserable. I know, because I know my sister, and I know what she looks like when she's found the thing that makes her happy, and I know what she looks like when it's been taken from her. I didn't take anything from her. You sent her away. I gave her back. You gave her back to a life she'd already left. Maggie closed the sketchbook. Do you know what Rose was doing in your schoolroom? She wasn't visiting. She wasn't inspecting. She was planning a school, a real school, for every child in Ancoats. She had a curriculum written out and suppliers listed and funding ideas, and she was going to use her own money and her connections and her name and build something that mattered. In Manchester, in your Manchester. And you looked at your rooms and decided she'd rather have a tablecloth. The silence that followed was the kind that has weight. She drew up a curriculum, Samuel said. It's in the schoolroom drawer. I've seen it. He'd seen it too. This morning, Rose's handwriting, the careful notes on every child. She was building something, Maggie said. Quieter now. Not for you, for herself. You were just lucky enough to be standing next to it. She looked at the chair she was sitting in. Rose's chair, the one dragged across the yard. My sister is the most capable person I know. She could run Parliament if they'd let her. She could run Manchester. She chose to sit in this chair, in this office, in this mill, because this is where she wanted to be. Not because she was settling, Samuel, because she was choosing. He stared at the desk. Rose's primer list was in the drawer 6 feet away. Her curriculum. Her notes on Nell and Polly and Thomas Harmon, who wouldn't speak but responded to drawing. She hadn't been tolerating his world. She'd been building hers inside it, and he'd told her to leave. I never asked her. His voice was rough. What she wanted, I just looked at the room and decided. I didn't ask. No, you didn't. I told her she'd become less. And Rose, my sister, who has never been less than anything in her life, walked out of this building believing she wasn't enough to change your mind. Maggie's eyes were bright. Do you understand what you did? You didn't protect her from your world. You told her she didn't belong in it, and she believed you. Rose, who doesn't believe anyone about anything, believed you, because she loves you, and loving someone means their opinion is the one that can actually hurt. His hands were flat on the desk. The wood was warm from the afternoon sun through the window. Cartwright's ruin was out there, beyond the glass, and the schoolroom was below him, full of children Rose had been planning for, and the chair she'd dragged across the yard was sitting in his office with another Sterling woman in it, and every piece of arithmetic he'd done since the night he'd kissed her was wrong. Not because the numbers were wrong, because he'd been adding the wrong column. He needed her, not the way he needed the mill to run or the schoolroom to survive, the way lungs needed air, the way his hands needed the memory of her jaw under his fingers, the way the morning needed her voice in the corridor saying something sharp and precise and exactly right. He had built a life that worked, and she had walked into it and made it mean something, and he had sent her away because he was afraid. I have to go to London. Maggie looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, the first real smile she'd given him since she'd walked through the door. Finally. I don't have a plan. You don't need a plan. You need a train. I can't just show up at Clarendon House. Her father... I haven't asked her father. My father told Rose that you had nerve. Coming to London uninvited to beg his daughter's forgiveness will confirm that assessment. She stood. The evening train leaves at 6. You have 2 hours. Maggie, don't thank me. Thank Rose. She's the one who saw something in you worth fighting for. Maggie tucked the sketchbook under her arm. I'd suggest arriving with a better speech than the arithmetic was wrong. She's heard that one. Maggie's footsteps faded down the corridor, and Samuel was on his feet before the sound died. His lungs protested. He ignored them. The train to London took 5 hours. He spent them staring out the window, watching Manchester give way to farmland, give way to the outskirts of a city he'd never been to and had no business being in. His reflection stared back from the glass, hollow-eyed, unshaved, the face of a man running on 3 days without sleep and 6 hours without a plan. He was wearing his own clothes, the only good coat he had, the shirt he saved for meetings with suppliers, no borrowed waistcoat, no cedar-scented jacket, just what he owned, which had never felt like less. Maggie had told him to come with a better speech than the arithmetic. He didn't have a speech at all. He had the truth, and the truth was simple and terrible. I was wrong. About everything. About you and about me and about the distance between a room above a mill and whatever room you're standing in right now. The distance was never the problem. I was the problem. He rehearsed it, abandoned it, rehearsed something different, abandoned that too. The train pulled into Euston Station at 11:30 at night, and London hit him like a wall of noise and gaslight and people who knew where they were going. He didn't know where he was going. He knew the name. Clarendon House, Mayfair. He asked a cab driver. The fare was more than he'd expected. Everything in London was more than he'd expected. The streets of Mayfair were wider and cleaner than anything in Ancoats, lit by gas lamps that cast steady pools of light on pavements that had never seen coal dust. Clarendon House was the largest on the square. Of course it was. Stone facade, columns, a portico that could have sheltered his entire spinning room, windows dark on the upper floors, a light burning in the ground floor parlor. He stood on the pavement and looked at it and the distance between this house and everything he was hit him so hard he almost turned around. He rang the bell. A butler opened the door. His gaze took in Samuel's coat, his face, the hour. The assessment was brief and unfavorable. "Samuel Holt, I'm here to see Lord Clarendon." "Lord Clarendon has retired for the evening, sir." "Tell him Samuel Holt from Manchester is at his door. He'll see me." The doubt on the butler's face was obvious. He went to inquire. Samuel stood alone in a hall larger than his entire rooms, and the marble floor under his boots was so clean he could see his own reflection in it, and the reflection looked like it didn't belong here either. This was Rose's world. This was where she'd learned to walk and read and organize and command. This hall alone was larger than his entire living space. The chandelier above his head was worth more than his annual profit. Rose was somewhere in this house, close enough to call for. That was going to have to be enough. "Mr. Holt." Nathaniel Sterling came down the stairs in a dressing gown, his gray hair uncombed, his expression unreadable. He stopped on the 3rd step from the bottom and looked at Samuel. "Lord Clarendon, I apologize for the hour." "You've come from Manchester?" "The evening train." Nathaniel came down the remaining steps, the same direct gaze he'd had at the Whitfield dinner. Samuel couldn't read what was behind it. "My daughter is upstairs." "I know, I need to see her." "She came home from Manchester looking like something had been removed from her. She testified before the Select Committee with a voice that could have moved stone, and then she came home and cried for 3 hours. Nathaniel's voice was level. "Rose doesn't cry, Mr. Holt, not where anyone can see her. She cried where her mother could hear her through the bedroom door." The words landed like blows. Samuel absorbed them. He deserved everyone. "I was wrong, sir." "Yes, you were. I sent her away because I looked at what I had and measured it against what she deserved, and—" "You measured wrong." Nathaniel's voice was quiet. "My daughter doesn't need silver and linen, Mr. Holt. She needs someone who sees her clearly. She thought you did. She was apparently mistaken." "She wasn't mistaken. I do see her. I see her more clearly than I've seen anything in my life, and I was too afraid to believe what I was looking at." Nathaniel was quiet for a long time. Samuel stood in his only good coat under a chandelier that cost more than his mill and waited. "What are you asking me, Mr. Holt?" "I'm asking to see your daughter, and if she'll have me, if she can forgive what I did, I'm asking your permission to marry her." Another silence. Longer. Samuel's heart was hammering against his ribs hard enough that his healing lungs felt it. "Permission." Nathaniel's mouth moved. "You come to my house at midnight, unannounced, having broken my daughter's heart, and you ask my permission." "Yes, sir." "You have nerve, Mr. Holt." "So I've been told." The corner of Nathaniel's mouth twitched. "I'll wake her." Samuel waited. His hands were shaking. He pressed them against his thighs and breathed and listened to a clock ticking somewhere deeper in the house. Footsteps on the stairs. Not Nathaniel's. Lighter. He knew the sound of them before he looked up. Rose appeared on the landing, dressing gown, hair down, face bare. She looked like she hadn't slept. She stopped on the stairs, looked down at him. He looked up at her, the staircase between them and everything it represented. "Rose, what are you doing here?" Not a question. Flat, guarded, the walls up higher than he'd ever seen them. "I was wrong." "You were wrong." She came down 2 steps. "You were wrong. You sent me away from the only place I've ever been happy. You told me I'd become less. You looked at a room with no table and decided that mattered more than everything I told you and everything I showed you and everything I felt, and you were wrong." "Yes. And now you're standing in my father's entrance hall at midnight expecting me to— what? Forgive you? Fall into your arms? Tell you the arithmetic works after all?" "I'm standing in your father's entrance hall at midnight because I couldn't stay in Manchester without you for one more day." Her jaw tightened. Her eyes were bright. He could see what this was costing her. "Go away, Samuel." "Rose, I can't do this right now. I can't look at you right now." Her voice cracked. She sealed it. "There is an inn on Half Moon Street. Go there, get a room, and give me—" She pressed her hand against her mouth, dropped it. "Give me until morning to decide whether I want to hear anything you have to say." "Rose, please." "Morning, Samuel." She turned and walked back up the stairs, her hand on the mahogany banister, her back straight, her hair falling down between her shoulder blades. She didn't look back. Nathaniel was standing in the parlor doorway. He'd heard everything. "Half Moon Street," Nathaniel said. "The Crescent. Tell them Lord Clarendon sent you. They'll give you a room." "Sir—" "Go, Mr. Holt. My daughter asked for the morning. Give her the morning." Samuel walked out of Clarendon House into the London night. The pavement was cold under his boots. The gas lamps burned steady. Mayfair was quiet in a way Ancoats never was. The Crescent Inn on Half Moon Street gave him a room on the 2nd floor. Small, clean, a proper bed with pressed sheets, a table by the window with a cloth on it, a table with a cloth. He sat on the edge of the bed. The inn was clean and quiet, and there was a table by the window with a cloth on it, and he wanted to laugh at that, but the sound wouldn't come. She hadn't said she'd see him in the morning. She'd said she needed until morning to decide whether she wanted to hear anything he had to say. That wasn't a promise. That was a woman deciding whether to close a door he'd already slammed once. He lay back on the pressed sheets and stared at the ceiling of a room he didn't know, in a city he didn't belong in, and thought about Rose on the landing in her dressing gown, looking down at him like he was something she'd already survived. He would have given everything he owned, the mill, the schoolroom, every penny and every brick, for the certainty that she'd open that door in the morning. Chapter 22. She lasted until 2:45. 2 hours and 43 minutes of staring at the ceiling of her childhood bedroom while Samuel Holt was somewhere on Half Moon Street, probably sleeping, the absolute nerve of him. As if a person could simply arrive at midnight, say I was wrong, and then walk away while the woman he'd destroyed lay awake composing a list of everything she should have said on that staircase, and hadn't because she'd been too stunned to think straight. The list was long. It was getting longer. Insufferable. That was the first word. She'd been cycling through options since 1 o'clock, pig-headed, thick-skulled, willfully obtuse, and had settled on insufferable because it encompassed the full scope of what Samuel Holt was. Not merely stubborn, not merely proud. Insufferable in the way that only a man who loved you could be insufferable, by deciding what was best for you without consulting you, as if your own mind were decorative rather than functional. Cloth-headed. That was good too. Victorian grandmothers used cloth-headed and it had a satisfying bluntness. Also addle-pated. Also the most monumental blockhead in the entire north of England and possibly the south as well. She threw back the covers. She was not going to lie here until morning. She was not going to give Samuel Holt the satisfaction of a measured, rational, morning-light conversation in which she arrived composed and he apologized, and they discussed their feelings like civilized adults. She had feelings, and they were not civilized, and they were not going to wait until breakfast. Her dress was on the chair. She pulled it on in the dark. Buttons wrong the first time, right the second. Her fingers clumsy with the kind of rage that made fine motor skills irrelevant. Her hair went up in 3 pins, which was not enough pins but would have to serve because she was not sitting at a vanity table at 3 in the morning for a man who didn't deserve a 4th pin. Boots. Cloak. The cloak was her mother's, heavier than hers, grabbed from the hook by the servant's door because it was the first one her hand found. The servant's stairs were narrow and dark, and she took them faster than she should have and didn't care. The back door opened onto the mews behind Clarendon House. The night air hit her face, cool, damp, smelling of horse and cobblestone, and the particular emptiness of London between midnight and dawn. She walked, through the mews, onto the street. Mayfair at 3 in the morning was deserted except for a cat on a windowsill and a lamplighter finishing his rounds, who gave her a look that said none of my business and kept walking. Her boots were loud on the pavement. Her cloak billowed behind her. She was a marquis's daughter walking through London alone in the dark in her mother's cloak with 3 pins in her hair, and she was going to find Samuel Holt and tell him exactly what she thought of him, and his rooms, and his arithmetic, and his colossal, breathtaking, unforgivable arrogance in deciding what she wanted without asking her. She found a hackney on Curzon Street, the driver dozing on the box with his hat over his eyes. Half Moon Street. The Crescent. He pushed the hat up, looked at her. A woman alone at 3 in the morning. Now, Rose said. The Crescent was a narrow-fronted inn wedged between a tobacconist and a tailor's shop. Rose paid the driver and went inside. The night porter behind the desk barely looked up from his newspaper. Samuel Holt. Which room? I can't give out. He arrived tonight, from Manchester. Lord Clarendon sent him. Which room? The name worked the way her father's name always worked. The porter gave her the room number, 2nd floor. She took the stairs 2 at a time because she had taken every staircase in her life 2 at a time, and she was not going to slow down now. Room 7. She didn't knock. She pounded. 3 hits. Hard. The flat of her hand against the wood. The sound echoed down the corridor, and she did not care who she woke because she had things to say to Samuel Holt, and they had been building in her chest for days, and she was not waiting 1 more hour. The lock turned, and Samuel was standing in the frame in his shirt sleeves, half-dressed, his hair wrecked from the pillow he clearly hadn't been sleeping on. His eyes went wide. Rose? She pushed past him. You. She turned on him. You insufferable, cloth-headed, monumental Rose! Do not interrupt me. You had your speech. On the staircase of my father's house at midnight you had your speech, and now I am going to have mine, and you are going to stand there and listen to every word. He closed the door, leaned against it. His face was... She didn't want to look at his face because his face did things to her resolve, and she needed her resolve right now more than she needed air. You sent me away. Her voice was shaking. She let it shake. From the schoolroom, from the children, from the mill, from everything I was building, everything I chose, because you decided for me. You, not me. As if I were some fragile creature who couldn't survive without silver and crystal. As if I hadn't sat at your bedside for 2 days and washed soot from your face and held you through the worst night of my life. As if none of that counted. Yes. You do not know, because if you knew, if you had any idea what you did, you would understand that the room was never the problem. The smoke was never the problem. The table was never the problem. She was pacing. She couldn't stop pacing. The room was too small and he was too close and her chest was too full of everything she'd been holding since that doorway in Manchester. The problem was you. Standing there loving me and refusing to let me love you back because you'd decided you weren't worth it. And I couldn't. Samuel, I couldn't make you see. Her voice broke. She stopped pacing, pressed her hands against her face, breathed. "Don't," she said from behind her hands. "Don't come near me. I'm not finished. I'm not moving." She dropped her hands. He was against the door, exactly where she'd left him. His eyes were dark and his jaw was tight, and the look on his face was one she couldn't read and didn't want to because reading it would make her stop yelling and she wasn't ready to stop. "I was planning a school." Quieter now. "Did you know that? A real school, for every child in Ancoats. I had suppliers and a curriculum and funding ideas, and I was going to use my own money and my own name and build something that mattered. Not for you. For me. Because I'd found..." She swallowed. "I'd found the thing I was supposed to do with my life, and it was in Manchester, and you sent me back to London, where the only thing waiting for me was a parliamentary committee that passed a law with no teeth and a bedroom full of silver I don't want." "Rose, I'm not finished." "You are, because everything you just said is what I came to London to tell you." He pushed off the door, one step toward her. "I was wrong. Not about the table. About you. About me. About what I thought you needed and what I was too afraid to see you already had. Don't you dare agree with me right now. I came here to fight with you." "I know you did. At 3 a.m, in my mother's cloak, with 3 pins in my hair." "I see that. I hailed a hackney alone in Mayfair." "That's..." Something crossed his face. "That's actually terrifying. You walked through London alone at..." "Don't you dare lecture me about safety. You walked into a burning building." "That's different." "It is not different. It is exactly the same. We are both idiots who do dangerous things for people we love, and the only difference is that you won't admit it." He was close now. When had he gotten close? 2 steps from her, and the space between them was vibrating with something that had been building since the parlor and the waistcoat, and the morning in the guest bed, and every moment since when she'd been too far away to touch him. "I'm still angry," she said. "I know. I'm furious. You should be. You broke my heart, Samuel." His jaw tightened. "And I am going to spend the rest of my life making sure I never do it again if you'll let me." "That's not a proposal." "It's not. I haven't earned a proposal yet." "No, you haven't." He was right there, close enough to touch, his shirt sleeves and his wrecked hair and the hollow under his eyes from not sleeping and the burns still bandaged on his forearms, and he was looking at her with nothing held back. Just Samuel, the man she'd seen underneath everything else since the first morning. "I didn't come here to forgive you," she said. "Then don't. Not yet." "I came here to yell at you." "You've done that." "I'm not finished yelling." "Rose." He lifted his hand, slowly, the burned one, and he touched her face, her cheek, the line of her jaw, the same gesture from the morning in the guest room when everything had been possible, and neither of them had been afraid. "You don't have to forgive me tonight. You can yell at me until morning. I deserve every word, but I need you to know. I need you to hear me say it." "Say it, then." "You were enough. You were always enough. I was the one who wasn't, and I thought if I let you go, you'd find someone who was, and instead I just..." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "I just made us both miserable, and Maggie called me an idiot, and she was right, and your father called me an idiot, and he was right, and you called me an idiot in Manchester, and you were right, and I am here, Rose. I'm here, in a room with a tablecloth, and I would trade every tablecloth in London for you." She laughed, or sobbed. The sound came out and she couldn't tell which it was, and it didn't matter because his hand was on her face and his eyes were on hers, and she was so tired of being angry and so tired of being brave and so tired of holding herself together. "My mother called you an idiot as well," she said, and kissed him. She kissed him hard, desperate. 5 days of fury and heartbreak poured into the press of her mouth against his. His hands came up, both of them, the burned one and the whole one, and pulled her against him, and she went because she was done fighting the pull, done measuring the distance, done pretending she could survive without the specific weight of this man's arms around her. He kissed her back, hard, his mouth opening against hers, his hands in her cloak, finding her waist through the fabric, pulling her closer. She tasted salt, tears, hers or his, she couldn't tell, and his breath was ragged and his chest was heaving, and when she pressed her body against his, he made a sound that went through her like fire. "Rose," against her mouth. We should talk." "We've talked." She pulled back far enough to look at him, his face, his eyes. "We've talked enough." She kissed him again. Slower this time, deliberate. Her hands on his collar, his throat, the buttons of his shirt. One button. Two. The fabric parting under her fingers and the warmth of his skin radiating through the gap and the sharp intake of his breath when her palm pressed flat against his chest. She could feel his heartbeat, rapid and hard, and something about that intimacy, the life of him under her hand, made her own pulse stagger. "Rose, if you keep doing that, I'm not going to be able to—" "Good." She pushed the shirt back from his shoulders, carefully over the bandaged forearms, the burns she'd cleaned and dressed and memorized, and let it fall. The shuttle scar on his right hand, the marks the fire had left. She knew this body. She'd washed soot from it while he slept, but she'd never seen it like this. His skin bare in the lamplight, his chest rising and falling, his eyes on her face while she looked at him. His hands found the buttons of her dress. His fingers were unsteady. "Let me," she said. "Rose," he caught her wrists, gently. "Have you ever—" "No." Her face heated, and she hated the heat because she did not blush about things she'd decided to do. "I haven't. And if you use that as a reason to stop, I will never forgive you." His eyes searched hers. Whatever he found there made his jaw soften and his hands release her wrists, and his voice go quiet in a way she hadn't heard before. "I'm not stopping. I'm going slow." "I don't want slow. You're getting slow." He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. "Trust me." She undid her own buttons because her hands were steadier than his. The dress loosened and she let it fall, her chemise, her mother's cloak already on the floor. She was standing in front of him in cotton and candlelight, and nothing she'd planned for, and the vulnerability of it, the being seen, the being bare, the having nowhere to hide, was more terrifying than any committee room or mill yard or burning building. His hands found her waist through the thin cotton. The warmth of his palms spread through the fabric and into her skin, and her breath caught because nothing had ever felt like this. The pull low in her stomach, the ache between her hips, the need to be closer that no amount of closer satisfied. His mouth on her throat, the scrape of his jaw against her pulse. Her spine arched without her permission, and the sound she made was not a sound she recognized. His hands slid the chemise up, slowly, his fingers trailing heat along her thighs, her hips, the curve of her waist. And when the fabric lifted over her head and the cool air touched her bare skin, she shivered, and he pulled her against him, and the shock of his chest against hers, skin to skin, nothing between them, was so acute she couldn't breathe. "The bed," she managed. "Rose! Samuel, the bed!" They fell into it, and his weight settled over her, and his forearms braced on either side of her head, and she could feel the bandages rough against the pillow and his hips against hers, and the specific hard evidence that he wanted her as desperately as she wanted him, and she pulled him down and kissed him. "I love you." His mouth against the hollow of her throat, and she felt the words vibrate through her skin. "I love you." "Stop talking and oh." His mouth moved lower, and the sensation shot through her so sharply she fisted the sheets because holding on to him would have shattered her completely. "Samuel." "Shh. Don't you shh me, You're what? I can't. Oh, God." He was thorough, unhurried. Every